We're in the UAE this week, and I'm standing in the heart of Dubai's old commerce center. You've got the gold souk and the spice markets just behind me over there. But we're not here for sightseeing. We're not here to see the world's tallest building or the beautiful Palm Islands. We're certainly not buying gold or property, not in this economy. The reason why we're here is because right around the corner in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital, is where Breakpoint 2025 is bringing together the futuristic global international financial system and the ancient spice and gold trade all in the same city. And fine, we are going to do a little bit of sightseeing, but the real reason obviously is to do 3 full days of live streaming from Solana Breakpoint, where we're going to be talking to the leaders of the Solana ecosystem and the global virtual assets industry. So how did the UAE become the capital of capital? Well, in truth, it all started right here in Dubai, and there's a few factors that all mesh together to create the reality that we see here on the ground today, which is that the traditional commerce we saw earlier can coexist side by side with this ultra modernity. The UAE is just a hop, skip and a jump away from Europe. We're about a 3-hour flight from most of the top Mediterranean and Aegean holiday destinations, and it's about 5 hours by plane to most of the Asian business hubs. Just like the Solana ecosystem, there's no shortage of construction and builders here, and as any property broker worth their salt will tell you, it all starts with location. But location's only one part of the equation, and that's where clever regulation comes in through the ADGM in Abu Dhabi and the VARA here in Dubai. Now, the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority was the world's world's first tailor-made, literally custom-built regulator designed for crypto, or digital assets as they call them most places, virtual assets as they're called here. And the third reason is access. Access to both capital and to talent. Now, the builders and the innovators, they want to relocate here, partly because of the low taxes, yes, and we'll get to that in a moment, but largely to do with access to funding and access to talent. So that's a great recipe for growth, and it all comes hand in hand here. Easily accessible from anywhere in the world, collaborative and specialized regulation, and most importantly, amazing access to capital formation. So it's no wonder then that Solana, as the home of internet capital markets, is hosting Breakpoint right here in the capital of capital, where institutions, builders, and regulators are all coming together. And that is exactly why we, as SolanaFloor, are covering everything that's happening in the Solana ecosystem from the epicenter of action at Breakpoint. Join myself, Jack Dunham, our senior journalist Finn Miller, and of course Mr. Thomas Bahamas for 3 days of live stream. And get involved for all the alpha, ask your questions, and we'll do our best to raise them with the experts who are joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from 2025 Breakpoint here in the Etihad Arena in the capital Abu Dhabi, where the total degens, the DeFi OGs, the Solana OGs, and the trillion-dollar asset managers are all in the same arena, rubbing shoulders with the ETF issuers, the DATCos, and everyone in the Solana ecosystem that's building amazing tools, amazing products. Super excited to be here. Finn, Thomas, yesterday was super exciting. I think before we bring on our next guest, Matt Hogan, CIO of Bitwise, we should probably start with a little bit of a recap, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. 15 minutes of recap before we bring our next guest on. Finn, what's the overall mood here? Yesterday was busy. We got 5 minutes of fireside chats and presentations on stage. What was the overall mood?
The overall mood, the biggest thing standing out to me is that nobody cares about price. There's so much happening. There's so much great news on the horizon. Institutions are here with full force, and all the attitude is just towards what's building, what's coming next, and how do we break through that next ceiling.
Absolutely. Price is so 2024, right?
Yeah, we don't care about that.
We don't care about that, right? The fundamentals are where they need to be. Thomas, high-level observations from yesterday. Overall bullish sentiment?
I'd say overall bullish. What really surprised me was like, all right, builders, everyone in TradFi, they're using Solana for what they want, and they are so bullish on what they're able to do with Solana, right? We didn't talk about that much about price. It's like how critical the infrastructure is going to be for them. And I love it. I left yesterday feeling really bullish.
Definitely.
So,
It was a long day of lots of bullish announcements. Now, shortly on the main stage, we're going to have Raj and Toli, and I think Mary from Loopscale as well, who we spoke to yesterday. They're going to be discussing some exciting announcements, and I think they might actually be about to leak / announce where Breakpoint 2026 is going to be held. We have some theories. We heard them sort of discussing earlier. California was mentioned. I don't know. Are we allowed to say this on live stream?
We thought they were going to break it in pre-roll, but they didn't. But they did say the word California. I'm from California. Let's do this.
Thomas Bahamas came all the way from California, 28-hour journey. So thank you very much for gracing us with your presence.
It would be a great homecoming, actually, if it was in Solana Beach, California.
Yes,
that's where the name came from in the first place. So maybe it is a homecoming track.
I don't know, totally, Raj, if you're watching this, sorry guys, if we've ruined that, but I don't know. Something tells me it wouldn't be California, right? It's too far away from everything.
Yeah.
Surely they would do it a bit more central. Like they've gone Singapore, Lisbon, Amsterdam, now here in Abu Dhabi, in the UAE. So I feel like all these places are quite well connected.
Yeah.
And in my mind, no offense, Thomas, but California seems like it's a little bit too far away.
We'll see. I wonder if there's like a Kalshi market for this, because I bet California.
There we go. We might be speaking to Kalshi tomorrow at their side event, which I believe is going to be happening in the evening from 6 to 8 p.m., something like that.
Yeah.
So we'll be there as a media partner as well. Obviously, Kalshi's been making absolutely moves. I think they raised recently at an $11 billion valuation.
Insane.
Yeah, a staggering valuation, but also a staggering product that is, many people are saying is going to be the big narrative of 2026.
Absolutely. Prediction markets are huge. Okay, I want to dive into what was happening yesterday. Speaking of huge, Galaxy and State Street. State Street, of course, the $5 trillion asset manager. Massive news. They're partnering. It's the fourth largest asset manager in the world, for the record. We thought Franklin Templeton was going to be the biggest person that we'd be speaking about. That's the biggest company, $1.6 trillion. But it turns out they've been upstaged with a $5 trillion AUM. So they're going to be using PYUSD, PayPal's stablecoin, for on-chain subscriptions and redemptions. And the fund is going to be seeded with $200 million by Ondo Finance. Obviously, tokenization is a huge story at the moment. What do we think about this? Is it mind-blowing or is it mind-blowing?
It's big. The total size of the fund is $5 trillion. I mean, massive. And in here, we had Thomas in here.
From Galaxy.
Head of tokenization.
Yep.
And we said, how much of that are you bringing on chain? Eventually all of it.
Eventually all of it.
Eventually all of that 5 trillion.
And was there any clarity around whether that would be predominantly placed through Solana, or would that be kind of multi-chain?
He didn't say, we didn't press him on it either, did we? I mean, I have a feeling if you've got $5 trillion, you're not going to put all your eggs in one basket, right? So based on what we discussed also with Anthony Scaramucci, founder of Skybridge Capital, former White House communications director, author of Solana Rising, all-around great guy. He was also saying, look, we recently tokenized a $300 million fund on Avalanche. That doesn't mean that we're putting all of our eggs in one basket. He said that's one of his smaller funds that's been tokenized, and he has plans to tokenize a larger fund on Solana. So I would expect something similar, something along those lines. Benji as well, right? The Franklin Templeton fund. They're putting money in different chains, and it makes sense.
Yeah,
you can't have that much risk when you're playing around with trillions of dollars. I think that's totally reasonable. Okay. Moving away from tokenization for a second, moving away from institutions for a second, this got announced yesterday. This is unbreakable, untouchable, always yours. Solflare Shield, the thinnest hardware wallet I've ever seen personally. Looks like a debit card. I'm going to struggle to open that. There you go, Finn.
And the simplest hardware wallet I've ever seen as well.
If you can get into the box.
I think that's the beauty of it.
Absolutely.
It is so simple.
Simple to use, hard to open.
Yeah.
It's simple to use. I think
put unbreakable on the box, and that's
unbreakable. We're gonna, we can't get into the box right now, but it's real, trust me. And everyone at Breakpoint 2025 has received one of these for free. I believe they're retailing for $49. You can get one customized for $59. This is a great innovation, so super excited to see where that goes. Next, Jupiter acquired RainFi. That was announced yesterday on stage by Cash, cat herder at Jupiter. The crowd went wild.
Wow.
Yeah, it made Cash laugh as well, didn't it? He was like saying, oh my God, there must be a lot of droplet users here. And I have a sneaky suspicion it's to do with an airdrop.
So I love this for RainFi users. RainFi's been around for ages. They were part of the big first NFT wave. So it was a great lending protocol back in the day that a lot of people used and a lot of people fell in love with. They've been in droplets for a long time. So I'm happy for all those RainFi users who are now going to feel like they're actually getting some reward and they're getting some kind of payback for all that usage.
Another thing that we haven't put on this list that we have to mention is the 30% airdrop allocation to Solana Mobile Seeker users. We had Emmett, the general manager of Solana Mobile here, and he explained to us that 30% was a number that they arrived at with unanimous decisions from within the team. I'm super excited for that. We are all Seeker users. Emmett was here with his Seeker. You have 3, you have 1, I have 2. We love the Seeker. Needless to say, everyone is very active on the Seeker at the moment, farming those points. But
there's also a great picture of you guys when Finn was showing his usage. That is a fantastic meme template. I want to see some good memes on that one.
Absolutely. If you're level 4 or higher, if anyone's got to level 5, please let us know. We've been trying to get to level 5. We're not quite sure what the strategy is. So if you're going to pro tips, let us know in the comments. And also share the link to the stream with your friends, with your colleagues, anyone that might be interested with the institutional hour and some of the degens that we're talking to later on as well. How did you get to level 4?
Just trading.
Yeah.
Trading every day, fire it up, do some trades. Teach yourself how to trade while using the Seeker as well, because it's not for everyone. Trying to buy the bottom, sell the top is not easy. Nobody ever does it.
I managed to do the opposite usually.
If you get to level 5, go and show Emmett, because he will be absolutely stoked. He'll be around the
Absolutely. Solana Mobile making moves. Super excited to see what that happens. Then let's get to some announcements that we heard from outside of Breakpoint before we talk about the afternoon news. Pump buybacks exceeded $205 million. And they managed to surpass Radium to become the top Solana protocol for buybacks within just 5 months. Huge news. We talk a lot about Pump Fund. For a while, we were thinking within the Solana ecosystem, there was this sort of idea that they were extracting too much value from the ecosystem. Then we were saying, but they're trying so many different things, and is any of it going to stick? You mentioned that the line needn't concern themselves with these petty questions because they have enough of a war chest. It looks like that is the case. What do you think?
Yeah, I am astounded at Pump Fund's ability to just continue to generate millions of dollars in revenue every single day.
Very impressive.
We've talked at length about how meme coin season has completely evaporated. Meme coin trading volume share is down on 10%, when it used to be 50% of everything that was happening on Solana.
Yeah.
And despite that, Pump Fund still turns up. They make $1 million a day in revenue. They funnel all of that into pump buybacks, and it's probably the purest way of returning value to holders that we know in on-chain wealth.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Astounding business. Revenue model, that's them. Right.
It really is. It really is. Insane revenue. I want to switch over to the final announcement that we had this morning that was, I think, super, super bullish. Thomas, we discussed this yesterday. Solana spot ETFs recorded $4.8 million in net inflows. And most importantly, relevant to our next guest as well, Bitwise BSOL was leading with $3.7 million of inflows. Now, the total AUM is just under $1 billion now in Solana ETFs. I think that's extreme.
Yeah,
what do you think, Thomas?
Yeah, we're bullish. They keep buying. The flows are extremely solid. I'm looking forward to hearing more from Matt Hogan, actually. This is going to be fantastic.
I'm super excited. He's outside our glass booth right now, and the main stage action hasn't quite happened yet. So it's kind of quiet out there. It's obviously a storm in here from start to finish. We're going to have Matt Hogan from Bitwise. I'm so excited to speak. We're going to talk about all things Solana ETFs, Bitwise, BSOL, and the future of Solana's institutional adoption journey as well. But before we get there, Keel, we've been speaking to these guys as well. They are approaching, they're optimizing the Solana stablecoin landscape. They're a capital engine, $2.5 billion, super, super exciting. So they launched their season 1, and they're planning to deploy $500 million to attract, drumroll, RWAs to Solana. Exciting. What do we think?
Yeah, I really like what Keel is doing. I think the need for more, DeFi native primitives for Solana stablecoins is critically important. I think we have an over-reliance on centralized stablecoins, and going to a team like Keel, who's backed by Sky, the formerly MakerDAO, that brings a much more DeFi native aspect to it. So I'm really excited to see them come on Solana and really make a splash.
We spoke about this yesterday as well, right? The reliance on USDC and USDT. It seems that people have realized that there's an issue there. And there could be opportunities there as well.
Yeah, there sure can. I'm really looking forward to talking to that. So.
Yep. What else do we have? We were at Abu Dhabi Finance Week a couple of days ago, and we had the pleasure of talking to the founder of STBL. They are going to be making some announcements today or tomorrow, and that is also a stablecoin innovation project. They're essentially focusing on white label stablecoin solutions. Now, it remains to be seen if they're issuing a white label Solana stablecoin or if it's going to be an omni-chain solution, but super excited to find out what they are working on, because one of the co-founders is, of course, the founder of Tether.
Yeah.
So that should be super, super exciting. I hope I'm not leaking anything here, because we're gonna be in trouble if that is the case. But pay attention to Stable, STBL, pay attention to Keel as well. Interesting innovations. Now, Max Resnick, lead economist at Anza, came out with some spicy things on stage. We're going to talk to Matt Hogan about this specifically because they were on stage at the same time.
when Matt Hogan suggested that we might not necessarily be ready for $68 trillion of value being tokenized and brought on chain. Max Resnick disagrees. I don't really know what to make of this. 68 trillion is such a huge number.
He said that we were ready for it today.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what it came
what?
back with. Yeah.
I like Max, but Max, what are we talking about here? 68 trillion? Come on, man.
Yeah. But I think there's a question of scale in terms of throughput and the scale in terms of size. And I think we can take 68 trillion as long as there's not 68 trillion happening in every single block. You know what I mean? It's a question of adding that size without necessarily trying to gun through all that frequency, all that throughput at the same time.
Yeah.
I lean towards, I want to take Max's side on this.
We're ready?
I want to see it happen. Yeah.
I have question marks. My eyebrows are raised.
Move fast and break things.
Let's not break everything. My net worth is at risk here. Let's not do this. Okay, so Sanctum, another interesting announcement coming from those guys. We were with Eno, Chief Vibes Officer, who sort of talked us through this announcement. They introduced a mobile app set to launch sometime in 2026, 2016. That feels like it was a long time ago. Wow. Mobile users are going to get 10% SOL rewards paid daily. So that's instant rewards. And there's collectibles as well. I think they're mainly focusing on making SOL staking a little bit easier for users that are just about dipping their toes into the Solana ecosystem.
Yeah. And I think having a mobile app is so critical in this day and age. You know, if you want to really reach the TAM and you want to get your product out to as many people as possible, you need to be on mobile.
Yeah. And it's just like another way that Sanctum is like really solidifying themselves in LSTs, staking SOL, and this, I'm excited for it.
Very excited. They also mentioned that they had a partnership with, was it DFDV?
Yeah.
Yeah? Am I remembering that correctly?
Forward
Industries?
Yeah.
Right, no, they were interviewing DFDV, and they had a partnership
That's what it was.
with Forward Industries. Yeah, I can't remember the details. It was a B. It was
1.5 billion, wasn't it?
Surely, yeah.
It was around that into their own liquid staking token, right?
I believe that is the case.
Yeah.
Eno, don't kill us. We're butchering these numbers, mate. There's too many facts, too many figures to remember the details, but very interesting announcement from Sanctum and Forward Industries. It's probably to do with liquid staking. Yeah. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Now, a couple minutes before we bring on Matt Hogan, the CIO of Bitwise, couple announcements though before that from outside Breakpoint. Again, prediction markets. So we have Polytrade, the mobile trading terminal for Polymarket, introducing gas-free SOL deposits. Now, gas-free SOL deposits, in my mind, depositing SOL isn't exactly an expensive process.
No, but it's more about just the simplicity of the UX. You know, it's not it's removing a click from the workflow, and it makes it a whole lot simpler. So I think it's obviously a net positive just for the user experience.
It's a good onboarding trick.
Right. You know, I don't want to call it a gimmick, but it seems like it's more of a marketing slogan. How much gas have you paid cumulatively using Solana over 5-6 years?
Yeah, one SOL maybe.
Right.
Yeah. But I think it's not about the fee. I think it's about abstracting away the process.
Yeah. True. Okay.
True. Yeah.
Reducing
I think
friction.
that's the unlock, is that it makes it faster and easier.
I agree.
It removes points of friction.
That's true. Now, another update from outside the Solana ecosystem came from Abu Dhabi Finance Week, where we were interviewing some of the founders of large centralized exchanges, so on and so forth. We found out that Binance received a full ADGM license. That's pretty interesting. The world's biggest exchange, I think, by most measures. Circle 2, Jeremy Allaire was on stage yesterday talking to us. Circle 2 received an Abu Dhabi license for full operation as a money service provider. So obviously the ADGM, who's also represented here on stage, are making moves, and they're making life a lot easier for Solana founders, for centralized exchanges, for crypto companies in general to operate in this area. And I'm super excited. Now, very quick rundown of what's going on today. Matt Hogan is about to join us in less than 60 seconds. We're starting off with Institutional Power Hour. Super excited to do this. We are bringing on a star-studded timeline. Unfortunately, we're going to say goodbye to Thomas Bahamas in just a second. Starting with CIO Matt Hogan, we have Nick Dukoff from Solana Foundation, Kristen Smith from SBI, who was literally in the White House representing the Solana ecosystem this year. Super excited to chat to her and find out what the mood was within the White House. So she's going to literally transport us into that moment. Very curious to see what that was about. Rebecca Rettig from Jito, who was previously the lead counsel from Polygon. We've had the pleasure of talking to her in the past. She's going to come on. Ben Coveston, Temporal, I think you're quite excited for that one.
Yeah, so I'm going full on a Gigabrain deep dive with all the DeFi heavyweights. I'll be speaking with Ben Coveston from Temporal, Michael Marcantonio from Galaxy Digital, and running that with Zano Shawani from Jito later on in the day. So yeah, very excited.
And degen hour happening as well. So we're going to divide the day into two with total degen session. Warbucks and Ashen are going to be joining us to split the day. And then we're going to end the day, the afternoon, we have Bulk, Soulflare, Jito, Oro, and Baxis. Thomas, final words from you. We're ending the day with a few bangers there. Gold and whiskey.
Yeah, we are. I'm so pumped for that. So a little shift, right? You know, you get the institution in, go after some regulations, some DeFi, and then finish it out with the original store of value and a little bit of whiskey. We'll have a recap with some whiskey. Why not?
Super exciting. Okay, let's get Matt Hogan mic'd up. Our first guest of the day, Institutional Power Hour. I could not be more excited. Obviously, Matt Hogan is
whatever you need.
A massive Solana bull. He's also an Ethereum, Bitcoin bull. He's a crypto bull, generally speaking. Super knowledgeable. But we're very excited to chat with Matt Hogan, the CIO of Bitwise. Mr. Hogan, how are you?
What's going on? I'm doing well. How are you?
Very excited to chat with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Breakpoint 2025 with Matt Hogan, CIO of Bitwise. We're going to talk about everything related to Bitwise, BSOL specifically, and I think Solana's institutional adoption journey as well has been quite interesting in 2025. I have a few spicier questions for you about what's going to happen in the end of year, what's going to happen in Q1. But let's start very high level. What's the mood here in the capital of capital in Abu Dhabi today? You've got degens, you've got Solana DeFi OGs, you've got TradFi institutions, you've got trillion-dollar asset managers, yourselves, the ETF issues, everyone's here in the same arena. How are you feeling?
It's absolutely refreshing to be here. The energy is unbelievable. If you've been on crypto Twitter and feeling sort of down and downtrodden, that's not true here. I think the people here can see where this thing is going. They can see it going to trillions of dollars. They can feel it. They feel it in the people that they're meeting. So I've been rejuvenated being here. It's really been great.
Overall, a very bullish atmosphere, you'd say?
Very bullish, but not crazy, I would say. Very purposeful.
Okay.
Very serious people, but yeah, very bullish.
Good. So we've sort of moved past that extremely frothy period in the markets, it seems.
100%. Yeah, it's actually, from my perspective, the perfect vibe. Because when you get to that overly frothy feeling, you know that you're set up for a pullback. And we've certainly been at conferences. If you've been in crypto, I've been in crypto for 8 years full time. We've seen conferences where it felt like that. This does not feel like that. It feels like a building atmosphere, a positive long-term building atmosphere.
I haven't seen any Lambos outside. Maybe that's a good indicator.
Great indicator. That's right. That we're serious. Matt, first I want to congratulate you on getting the BSOL ETF listed in the middle of government shutdown. It's a real 4D. It was 4D cheers. We had all kind of written off that nothing was going to happen until the lights came back on in the White House. What did that look like from your perspective? Were you guys confident that you were going to be able to get that through using the delayment amendment?
Well, we were hopeful, I guess is the right word. We shouldn't let the government being inefficient and unable to do things slow us down in crypto or in asset management. It was one of those moments where we thought legally we could do it. We felt good about it because we had had lots of discussions before the government shut down with the SEC. So we felt like we were at the end. But until it started trading, I had this little thing in the back of my mind that said, who knows how this is going to turn out. Maybe at the last minute, the rug will be pulled out from under us, but it started trading. The response has been phenomenal. You've seen the inflows consistent almost every day, which is very rare in ETF land. So yeah, it was, we thought we could do it. We were confident we were right, but until it actually happens, there's always this worry that it won't. And it was really wonderful to see BSOL launch.
And there was even that kind of validation from Chet Atkins who said it's really pleasing to see companies going after this and figuring this out and getting listed in this manner.
Yeah, I think that speaks to the new ethos at the SEC, which is pro-investor and pro-innovation, as opposed to let's block everything and not let anything go through. And it's been really great from my perspective to give people an opportunity who are comfortable owning ETFs to access Solana at the prices we've seen. It's been sort of I look out 5-10 years. This is a phenomenal gift that we got it out in this window.
I want to attach some numbers to that success. Yesterday, we got reports that you were leading inflows again with $3.7 million. We're looking at total Solana ETF AUM just under $1 billion now.
Yeah.
And I think you guys became the single most successful ETF launched of the year with $500 million, I think in about 3 weeks or so.
Yeah.
How did that feel?
It felt great. It's great to see the audience respond to Solana. We weren't surprised because although we couldn't talk to people about ETFs specifically, Bitwise does 15,000 meetings a year with institutional investors. So for the past year, we've been talking about stablecoins and tokenization. They've been asking us how to access it. We had been telling them Solana is probably the most leveraged play to the growth of those themes. So we knew that there was demand. But it's of course wonderful to see a product launch and see the people come in, and those are really big numbers in ETF land. I should say, I come from an ETF background. I was the CEO of ETF.com. Most ETFs struggle to get to $50 million in their first year. To see something get over $500 million in flows in just a few weeks is an outlier. It speaks to how much Solana resonates with investors.
And I think to your point earlier about the mood here being overall bullish compared to crypto Twitter, where we saw extreme fear on the fear and the greed index, institutions seem to be very optimistic. So my question to you is, for us, at least in crypto Twitter, when we're not at these conferences, what often drives sentiment is price action. What has been driving that optimism from the institutions? Is it the fundamentals, or is it simply the fact that you can get levered exposure, as you said, to the growth of Solana? What is driving that optimism?
It's just a really easy bet for institutions. When you're betting on Solana as an institution, you're making two bets. Bet number one is that stablecoins and tokenization will grow. You have the you have the Treasury Secretary saying stablecoins will 12x in the next 4 years. We just had Paul Atkins come in and say, all US stocks will be tokenized in the next couple of years.
Extremely bullish.
So, more bullish even than I think many people at this place realize. There's $680 million of tokenized stocks today. The US equity market is $68 trillion. That's 100,000x. That's extraordinarily bullish. So institutions look at that and say, it's fait accompli. Stablecoins and tokenization are going to grow. I want to invest in that. And then on the Solana side, you get this second bet, which is that this better, faster, cheaper ecosystem is going to get a bigger share. If you can get two bets at once, that's why it's resonated so much with institutions.
So has that become then the ultimate race, is that as tokenization comes on chain, is it up to each chain to really scramble to get as much of that inflow as they can?
Yeah, I think that's right. Tokenization and stablecoins, and I think institutions will judge on the relative success in those areas. They are excited about Solana, which is the leader on tokenized equities, because that's a space they know and feel and can see coming clear as day. But yeah, that's what institutions are going to be judging Solana and other chains on in the next year.
Okay. I want to just dial in on that tokenized equities aspect.
Yes.
Part of the beauty of crypto is that it's 24/7 on-chain finance that anyone can access from anywhere. Has there been some pushback from traditional financial players to say, we still want our weekend, we still want market hours?
Let me sleep.
It is true, when you come into crypto, you do wish that the market would close, but there's an inevitability to this, right? I think that people recognize there's no way we're not moving 24/7, 365 global. Will systems have to adapt? Will they need people in different geographies? Will liquidity have to change? Absolutely. But people know where this is going. We've seen this movie before in other parts of the digital arena. It's absurd that the New York Stock Exchange shuts down at 4 p.m. It's absurd. And so I think people recognize that. But yeah, they're sad to lose their weekends for sure.
I want to ask you about that $68 trillion figure, because I know there was a bit of an exchange on stage with Max Resnick yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's super curious. A bunch of people messaged in about that as well. But before we get there, a little bit of a reality check. Now, we've seen the SOL price correct significantly. I think it's down about 40%. Let's say it drops another 40%.
Yeah.
How would that potentially negatively impact VSOL?
I think you would still see inflows.
Okay.
I think you would still see inflows. It is, of course, true in any asset that you get more inflows if it's doing well
Right.
from a
Yeah.
price perspective.
Yeah.
But you have to remember that institutions are starting at zero. It's
Right.
not like they have established Solana positions. They're starting at zero. So there's this one-time injection of flows that I think will take a year or two to play out. So if it falls another 20, 30, 40%, that will slow down flows. But I don't think we'll see outflows. You saw that in Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin ETFs launched January 2024. Yes, there's been months where there have been outflows. That, of course, can happen. But broadly speaking, they pulled in $50, $60 billion. That's because people are getting off zero. Crypto native investors aren't at zero. So they
Quite
may...
the opposite.
Quite the opposite. They're well north of 100.
Yeah.
So they may come in, they may come out. But this is a 5 to 10 year net inflow bid. Not every day, not every month, but every year. I think we'll have positive inflows for the next 5 to 10 years on VSOL.
Can we say the same thing about DATs, digital asset treasuries? To a certain extent, people argued, and I think made a very compelling case, that DATs were sort of front-running ETF approvals.
Yeah.
We saw valuations go up, stock prices go up, and then it all sort of started unwinding. Now, the reason why I'm asking this is because we've been asking many of our guests, to what extent do you believe that Solana DATs specifically pose systemic risk to the ecosystem? Curious what you think. Curious if you think, following another 40% price dip, these Sol DATs would cause significant systemic risk to the ecosystem?
I don't think significant systemic risk. If you look at the concentration of SOL held by those DATs, the biggest share tend to be in DATs that don't have significant debt and that are what I would call missionaries in the space. I like to think of DATs as missionaries and mercenaries. You have the people who really believe in an ecosystem. You have Kyle Samani as chair. He's not going to be selling SOL. Then you have the people who followed on, sort of the Me Too's who saw an easy buck. They might get washed out of the system, but they own a very small fraction. The ETFs are a much bigger deal than those DATs. So I don't worry about DATs. Will they buy less SOL in the future than they bought this year? Probably. But you didn't have an ETF filling that other bucket. I don't think they're a systemic risk at all. You'll see a few small ones blow up because they're poorly run companies. That's fine. That's okay. The big ones are going to be just fine, is my take.
Consolidation, shakeout, mergers and acquisitions, totally natural progression of DATs.
That's exactly right. The thing about running a company, any company, and a DAT is a company, is that you have to do something hard to be rewarded.
Yes.
And so the DATs that just wanted to do something easy, like what my ETF does, buy SOL and stake it, that's easy. They shouldn't be rewarded. The ETF does a better job than that. The more creative DATs who are contributing to the ecosystem or finding other ways to grow, they'll be rewarded. But yeah, look, in broader equities, we don't worry if one company goes bankrupt and another goes to $1 trillion. That's fine. That's capitalism. That's how it works.
Yep.
Same thing is true here. It's they're not all created equal. There'll be winners and losers, and that's totally fine.
Nothing to worry about.
No.
I think one of the prevailing conversations we've had is that, like you say, the DATs that have just kind of caught on, rode the wave, that don't have any extra value offering to the ecosystem probably won't make the cut. Whereas ones like Forward Industries, like Soulmate, who are doing infrastructure and RPC platforming off the back, these ones that have a business that runs alongside the treasury are more likely to go the distance.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, companies have to do things hard, right? You can't do something easy and succeed. Those companies will get washed out. I think they'll just be a mix. We need to stop talking about DATs as a group and start talking about individual DATs, and I think that'll be the story in 2026.
I want to get back to your talk on stage yesterday. You mentioned 68 trillion, 100,000x, right? You argued that maybe we're not quite there yet. Max Resnick has a slightly different take. He thinks that it could happen. I don't know if overnight was his argument, but he thinks that we're a lot more ready than you think. So talk me through that discussion. What were the two sides of the argument? How heated did it get?
Yeah.
And what was going on there? 68 trillion is a massive number, and everyone's been asking about it.
Yeah, so the debate was, is Solana ready to handle all the flow that Wall Street has? And from one perspective, the person who had the con setting there was arguing, look, Wall Street sends millions of messages a minute, right? Is it really ready to handle that kind of consistent flow? And it needs to be, because it can't break once the world's equity markets are built on it. It can't break. Max's perspective was twofold. One, the technology is more ready than you think. That was part of it. He hinted at an announcement later today to suggest that that's going to be increasingly true. And then also, I think he made a really great point, which the existing Wall Street system is dramatically inefficient. So a lot of those messages are unnecessary in a new, more modern system. And I think that's probably something that the community doesn't talk enough about. My view is that the technology has had a chance to get ahead of the existing system. We're currently ahead. It still needs to iterate and get better. If $68 trillion came on chain today, I don't know what would happen.
Right? We were speculating about it earlier as well. It would probably not be great for our banks.
It would not be great. To say why that's not bearish, think about if that was true, 4 or 5 years ago, right? On ETH, we saw transactions spike to $100 each. Like, that would be one and done. I actually think conveniently, because regulation suppressed growth for so long, the technology had a chance to get ahead. I think of it as it's like one lap ahead in the race. And there's probably like 3 or 4 laps left until we're there, 3 or 4 years. And it just has to stay ahead. It's not a guarantee that it will, but if the developers here do their job, then I think it has a chance.
I want to play devil's advocate on that for a second. So we talk a lot about bringing this $68 trillion asset market on-chain. Solana's obviously in a great position to do that. We want to see Solana take the bulk of that. What stops the established TradFi giants with trillions at stake already, a huge amount of resources, large war chests, from just spinning up their own competing privatized network and attracting that tokenization
Yeah, they're going to try, and there is some chance that they succeed. But the history of technology suggests that opens wins. You know, I remember the early dot-com bubble. So just to give you a story from internet past, in the early dot-com bubble, people were like, the internet won't work. This open, crazy space is too insane. There's no way it'll succeed. Everyone loved intranets. Intranets were the thing. This company has a safe corner of the internet. It's so useful. They were on the front page of magazines. They were on CNBC talking about intranets. But open ultimately wins. One thing that that we should clarify, you know, we talked about the U.S. equity market, $68 trillion. There's another $60 trillion globally. And part of the reason why I don't worry about that ring-fenced nature is that financial markets broadly are not just going 24/7, 365. They're also going from regional to global. And in a global scenario, open, from my perspective, is probably the only way it works. So I think Solana will win. I think they'll try to create their ring fence, but the world wants this to be a global capital market. They want it to be 24/7, 365, and open is the solution there, not closed.
When we talk about capital markets being open, what comes to mind is the whole slogan of internet capital markets is literally on Finn's
there you
t-shirt
go.
as well. I'm curious from when you talk to your TradFi counterparts, some of these large sophisticated investors, are they warm to the concept of internet capital markets? Is it something that they care about? Would they rather listen to you explaining the value of stablecoins and tokenizations, for example, or RWAs? Do they care about internet capital markets at all?
I think they're getting there to care about it. They need to see real-world use cases that match their understanding. So stablecoins is an easy example. Tokenization is an easy example. I don't think they imagine all that internet capital markets could do. But that's true of any technology innovation, right? Like, I keep making these old analogies. I feel bad. But go back to the early days of mobile. The idea of like summoning a stranger to pick you up in your car was totally crazy.
True.
Like,
Or staying in somebody's house.
staying in some random
Airbnb,
dude's house?
yeah.
Like, are you kidding me?
Renting
He's
a
gonna
room,
kill me,
yeah.
right? Absolutely absurd. And one thing I try to convince people when I talk about this broader vision is that you can't possibly understand and imagine all these things. If you did, you'd be Max Chesney. If you did, you'd be the head of Uber. And we will have those things too. So I think there is a broader story here, and people understand it, but it's easier to ground them in stablecoins and tokenization because it's skeuomorphic. It's what they know. They can imagine it being better, faster, cheaper, global, and we'll just we'll walk them along.
That makes sense. I want to ask you about inflation. I know this is something that Finn thinks a lot about. I have a feeling Raj and Toli are going to be on stage shortly. They're going to apparently announce where the next Breakpoint is being. Do you have any insider information on this?
I don't know. I don't have the insight.
Can you
right
leak
there.
anything?
We've
been trying to get a scoop on that all morning, actually. So excuse me.
I want to be invited back. I can't leak
Absolutely,
anything.
absolutely. You want to?
So jumping in on inflation, one of the most palatable examples of why staking ETFs was so critical for the success of ETFs in general is that it provides reliable, stable, and predictable yield for ETF investors. Solana is now discussing bringing that inflation down. Does that make it a harder sell towards your institutional client base?
I don't think so. The thing what people want with ETFs is they want an easy button if they're comfortable in that environment. So as long as an ETF like BSOL is staking 100% of its Solana, whatever the yield that's available to us, that's great. The core investment someone is making when they're trying to access SOL is not for the staking yield. It's for the 10x return that's possible if we see all this money move on chain and Solana dominates. The staking yield is nice. So if inflation comes down and that's positive for the price of SOL, they're happy. All they want from the ETF is to know it's safe, secure, it's low cost, it stakes 100% of its assets. It does so in a way that's aligned with the community, which we're really proud of doing at Bitwise, working with Helios. That's what they want. So I don't think it will harm inflows at all. I think, again, inflows are this one-way direction on Solana.
Speaking of inflows, quickly, you've attracted around 74% of the entire AUM of the Solana ETF market. How have you managed to stay so far? Do you think that's going to continue to be the case? Do you see things leveling out?
I think you can tell the word inflow just triggers both of us.
I love it.
Let's go.
We want more inflows.
Yeah.
We have two advantages there, and I hope we'll be able to maintain a lead. One is that first matters in ETFs. You're the largest, you're the most liquid. People know you, they know your ticker. That builds on top of itself. The other is that, look, Bitwise is one of the largest crypto asset managers in the world. We do 15,000 meetings with investors every year. There aren't many people who can say that. So in terms of educating the community and bringing them into Solana. I do think BSOL will be the leader in the space, at least I hope so. We're really pleased to have this position. We feel very aligned with the Solana community, and we're going to do everything we can to maintain that leadership.
And you have been embraced by the Solana community, I think. You know, it's
feels
the
great.
first thing everyone talks about. They wake up in the morning, they check
Yeah.
And then we had 22 straight days, which is, I think, almost unheard of in crypto ETF history. Just consistent inflows.
Unheard of in ETF history,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
30 years of ETFs, you rarely get that consistent inflows, and I think that will continue. We're going to at least try to do our part. Yeah.
I want to end on a super bullish note, but before we get there, again, a slight reality check, I guess. You have 15,000 meetings per year with TradFi investors. These people are sophisticated. They have, much higher, lower risk tolerance than we do, and higher, longer investment horizons, let's say. What are some of the major concerns that they voice to you? Not just when you talk about crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum. I know you're interested in these realms as well, but Solana specifically. What are some of the concerns that they voice?
Yeah, the biggest concern is whether we'll get market structure legislation in the US,
Which is apparently coming.
which we hope is coming. I'm optimistic is coming, but when people ask me what are the risks in crypto, the technology is not really the risk, it's politicians messing it up.
Right.
So I think, I actually think it's important from an inflow perspective. I think inflows will be somewhat suppressed until that risk is removed from the market, because there is a perception that if we don't get that, the regulatory future of crypto in the US is more uncertain. And that probably affects Solana more than like Bitcoin, right? Because you're building real world use cases. So the regulatory posture matters. So when I think about what prevents them, it's that more than anything else.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is just time. They just don't have much time to learn about things. So, but I really think from a short-term perspective that do we see market structure pass before the US midterm elections will be the determinant on whether, from my perspective, we certainly go to new all-time highs next year, or whether there is some choppiness in the market.
Very, very interesting. I think we spoke with Anthony Scaramucci yesterday. He would likely echo your sentiments on that.
Yeah.
You speak about choppiness. If we go back a few months, we had the biggest liquidation in crypto history. Do you think there's still some contagion hiding in the causes of that event?
Well, I don't know is the answer, but I'm glad you bring it up, because I think it's one of the reasons I expect the market possibly to be choppy through the end of the year. There are these two forces that crypto investors are worried about from my perspective. It's people trying to front run the 4-year cycle, which you can do until the end of the year, and then it's too late. And it's worries about bodies emerging from the 10/10 liquidation event. If bodies are going to emerge, chances are they want to wrap up by year end. They don't want another set of legal documents. They don't want another set of tax filings. So there is like some risk of bodies emerging to the surface as we get towards year end. Once those pressures are removed, I think you're going to see the impact of inflows trying to sort of steadily push the price up. So choppiness through the end of the year, and then we're very optimistic for Q1.
We were very optimistic for Q4. I remember a few months ago, the argument was, and it seemed totally logical at the time, that the debasement trade would essentially force many asset managers to say to their clients, hey, look, we understand risk on assets. We think this is a sort of general trend, and that capital would continue to flow. In fact, inflows would accelerate into assets like Bitcoin and trickle down perhaps into Ethereum and Solana as well. That hasn't necessarily happened. We've seen sort of quite the opposite in terms of price action. Obviously, 10/10 played a role in this. The government shutdown played a role in this. But still, we have this divergence, as we've described, of crypto Twitter sentiment and institutional investor sentiment. To what extent are we confident that that's now going to be a Q1 rally versus we still need to see this regulatory clarity before we see a rally?
Yeah, I think the regulatory clarity is really the starting gun of when all the major risks are removed. So we talked about those two risks, front running the 4-year cycle, the 10/10 liquidation. I think those peel off at the end of the year.
Right.
But it is the market structure bill that I think will be all clear signal. You'll start to see the market pricing in the probability of success as that goes up. We actually got some relatively good news today from insiders on progress that the group has made toward getting that over the line. So it's not like the market won't rally until that happens. Of course, markets are anticipatory, but I do think that before it's all guns blazing going higher, I think that you need to see that market structure.
Very, very interesting. And Finn, yesterday you were asking some of our guests to what extent the midterms pose a risk to that as well, right?
Totally. I mean, for what, if it doesn't happen by like May or June, it's not going to happen. And I do think because the politics of the midterms is uncertain, if it doesn't happen for this Congress, it's unclear that it will happen in the new Congress. So I actually I think it's really important that we get this done in the next 6 months and get it embedded into law, because the positive regulatory aspects are just sort of regulatory. They can shift with a new administration. They can shift with new politics. So I think it's really important. Yeah.
To what extent do you think the current administration, let's say Donald Trump more specifically, his family's involvement in crypto, digital assets, more broadly speaking, they're involved in many, many projects. To what extent is that involvement going to encourage him, do you think, to really get this over the line?
I think it obviously he's made a commitment to crypto. Crypto rewarded people who were pro crypto in the elections. I think that's positive. I also think, his family faced debanking and sort of felt those challenges. So I think they're aligned with that philosophically. But look, it is bipartisan, right? People forget this. Like the Genius Act was the third most bipartisan bill in Congress this year.
Which is fascinating to think how far we've come in such a short period of time.
It's absolutely amazing, but that's because so many people in the US own crypto, right? More people have crypto than have dogs. It's a big deal in the US.
That's an interesting fact. I didn't know that.
It is.
It's a very real world
Yes.
that you can visualize.
I use that all the time with financial advisors, because they're like, none of my clients have crypto. I'm like, do any of your clients have dogs?
Yeah.
Of course they have dogs, and of course they also own crypto. So they're millions of Americans. So I do think it has a very good chance. And Democrats want it, and Wall Street wants it, and crypto wants it. So I'm optimistic, but we do need to see it get done.
So the 4-year cycle at this point, is it a myth?
Yeah, completely dead. It was true. It's no longer true. The forces that caused it are no longer relevant. And now we have these new forces of institutional adoption. I think 2026 is an up year. So we'll drive a dagger through the heart of the 4-year cycle, and we'll never have to talk about it again.
Raoul Pal has an interesting theory on this as well, is that in this particular instance, it's been elongated due to not just liquidity, but also the business cycle. Do you agree with that, or do you think there's maybe more or less?
Yeah, I mean, well, I do think liquidity is an aspect. When I look at the 4-year cycle, just to dig into it for a minute, I think about what drove it past. It was the Bitcoin halving.
Yes.
It was interest rates, and it was sort of blow-ups in crypto, right? Those were the three things. The Bitcoin halving is definitionally half as important every 4 years. So at this point, it's just not that much Bitcoin. It doesn't matter that much. It's not as important as it was 4 years or 8 years ago. Interest rates are going sideways or down. They went way up in 22. They went way up in 2018. So that is not, and blow-up risk is substantially reduced because we have a more positive regulatory environment. We're not going to get an FTX. We're not going to get a Mt. Gox. Yeah. I wish this were but I think it has been substantially reduced. The space is more institutional. It's more established. So I think the blow-up risk is much lower. So those three forces just aren't as relevant as they were in 22 and 2018. And on the other side, you have 21 straight days of inflows into BSOL, right? You have you have ETFs that buy more than 100% of the supply of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. So there is net negative supply in all of these markets, and that's going to accelerate next year. I just don't see how the 4-year cycle repeats. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
So moving forward, does that look like absolute maturity, wherein we have higher lows and lower highs, and we enter just a much more stable price action moving forward?
I think it's grindy. That's my expectation on price. That doesn't mean we won't have 20 or 30% pullbacks. I think there's still substantial upside. You don't get return without risk. But I think the days of 70% pullbacks are over. I think it's going to be grindy, and that may be frustrating to crypto Twitter for what it's worth. It may be just slow and patient and up and to the right, but there's still a huge amount of upside. We're still so early. I shared this slide the other day about the relative size of these markets, which I think is worth, we think of crypto as big, it's $3 trillion. We think of Solana as big, it's what, $70 billion. The global equity market is 110 trillion. The global bond market is 150 trillion. It is orders of magnitude bigger. So we still have a long, long way to grow. But yeah, it won't be as volatile as it has been. It's going to be more grindy and up and to the right.
It always gets put back into perspective, when if NVIDIA does a 5% move, and that's the entire market cap of Bitcoin itself,
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I mentioned this yesterday. ETFs added $4 trillion in assets last year. That is more than all of crypto, right? So the scale is just really, really big. And we're still super early in crypto, which I think sometimes we forget.
We absolutely forget that. It's so easy to lose track of size and scale. When you're in a place like this, you think, oh, we've made it. It can't get any bigger than this. You've got, $1.6 trillion asset managers. You've got $5 trillion asset managers. Surely this is the ceiling, but we're not anywhere near that, are we?
Nope, not anywhere near that.
No.
It goes much higher still.
I want to end on a very, very bullish note. It looks like the 2026 conference location is about to be announced on stage. I'm visibly excited about this. But for you, Matt, what is the single most exciting development that we can look forward to in 2026 in terms of where Solana might be going next?
Yeah, I think it's going to be twofold. We're going to see market structure regulation go through. And then I really think we're early in the phase of a million interesting applications. I think even crypto natives understate how much crypto was suppressed by the regulatory pressure. That was released a year ago. You can imagine really smart people now feel comfortable to build in this space. So I hate to say something that I don't know specifically what happened. I can't point to this, that, or the other, but I think we're going to see the entrepreneurial energy that was released when regulation was lifted from its oppressive state start to bubble up in exciting new projects. Another way of talking about it, just to close, 3 years ago, we talked about crypto. It was mostly about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Today, we talk about crypto and it's Bitcoin and stablecoins and tokenization. I think what we're going to see in 2026 is there's like an infinite number of those interesting applications that have real world scale. And I'm just really excited about it.
I think we're also super, super excited. It feels bullish. I mean, your price action, we were joking earlier, price is so 2024. It's all about the fundamentals. Finally, that's unfortunately all we have time for. Matt Hogan, thank you so much for making time to chat to us on SolanaFloor. We will be in touch. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
An absolute pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone watching at home, do not go anywhere. We are going to be right back with you with, of course, the man who made all of this institutional adoption possible in 2025. It is Nick Dukoff joining us from Solana Foundation. I think he's getting mic'd up now. Super excited to chat to him. And just behind me, I don't know if you can hear this, but on stage, Raj and Toli and Mary from Loopscale, who we spoke to yesterday, are discussing, among many, many things. Hello, Nick Dukoff, please join us. They're discussing, among many other things, where the next Solana Breakpoint conference, I think, is going to be held. We're joined by Nick Dukoff.
Hey, how's it going?
Nick, how are you, sir? How's it going?
Good morning, GM. How's everybody doing?
GM, we are so excited. We've been trying to understand where this institutional adoption journey of Solana has been going, but I want to start by echoing some of the sentiments of people that have been commenting and people we've been talking to, which is a congratulations to you, sir, for making all of this institutional adoption possible. I feel like this is sort of your conference.
No. As Lily said and Akshay at the opening yesterday, Solana Breakpoint is a celebration of the ecosystem, and over 7,000 people are here from over 100 countries, and it's every one of them and the two of you that make this possible.
However, I feel, at least in my experience, having $1.6 trillion asset managers in a small glass booth talking to us, having $5 trillion asset managers announcing things at Breakpoint, alongside the degens, alongside the Solana OGs, that's something worth celebrating in and of itself, surely.
I'm really happy where we are. There's always more work to do. The original vision, of course, of Toli and Raj, who are talking right behind us on the main stage at Breakpoint, is on-chain NASDAQ. We now talk about this as internet capital markets, and
on having t-shirt as well. Yeah,
love it. And obviously having folks like State Street and JP Morgan and Franklin Templeton and Van Eck and on and on and on, Fidelity, certainly makes that easier, and we're getting closer and closer. But I was joking with Raj the other night that it's like asymptotic, right? We never get there because there's always one more hard quarter.
So is BlackRock the final boss battle then?
Well, BUIDL is on Solana, right? There's already, I think, 100 million plus of BUIDL on Solana, maybe more, and I know that number's growing. Like to think we'll have $1 billion of BUIDL on Solana at some point soon.
That's through their partnership with Securitize, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it really speaks to the competitive nature of Solana as well. It's that Kobe Bryant job's not finished attitude to always push through, always reach that next ceiling. ETF inflows have been incredible. We're approaching 1 billion now. Phenomenal. We just had Matt Hogan on. What is the sentiment looking like? We had 22 straight days of inflows. Do you consider that's going to kind of continue to be strong for the remainder of the year?
Obviously investors have wanted exposure to Sol, the asset. Prior to the Trump administration, we couldn't really talk about Sol, the asset. It was always, blockchain, not crypto. And obviously, this has been an incredible year for Solana on so many different dimensions, on the tech, on the ecosystem, institutional adoption, but also with Wall Street now bringing the asset, to the mainstream, retail and institutional customer base via ETFs has been huge. And of course, Bitwise was the first out of the gate. They were really clever in the way that they did that during the government shutdown, which was freaking awesome. And it was just such a special moment to be there to ring the bell with them. And Toli and Raj came in to New York for that. And then, followed that up with so many more issuers, Grayscale and Franklin Templeton and VanEck and Fidelity. Some of the biggest names in the world are saying that they want to put their brands behind Solana, and I think that's really exciting to see.
Absolutely. A big part of it, though, because Solana Foundation has been there obviously since the beginning. They were very deeply involved in the DeFi side and the on-chain side and that very retail user-based side. And we're almost kind of veering away to that into a more institutional focus. So how do you kind of bring balance between the two worlds and ensure that Solana is still for everyone in that environment?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone includes retail and institutions, right? Everyone is everyone. When we talk about, our vision, all assets, everyone on Earth, single liquidity venue. I mean, all assets is all assets. Everyone is everyone, right? That's 8 billion people. There's about 80 million monthly users on Solana today. So we're 1% of the way there.
Yeah. Wow. So the job is by no means done.
Absolutely not.
No. I just by the crowd behind me, I see London.
Yes,
I see a London montage. Can we leak this? I feel like
no, it's London Breakpoint 2026, mid-November.
During my birthday as well.
Bring your umbrella, but it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Exciting. London 2026. You heard it here first. If you're watching this live, super excited for that. We were trying to speculate. So before the live stream started, before the main stage discussions were on, we heard them talking. They mentioned the word California, and we thought, oh my God, is it going to be California? We don't particularly want to fly to California, do we? But London is a lot more accessible for us. We live in Europe, so I think we're both very happy.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I mean, every year this conference just gets better and better, right? I mean, to think about, where we were after FTX to 2023 in Amsterdam, which just really felt like a much, kind of smaller, more intimate, but still, I think there were 3,000 people there last year. In Singapore, I think we had close to 5,000, and now this year with 7,500 here in Abu Dhabi from all over the world is just incredible to see.
Yeah. So one of the big narratives that we've had through 2025 has been RWAs, and you've played a critical role in that in bringing treasury funds on chain. The market is exploding for RWAs on Solana, but we're still leagues behind Ethereum in that term, in terms of TVL, in terms of adoption. How do we broach that gap? Is it a question of time? Is it a question of trust? How do we catch up?
Yeah, I mean, so obviously Ethereum has a 5-year head start on Solana on all aspects. That said, there wouldn't be Solana without Ethereum, right? If there wasn't the first smart contract chain, there wouldn't be the best smart contract chain, which is Solana. And so I think, the RWA is growing very fast. I suspect we'll be in the billions for sure next year. Just to talk about, a couple of the announcements yesterday, State Street issued a liquidity fund on Solana, tokenized by Galaxy. And the exciting thing about that is State Street is what's known as a GSIB, a globally systematically important bank. And they chose to issue on Solana first. It's actually the first time a GSIB has chosen to issue on Solana prior to either their own private network or Ethereum. And so I think that just shows that Solana is now in that pantheon with Ethereum as like the most critical infrastructure for institutional use cases. And then later yesterday, at the close of business New York time, while we were out, hopefully enjoying ourselves with others in the community.
We were right here talking to Mike Reed from Franklin Templeton.
Awesome. Mike is a good friend. Love Mike. Thanks for doing that. JP Morgan announced that they did a $50 million commercial paper trade on Solana mainnet. And the reason that's important is JP Morgan is the largest bank in the world. Not only are they the largest bank in the world, they're also incredibly sophisticated with respect to blockchain. They have a huge team, previously called Onyx, now Connexus, where they built their own private blockchain. And yet they chose to do this trade on Solana. And I just think that shows that if it's good enough for JP Morgan, it's good enough for literally every other financial institution in the world.
Particularly considering Jamie Dimon's extremely hostile statements in
He's
the past.
come around. He's come around. He's come around.
And if he can change his mind, surely we can make miracles happen in this ecosystem, right?
The famous IBM saying nobody got fired for buying IBM. Nobody got fired for tokenizing on Solana. And now I think more than ever, we're here, we're ready. We're going to see more institutions choosing to build on Solana. But we're just getting started.
I want to talk about tokenized equities. We said tokenization there a few times, so I'm triggered by this. Now, the context for my question is that 95% or up to 95% of tokenized equity volumes have been on Solana in recent times. Obviously, Solana is much more of a retail-focused chain than others. But if we talk about tokenization, we talk about RWA proliferation. In the same breath, we often talk about institutional adoption. So we've been asking a few of our guests. We've got some interesting responses. To what extent are we sort of losing that retail focus when we bring institutions on board?
I think it's and. You asked a similar question earlier, and I don't think this is a tension. I think this is an and. And if you think about how markets work today, look at the success of Robinhood, right? Mm-hmm. That is predominantly a retail trading application. For brokerage, when you look at Fidelity or Schwab, those are both institutions and retail, right? And ultimately, folks are buying and selling NVIDIA or IBM or whatever stock every single day. And, there's institutions on one side of that trade, retail on the other. And so I think it's both. I think you want both. And I think the cool thing about Solana is it's the only chain that has both institutions and retail.
I think some of our followers on crypto Twitter might point out the fact that, yes, but when Toli and Raj shook hands with Jim Cramer, prices started cracking. So,
oh God! In hindsight, it was good for the lore.
Yeah. It was a good photo op. I think not great for our bags.
No, but I think we're steering away from crypto Twitter being this barometer of what is the common sentiment towards crypto.
Yeah.
I think that maybe that was the case 4 years ago, but I think our vision has expanded since then.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely moving in the right direction, if you ask me. Project Crypto, the SEC. Do you feel strongly about it? Obviously, we've come such a long way since Gary Gensler's extremely combative regime, where people were getting, debanked left, right, and center. Businesses were afraid to operate in the US. They were moving overseas to places like this, where the VARA, the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, and the ADGM were a lot more welcoming, a lot more collaborative. We've obviously moved beyond that, but how exciting is Project Crypto to you?
I mean, it's insanely exciting. To see where we are today from where we were a year ago is just incredible. And the SEC issued a no action letter to the DTC just today, allowing them to now move forward with tokenizing everything in the US. The DTC settles $4 quadrillion worth of public equities trades a year.
It's a lot of zeros.
And they have folks here at Breakpoint. So they're experiencing, everything that Solana has to offer. And I think, I'd love to be able to say, one day that, you see more and more of not only US public equities, but global equities trading on Solana. Remember, all assets mean all assets.
So the ADGM was on stage yesterday. I'm guessing you've had conversations with representatives from the ADGM. They were also sponsoring the Abu Dhabi Finance Week event that we were at a couple of days ago. I assume you were there as well. Totally was. Soulmate had its own sort of booth, marquee there. I thought it was fascinating to see the amount of Solana representation at an event like Abu Dhabi Finance Week, which is such a TradFi institutional and regulatory focused event typically. How do you feel about that? The amount of Solana representation there?
I mean, it's just incredible. I pinch myself every day. It's like hard to believe where we've come as an ecosystem. But just think about it. There's 105 countries represented here at Breakpoint. That means that there's 105 countries with people that are shilling Solana. And so Solana is global as well as local. So here we can come to Abu Dhabi and Dubai and see Solana represented strongly here. You could go to Singapore, you can go to London, you can go to New York, you can go to San Francisco, you can go to virtually every major city in the world and over 100 countries and see Solana represented there. And, I think it's our job, to continue to, bring more along the journey. Because once somebody uses Solana, and even if they're not knowing that they're using it, they feel the speed of and power of a financial internet, and I think that's the vision for what we're trying to build. And you guys in particular, are such great contributors to the ecosystem, and you feel this, but it's also more than that. It's more than just a tech platform. It's a community. And I think that's the thing that really brings everyone together and makes us able to show up at something like ADFW as if, we had the whole weight of the world there, because Solana is everywhere.
How defensible is that mode? Because we talk a lot about speed and throughput and accessibility. What if, God forbid, 2 years' time, some new chain comes out and it's faster or better for whatever reason? How do we...
There have been many such cases.
Okay, so what's the thing that keeps people coming back to Solana in that?
We worry a lot about this, Nick. Comfort us a
We
little
want to
bit.
have that long-term...
Yeah, listen, only the paranoid survives, so it's the right feeling to have, is to be, thoughtful and vigilant about competition. Ultimately, I also think it's important to do your thing and just keep doing it. And I think Solana has, from its inception, had a very unshakable vision that we continue to march towards. Whereas, competition can come in on a single axis. They may, flex Canton with privacy right now, or Hyperliquid with perps trading. And, we've seen this over and over and over again. They come in, with a single focus. And by the way, if you look at the innovator's dilemma, Clayton Christensen, this is the story of technology, right? You see a technology, it adds features over time to satisfy more and disparate types of customers, and then somebody else comes out with something that's a bit simpler and focused, for a narrower set of customers, and ultimately then it goes along its own journey. I think the way that Solana persists and is able to continue to grow in the face of increasing competition is we're very responsive to that. So let's just take Hyperliquid as an example. Why is Hyperliquid done well? It's very, very fast. Centralized, right? That's why it's able to be so fast. Okay, cool. Alpenglow, right? Alpenglow is going to ship, in 26, and this is going to reduce settlement finality from 400 or 500 milliseconds to under 200 milliseconds. Snap of the finger. Now all of a sudden you've got the whole economy of Solana at the speed of something like Hyperliquid, but decentralized. And so I suspect that will win, right? And so we saw Ellipsis, Eugene, talk about Ellipsis yesterday. I mean, obviously we've got Drift. There's no doubt in my mind that, Solana will win, because we keep innovating and keep getting better. There's this mindset that I think Solana has, and it's, I really do think it's because of Dole and Raj and the culture that they set, not only within Labs and Foundation, but the broader community, which is that one more hard quarter mentality, right? Just, you got to keep grinding, you got to keep building, you got to keep getting better. And, it's just, I think, built into the fabric of our ecosystem. I mean, JP Morgan, right? JP Morgan is big news. In my opinion, it's the single biggest thing that has happened in kind of the institutional story of Solana. There's many stories of Solana, but in the institutional story of Solana, the JPM issuance on Solana is, I think, the biggest. You know what? I'm back to work today. We're gonna keep building and keep bringing more folks and keep going deeper, because can't stop, won't stop.
Do you have a wish list just before we get that sort of journey of back to work today?
Listen, NASDAQ, we got to get NASDAQ.
Right. Yeah.
So is that the North Star? Is that the vision, to not kind of spread out and go jack of all trades, master of none, and serve general purpose, or is the the NASDAQ on train still the hyper focused vision?
I mean, all assets, all global market participants, single liquidity venue. It's really that simple, and that just means more assets, more people, better, faster, cheaper.
You see it right here, internet capital markets.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's on people's hats. It's on the merch that we're seeing. By the way, on a slightly lighter note, I have a bit of a spicy question for you. But how amazing is the merch here? I think Solana conferences
good.
do merch so much better than
So
most
good.
other conferences.
I'm so grateful. I was walking in early this morning. We were recording a podcast with Bird Eye, and Amal and Johnny from Solana Spaces caught me, and they gave me like the sickest Solana windbreaker. And
We're gonna have to get our hands on one of those.
Yeah.
man, I'm just so pumped. It'll be perfect for London in November.
Exactly.
It'll be
Exactly.
perfect for London in November next year.
Well, we just got some hoodies thrown at us as well. And
nice.
I have to say that the merch here is absolutely amazing. But okay, I'm gonna
Undefeated. Perena, in my opinion, also is like
The kimono was gorgeous.
Well, they have.
they're next level.
Yeah.
With merch.
We're trapped in this box. Not to say I'm not loving it, but we do need some merch. So if you're watching this, please send us all your merch. We'll try and discuss it on the stream as well. Okay, I'm going to shift the mood a little bit. I apologize for this, but you're talking about one more hard quarter. It was a pretty difficult quarter. 10-10 sort of set the tone, I think, for it. We were discussing with Matt Hogan earlier, to what extent do we expect contagion to spread? Maybe some bodies are going to wash up on shore.
I think they would have.
They would have
I
already.
think that was a lot of chirping. I don't know. Listen, crypto's volatile. The end. Crypto is volatile. I mean, it goes up, it goes down. But the thing you got to remember is forget price. And just look at the incredible amount of growth in the application ecosystem, institutional use cases, in the core tech. That's all going up into the right.
Yep.
Everything else follows.
So we're not too concerned. Is the sort of overall thing?
I'm not losing any sleep.
Okay.
If 2025 was the year of institutions, of TradFi involvement, of ETF stats, what is 2026? What's the story of 2026 in Solana?
Yeah, I think it's got to be growth of all of the key metrics, right? I'd like to see Solana continue to grow on stablecoin, on payments, and on institutional RWA. And I think if we continue to do the things we're doing, that's going to happen just organically. And I think that's the most important thing to remember about the Solana ecosystem is the Solana Foundation, quite small. We're only 70 some odd people.
And getting smaller?
Well, the final closing keynote of last year's Breakpoint in Singapore was, should we shut down the foundation?
And I do have very strong feelings, I must admit, about
you want to fire
discussion. Me? Quite the opposite, I think. So when this discussion came up, it was Dan Albert was making very solid arguments. I think ideologically, even outside the Solana ecosystem, as far as governance goes, it's a great line to follow. But surely we're not there yet. I mean, I look around now, and I don't think there's any way we could be organizing this event in the Etihad Arena without the amazing work that's being done by Foundation.
Yeah, you know how many people are on the events team at Solana Foundation?
I want to say less than 10.
2.
Immense.
Well, that's a two-man army.
Yeah.
Woman.
2 women, gender neutral, but
yes.
Ellie's
Listen.
Shout out to Ellie. This is absolutely insane.
Incredible event.
The GOAT. She's amazing. But Amy too. But the thing about the Solana Foundation is we want to have the widest thumb on the scale possible. And Toli was just saying, he's like, listen, I hope next year I don't have to be up on stage at all. He's like, I just want to be here hanging out, watching,
Is that why he's growing the beard? He's like, just blend into the background.
And, I think that is the ethos, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, how can we, contribute, but have it compound organically, right? How can we, kind of maybe slightly, kind of nudge something in a direction that can then, kind of take on a life of its own. But that's always the goal is, how can we grow, help the ecosystem grow, while having, the lightest thumb on the scale possible.
So if we take that into the account of the jobs not finished mentality, what does Solana community need to do to kind of carry that torch and relieve some of that?
You're doing it, honestly. You're doing it. You're showing up. You're building. You're shilling. Just keep doing more of it, and we've got to keep bringing more and more people into that ecosystem. 80 million is great. I want to see 800 million. I want to see 8 billion. And, this isn't going to happen overnight. But, we're building, we're thinking decades, not minutes or days.
So we're overall bullish. price is a thing of last year. The fundamentals are strong. The institutions are here, and that's also now positive. All sort of moving in the right direction. But there's got to be, in your mind, a set of objections, issues, problems that are raised by your TradFi counterparts, let's call them, when you talk about Solana, when you shield Solana, and you talk about the potential and the optimism that exists here. There's got to be a list of, I'd say probably a long bullet point list of things that they bring up and say, yeah, but here are some of the reasons, the reservations that I have. What are those, and how do we overcome them?
Yeah. So, there's kind of like two tracks. There's like, okay, one track is I'm building on the blockchain for the first time. We do really well there. Like, let's use State Street as an example. If I'm like, I want to be on chain, I'm an institution, I want to be on chain, I haven't built anything yet. It's, now effectively 2026. Solana has got to be on your short list. It's got to be like on the top of your short list.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. The good news is there's way more institutions that have not done anything than those that have. So first of all, we are incredibly well positioned to win the huge number of institutions that are just coming on chain for the first time.
And that's larger than the number of institutions.
Way larger.
Yeah.
But for the institutions that built somewhere else first, like let's take JP Morgan as an example, they almost necessarily are EVM. Almost necessarily. Because if you were building something on a smart contract chain and it's not Solana, almost by necessity it was EVM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we still have work to do to bring folks along that are less familiar with Solana. There's this kind of fear that they have of the unknown. They're like, well, I know Solidity, I know smart contract development on Ethereum, I know ERC tokens, but they don't know Solana, they don't know SPL, they don't know token extensions.
Not yet.
In some cases. But then what we find is, again, let's take JP Morgan as an example. They, roll up their sleeves, they read the docs, and they're like, holy shit, this is way easier than I thought. And we're actually working on a case study right now to show what the power of token extensions, which using the program, you can deploy a token like JP Morgan did without any rust, without even having to have an independent audit, because the program is reusable, audited, bulletproof, easy to build. And that's the beauty of token extensions, is it makes it so easy to build permissionless tokens on the public permissionless network. And I think, if JP Morgan, and again, they're incredibly well-resourced and sophisticated, but, they figured it out quite quickly and did it quite elegantly. And so I think we are increasingly building a pattern and reference implementations for EVM shops who are now coming to Solana. I know this is being live streamed, and I don't want to reveal news, but
you're more than welcome to take anything.
Because it's already on the schedule. I'll give another example is Wisdom Tree. So Meredith is here from Wisdom Tree. She was at a dinner I was at last night. They'll be announcing that they're bringing 13 or 14 funds to Solana, and again, they did it all in-house, and we're surprised how easy it was to build on Solana. So we just gotta continue to help tell that story that for those that have not ever built on Solana, Solana is a clear, obvious choice for institutions, and it's so easy to get started. For those that are already on chain and maybe more familiar with EVM, it's really not that hard to build on Solana. And I think increasingly they're going to see these large institutions, JP Morgan, Wisdom Tree, and others who have built on EVM come to Solana, and ultimately everyone will be on Solana.
I guess the next evolution of that is then what BlackRock and sovereign wealth.
Some of the ways
all assets,
all the capital,
all
in the world.
people in the world, single liquidity venue.
Just final question. We are going to end on an extremely bullish note, and we're going to be talking with Kristen Smith from Solana Policy Institute in just a moment, who was in the White House not too long ago representing us. When we talk about this journey, this development, I think it's difficult to get lost in all the different things that are happening. But from your perspective, having been there at the forefront, what would you say is the single most exciting development now as we go into 2026? Is it regulatory changes? Is it more institutions coming on? Is it institutions that have dipped their toes into Ethereum land and now they're coming to Solana land? Is it internet capital markets? Is it the fact that we're going to be in London next year for Breakpoint 2026? Is it really difficult for you to put your finger on it and say, this is what really gets me out of bed and makes me excited about Solana?
Man, there's so many things.
That's why it's a tough question, and we want to know.
I think, we've been hearing, for quite a while about Fire Dancer. We've been hearing about Alpenglow. I think we're going to see those live in prod in 2026. And I think, that is going to be enormous.
So the tech is still...
I think ultimately it's the tech that enables everything else on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the tech keeps getting better. You were asking about all the competitors, blah, blah, blah. Like, the tech keeps getting better, and we know Alpenglow and Fire Dancer, are going to add, resilience, speed, efficiency, throughput, security to the network. And, we'd like to see those running live in production. I would like to see those running live in production. And I think that's going to happen in 2026 and just make Solana even better and help enable, the growth of everything else behind it.
Excellent. Nick Dukov, unfortunately, that is all we have time for. Thank you so much for making time to chat to us on SolanaFloor. We're here all week, obviously, more than welcome to pop back in. Our next guest is Kristen Smith from the Solana Policy Institute. Nick Dukov, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy the rest of your time here at Breakpoint. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Breakpoint 2025 in the capital of capital. You can hear the man, the myth, the legend, Eno, the Chief Vibes Officer at Sanctum, screaming his lungs out on the main stage. We're chatting with Solana Policy Institute next. If you have any questions, pop them in the comments. We will do our best to raise them with our experts. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live with Kristen Smith. How are we doing? How are you feeling? So nice to see you.
Hi, I'm feeling good. I'm a little jet lagged. It doesn't seem to go away.
I can imagine. Unfortunately, it's going to be just as bad next year. We just heard that Breakpoint 2026 is going to be in London.
Yeah, that sounds like a big improvement over.
I guess a couple of yeah.
So we'll take it.
And it's not in the desert, but it might be rainy, so umbrellas are due, I think.
We can make that happen. We'll make
First impressions.
Swag.
First impressions from the desert, from the capital of capital. As somebody who's been leading the charge as far as lobbying and representing the industry, the ecosystem in the White House, among other places. You're here now. You're rubbing shoulders with trillion-dollar giants and the degens. What are you doing?
Well, it's so fun. It's easy to get lost in Washington dealing with policymakers. It's obviously much more fun and pleasant to deal with them than it was several years ago when we were having such an uphill battle with regulators. But for me, it is very exciting to be around people who are building on Solana, and the energy is fantastic here. It is a really good sense that we've achieved a lot as an ecosystem, and there's a clear pathway forward. And so it's a lot of fun, and I've really been enjoying it.
Absolutely. And as part of our institutional power hour this morning on day 2 of Breakpoint, we've been talking to, Matt Hogan from Bitwise was here. We had, obviously, the head of institutional growth, Nick Dukov himself was here. We've been asking people over the last few days, also at Abu Dhabi Finance Week, what they think of the idea that all of this institutional growth that we've seen in the last 12 to 24 months comes at the cost of the sort of core ethos and identity of the Solana ecosystem specifically. I know you have spent time working in different ecosystems as well, but the retail focus, that sort of ideological, ethos-driven adoption narrative of decentralize, disintermediate, all these values. Is it a bad trade-off necessarily, or from your vantage point, is it simply a part of the natural progression, the maturity of the industry as a whole?
Yeah, well, I think it's a sign of success, right? I mean, I think we want institutions to come in, and one of the things that, like, when we're looking at policy in Washington is we want to make sure that the new system we're building doesn't come at the cost of the values of what got us here, right? Like, we want to get rid of intermediaries. We want people to be able to transact directly. We want them to be able to hold their own assets. This is a really important, these are important values. And if we're just building the same old system again, then we're failing to do our job. And so,
we're I'm going to grab that from there.
This one's not working. Okay, sorry.
We don't want to ruin your dress.
I was saying such a billion
Apologies for that.
things.
Now you have your own microphone.
Now I have my own microphone. Okay.
Exciting.
Okay, sorry about that.
So the ethos doesn't necessarily have to be, lost in this maturity process. Essentially, is what you're saying. Which is a positive, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be lost. Now, obviously, in one of the cool things about Solana, like if you look at compliance, as we bring different markets that have different requirements on chain, there may be different ways that you have to interact with them, but we don't want to do anything that compromises sort of the core protocol or some of the core principles. Like we want this to be the marketplace for everything, and we want to be able to issue any kind of asset on Solana. And so I think that's going to be different depending on which market you're looking at. But yeah, no, I think it's exciting. The energy is good, and obviously the regulatory progress is been, I think, a part of what's gotten us here, but it's really the people who are here at this conference that are building on Solana that is making all of it work.
So when you speak with these policymakers and these regulators in the White House and the SEC, how interested are they in the decentralization aspect of this? Satoshi never would have wanted Bitcoin to be an ETF, and yet here we are with a huge spread of ETFs. What's the connect for them with that ethos?
Yeah, so it differs. I think that there are some policymakers, there's some in the White House, some on Capitol Hill, some of the regulators that really understand sort of the value of decentralization. But that is not a concept that comes naturally. Like if you think about how policymakers go about achieving their different objectives, what they often do is they try to regulate intermediaries. So when you get rid of that intermediary, it's very confusing to them. And it's actually one of the biggest challenges we have with particularly the legislative process is, for those who are new, their gut instinct is to force an intermediary in there so that they can regulate that. And we have to be like, oh, no, there are different risks here. Let's look at this from a different way. And we need to keep the intermediaries out of it. And so it's a challenge. But I think, we have some really strong champions on both sides of the aisle that do get it. And fortunately, like when it comes to policy making, you don't have to have every person in Washington that understands the details, but you have to have a core group that are willing to put in the time and effort. And I do think we have that. But more importantly, there's a whole infrastructure on the ground in Washington, D.C. There's us at the Solana Policy Institute. There's my old organization, the Blockchain Association. There, are hundreds of professionals that are working to make sure that we have the education, the foundational education in place that we need in order to get the policies done right.
And I imagine that gets exponentially more difficult when you have events like we saw in January with certain presidential meme coins.
Exactly.
How do you convince these people that this is a serious environment for things like that?
Yeah, interestingly, the meme coin doesn't come up as often as I thought. But if you step back, the president of the United States issued a meme coin on Solana. I mean, this is actually quite remarkable.
It's a great proof of concept.
Yes. But I think Raj and Toli were talking earlier about how most technology its origin is in entertainment, right? If you look at the internet, it was cats. If you look at NVIDIA, it was video games. I think it's not necessarily a bad thing that meme coins were the testing ground, because I think it shows that Solana is the fastest network in the world. It is, the most used network in the world because of meme coins, and that it's really had real life usage, real life test cases. And so I think, when we're trying to think about bringing other markets onto Solana, it's proof that it works. And so, but yeah, it's, we don't get much about the meme coins specifically, but there is often concern among policymakers, particularly on the Democratic side, just the sort of president's family involved in the business and the industry. And that tends to be more the issue that comes up. And if there are conflicts of interest there.
I believe you've looked into that quite extensively.
I have. I've done a lot of research on it. I'm quite a big fan of the political angles when it comes to it. That's why we were talking to Anthony Scaramucci earlier as well. He's a very outspoken, both critic and proponent sometimes of President Trump. Curious from your perspective, though, and by the way, I want to go back to something you said earlier, champions of industry and ecosystems. We forgot to do this, but congratulations to you and Miller.
Yeah.
Amazing work that you guys do at SPI.
Thank you.
You're literally in the White House representing all of us, and I think that deserves a mention. So I will ask you about that in a second. But you mentioned some of the reservations. Democrats in particular have come out and they've said, this is crypto corruption. He's not a crypto president. There's a lot of slogans flying around, but as somebody who's trying to, again, as Finn mentioned, convince the world and regulators and the White House that this is not a deeply unserious industry, as many people accuse us of being. To what extent does President Trump and his family's ventures get in the way of that? Not just the meme coin, which I guess is easy to sort of sweep under the rug as a bit of a jokey endeavor, but his involvement with finance, the pardon came up recently. There's a lot, it seems, that's easy to poke holes in and say, hey, look, this is cause for concern. To what extent do you feel that as a barrier to you doing your job?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I think we've had a lot of success on the policy front in 2025, despite the Trump family's involvement. Is it going to be a topic that is brought up against, particularly on the Democratic side against the president going forward? Absolutely. I mean, they're going to look at, every way possible to be critical of the president. So it certainly doesn't make our job easier as advocates. But that being said, I think, we were in a terrible place. We had Gary Gensler that was trying to contort the securities laws to take out all of the industry in the US. We were debanked as an industry across the board. Like, it was terrible. And I would take an overly enthusiastic Trump family about crypto like any day than to go back to where we were before. And so, I think this is like a relatively minor problem compared to what we had. I do worry that there is going to be attention to this that's going to complicate the efforts. But I think that's one of the reasons why we've been working so hard to get as many policy changes as we can into law or into regulation. And then, at that point, listen, when, JP Morgan is like doing stuff on Solana, like you're not gonna be able to undo that, right? And so I think, there's this kind of critical moment where, if we can, get more, sort of mainstream institutional adoption, that protects us politically because, people come to rely on it and you won't be able to undo it.
But I guess the flip side of that argument is, we were talking with Matt Hogan earlier, and he said that the midterms do pose significant risk in terms of some of the upcoming legislation. If we don't get that passed before the midterms and the midterms go the way we don't as an industry want them to go, then they might not ever sort of be passed. So where do you stand on that debate?
Yeah.
It's either now or never in terms of price specifically. I think the main impact will be on price in 2026.
Yeah, well, I think... So I have a little bit of a non-traditional view on the legislation.
We love that.
And
Hot takes
I'm going to
are more
get in
than
trouble
welcome.
for this. But listen, we got the Genius Act passed. Like, that is law. That is not going to be done.
Your efforts into that.
Pardon?
Congratulations for
Yeah, that was fun. I got to go to the White House bill signing ceremony. I haven't done that in my 25-year career in Washington. That means that Solana is not going away, right? Because there are stable coins that are federally regulated that are issued on Solana. So, that piece of legislation was a huge win in terms of like solidifying the role of like a layer one blockchain. Market structure legislation is underway. It is a hugely complex topic, way more complicated than the stablecoin issue. There are, they're trying to deal with the token classification issue. They're trying to figure out how new projects can do fundraising. They're trying to regulate the spot markets. They may or may not be trying to preempt state regulation. They've now brought illicit finance into this. They're looking at tokenization of securities as part of this. These are all in and of themselves like incredibly complex issues, and they're really difficult to get right. And so I think that there's a lot of work that's going on, but if you look at the stablecoin bill, the debate on stablecoins started in detail back in 2019 when Libra launched, before Solana existed. And
that was an interesting time. You were with the blockchain.
I was with the Blockchain Association then, and actually we were going up and trying to talk about this isn't actually very decentralized. This is different than other crypto.
That was a crazy time.
It was a crazy time, and market structure, that debate started kind of in 2022, but it's just not as far along in Congress. So, listen, I think the agencies, some of the biggest problems with crypto were because the agencies were misinterpreting the law. If you look at Gary Gensler, he was suing everybody, trying to be like, all this is securities. And he went to court, and you know what? The crypto industry won in court. And then, we get a more reasonable person in there, and they pulled back any of the pending litigation. If the SEC can go and do rulemakings, and the CFTC the same on the derivative side, and actually change, get into regulation these principles. A lot of the the work of the legislation. I think it'll narrow and be easier for Congress to tackle, so it won't be as many issues. But I think, listen, it's going to be Congress is working very hard. There were meetings at the White House yesterday on this. They really want to get this done, and they're really motivated. And I think that, I think there's still a good chance that we can get it done in 2026. But if not, I don't think it's the end of the world, because I think the regulators will step in and solve some of these issues and take them off the table.
You say it's not the end of the world. It might not be the end of the world for the industry, but I think a lot of the retail participants of Solana specifically would say, okay, but it might be the end of the road for us, at least for, this cycle or the foreseeable future, because, so much of sentiment on crypto Twitter is price driven. And I know that, you sort of think about the industry in a different lens typically. But I guess words of comfort for us as retail participants of the industry, what might the light at the end of the tunnel be in terms of the regulatory process, assuming things don't go great in the midterm?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you've got one more year of Republicans controlling the House, the Senate, and the White House. But you have 3 more years of Republicans controlling the White House. And so that means you have Chair Atkins at the SEC. He said he wants to get all equities and other securities on chain in the next couple of years.
That's huge, by the way.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
He's also said most tokens aren't securities. So there are
complete 180s from the previous.
Yes. And there are processes that he can do that can make those statements pretty permanent. And he's got 3 years to do those. So the midterm doesn't impact what the regulators do. But, the midterms could change Congress. I would say, though, we do have good champions on both sides of the aisle in Congress. So it's not like it was before, where Elizabeth Warren was sort of dominating the conversation. You have Kirsten Gillibrand from New York. She's fantastic. She really gets this space, and she wants to do things correctly. So I don't think a change of control is necessarily a deal breaker for getting legislation done. So no, I'm pretty
relieving.
Yeah, I'm pretty optimistic that we're gonna get all these problems solved.
We were a bit stressed after Matt Hogan said to us, it's make or break in April. We were like,
I know. I just
what do
talked
we
to
pack up
Matt,
the
and I
stream?
was like, Matt, we got to stop telling people this.
So we might pack up the stream, get the pitchforks, go to White House.
But listen, there's other issues out there too, like the treatment of staking rewards from a tax perspective. That's something the IRS can do today. We're working really hard to try to get that one done. There's other legislative issues that we could address on the tax side. So we're looking at this from a bunch of different angles, and we're trying to use whatever process is possible. But I mean, it's just night and day compared to where it was right now. I keep getting invited to White House meetings, White House Christmas parties. Like, I didn't go to the White House for 4 years when Biden was there, despite constantly asking for meetings.
I find that so fascinating. And if you don't mind, for all the people that are watching at home, I kept banging on, before you came on, about the fact that you had been in the White House, not just for the sake of it, but to represent the industry and as a sort of result of all the successful, lobbying that you guys have done with Miller, who I think you spoke to not too long ago, right?
Yeah.
Teleport us into the White House in that moment. There was a lot of crypto representation, but there was a lot of Solana representation as well.
Yeah, no,
What
we
was
had
the mood like?
Lily was in town. We were able to get her in as well. It was super exciting. Yeah, so Donald Trump knows how to put on a show,
doesn't he?
And I don't know if it is. Again, this is the only bill signing ceremony I've been in my entire career. It is very rare for legislation to get signed into law, but it was it was only about 150 guests from the crypto industry as a whole. And, you enter kind of on the east side, and there's this sort of long hallway, and there's like a little, a duet of string players. And then when you actually continue to walk into the White House, there's a quartet that's playing more music. And it's like a very kind of immersive experience. And then you get into the East Wing, which is beautiful. And you kind of go, and eventually you take your seats, and then all of a sudden they let the media in, which is about another 50 or so people, and they're all in the back,
rabid dogs.
Yeah, and then the members of Congress come in, and they've kind of got seats saved in the front row, and then the Commerce Secretary comes in, and it was. So I've been to 2 Taylor Swift concerts. This was more exciting than Taylor Swift, and I love Taylor Swift. And it was just this buildup of excitement. And then, they play Hail to the Chief, and Donald Trump comes in, and he's no farther than the guy standing right there. And he's just talking about making America the crypto capital of the world. And he's signing this bill and holding up the pen, and you can hear the it's so loud with a Sharpie. And I mean, I was like, how did we go from where we were to where we were today? Like, it's just been the most remarkable turnaround.
Yeah. You talk a lot about champions on both sides. You talk about, Republicans and Democrats and how they're all working together to make this happen. When crypto first started, it was based on financial inclusion, accessibility, democratization, and now we're kind of stepping into this hyper-financialization and capitalist world. Where does crypto sit on that left to right spectrum for you now, given the progress we've made?
I mean, I like to think I think it's a little bit more right than left, but there's a lot of sort of outcomes, that like when I think of crypto, I think of people being able to hold their own assets, to having more access to services. I think that it's lower cost. Like, I think there are a lot of things that appeal to Democrats that once they understand, they see, oh, wow, this is actually super democratizing. Like, we're trying to take the power from centralized, corporations and share the wealth across, with the users. And I think that that's like really powerful. So I do think when it comes to regulation, there tends to be, sort of on the sort of left side of the political spectrum, a desire to have more control and have a more sort of heavy hand. And I think that's where, the love of intermediaries is just a little bit greater. But if you look at the Republican side too, there's some like really strong like national security hawks on the right that really want to make sure that we're not being able to do too much globally. So I don't know, you kind of run into problems on both sides, but nobody ever goes from being like pro crypto to anti crypto in Washington. It's really only the other way around.
One-way traffic.
Yeah, it's one-way traffic, and there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of education. It's like a constant effort across the board. But no, I'm very optimistic that we're going to be able to come up with like a reasonable framework that will last for decades, and that this is a technology that you can't ignore. And I think there's realization across both sides that this is something that needs to be addressed. Whereas before there was sort of this like, oh, like we're going to ignore that and it's going to go away. It's not going away.
How do you try and stop crypto as an asset class from being weaponized as a propaganda piece by either side?
Oh, that's a good question.
Or singularity focus as well, I imagine.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I don't see them weaponizing it. I think I don't know if I've really thought about it from that perspective. I mean, I think elected officials in particular, and appointed officials who come from elected officials, they care very much about what people think. And so I think as long as the voters and the constituents across the country, are using crypto, are excited about a crypto and passionate about crypto, I think that will ultimately sort of trickle down into their thinking.
This evolution that obviously you've been a significant part of, going from extremely combative SEC regime where people were literally fleeing the country so they could continue operating their businesses, and many of them came here to the UAE with, you've got the VARA, Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, you've got the ADGM over in Singapore, you've got the MAS. To what extent now are we seeing a return of those companies, of those projects? And the main reason I'm asking is because yesterday we got news, and I'm going to make sure I get this right, that Binance received a full ADGM license. Circle received an Abu Dhabi license for full operations as money service provider here as well. So clearly there's a bit of competition. I'm seeing, who's the nicest regulator. Seems to be a reasonable competition to look at. Are companies now returning some or all of their operations back to the US? Can we be proud of this change yet?
No, I mean, I think we have seen developers come back, right? Because listen, if you're a centralized exchange, you're going to need licenses in whatever jurisdiction. You can't just pick up and go from one place to another. But I think it's the developers that just pick up their laptops, hop on a plane, and they can do what they do from anywhere in the world. And so we do seem to be getting a lot of that back. Like we see new companies that are headquartering in San Francisco or New York and actually trying to be in an office together again. Like it seems like we've come full circle on that. So we've looked into trying to quantify this. I don't have any numbers off the top of my head, but we're looking at actually doing something with my old from the Blockchain Association on this. But it does feel like people are coming back. But I think, seeing what's going on with, the Finance Week with Breakpoint here in Abu Dhabi, the UAE, I think, is trying to be very competitive and continuing to court these businesses. And I think we're going to continue to see that across the globe, because I do think is going to be a really important part of our financial system going forward. And they're going to want to have those jobs, but I think that's great, right? Like, competition is good. Like,
Absolutely.
I think we all, everyone here loves competition.
Forces us in the right direction.
Yes,
Definitely.
yes,
Yeah.
but it shows, how far behind the U.S. was, and I think, when we do things like pass the Genius Act, like, it goes noticed around the globe by regulators, and they're trying to figure out how to stay competitive, and make sure that their policies are, similar to those of the U.S. So I do think the U.S. has an important role to play on the regulatory front.
Speaking of competition, I think Eno's about to come back on stage, and we're going to be competing for sound.
Okay.
The energy that he has is like permeating through this glass box. But I want to obviously end on a very, very bullish note. And I know that Finn has another question for you. But we talk about all this optimism, institutional adoption. We had obviously retail adoption proved its case. We stress tested the network with Donald Trump launching a meme coin. It seems that didn't really deter lawmakers, regulators from thinking that this is a serious industry. We're moving generally in the right direction. Price tanked a little bit. Okay, it's not too bad. Surely there's still something we're missing. Surely from all the experience you've had as a regulator, as a lobbyist, both previously with the Blockchain Association and now with SPI, surely you can identify some things that we're still not quite getting right in Solana land. Well, what would you say those things are?
I know.
That's a tough question.
That's interesting. So actually, you want to know what I think the biggest challenge, and because I've been spending a lot of time thinking about this, so maybe this is just from my perspective, but crypto just works at a different speed and speaks a different language as a community, whether it be within Solana or within broader crypto. And the rest of the world doesn't move at that speed. Washington doesn't move at that speed.
People actually go to bed,
Yeah, it's institutions, markets close. Institutions don't work at that speed. And I think that one of our biggest challenges is we need to start to convey the value of like what Solana is in words and at a pace that people can understand. I mean, if you look at, like Merrill Lynch, for example, you can now put a very small % of your portfolio in a Bitcoin ETF, finally, right? Like that just happened like a couple of weeks ago. That is a baby step. And so there's a lot of education that we need to do to a much broader audience. And so we need to learn how to stop talking amongst ourselves and share that message with the world. I think about my boyfriend's dad, who's 80 years old, former like badass investment banker. And for many times when I see him over dinner, he's like, how is this Solana thing going? He's like, that's not backed by anything, right? And he's like, well, one day I walk in, he's like, printed something out. He's like, Western Union is building on Solana. I was like, yeah. He's like, everyone thought that was Western Union was going to die, and now it's being competitive. Like, and he finally got it, but it took like a Western Union announcement for him to kind of have that moment. And so I think we just need to figure out how to relate to people outside of crypto and just start figuring out on a larger scale how to convey what everyone is trying to build here and the value proposition.
So the JP Morgans, the Western Unions, these sort of big recognizable names being uttered in the same breath as Solana, I think is moving us in the right direction.
Yes. Yeah.
But the job's not done.
The job is not done.
We were speaking with Anthony Scaramucci yesterday, and he pointed to the passing of the Clarity Act as the opening of the floodgates where adoption comes through. Are we over-indexing on the importance of the Clarity Act?
I mean, listen, I think if done correctly, it could have a huge impact on that front. I do think that there are pieces of it that the SEC and the CFTC can do without legislation. So if we get those parts done, I think it will have an equally strong effect. I did not realize, though, if you look at like the Genius Act, what a big deal that was. Look at all the announcements that have come out around stable coins. And so I do think that getting a good bill signed into law would be a huge boon, but I don't think it's critical in order for that sort of institutional level adoption to take place.
Is it a good simplification to say that Clarity will do for a wider basket of crypto assets what Genius did for stablecoins?
I think so. Again, if done correctly. If done incorrectly, it could have a negative effect. So so it has to be written in a proper way that does support the ecosystem.
I feel like that could be a whole conversation in and of itself.
Yeah, we can go all day.
I know. It's great that we have people like the Solana Institute there to make sure it gets done.
Yeah. We want to make sure. It's very easy to mess these things up. But again, people are working so hard. They're burning the candle at both ends, and they're really trying to get this done. And I think, I don't think the crypto industry is going to let something slide through that has a negative impact. Like if it does get done, it will be good. And I think that, I think there's a decent chance that we can get that done in 2026.
I love that optimism. I really love the optimism. I want to end on an even more optimistic, positive, bullish, perhaps blindly note. What's the single most exciting thing that you're looking forward to in 2026 that you can leave us with, the sort of optimism going forward? Because obviously price action in Q4 wasn't quite as bullish as we expected it to be. Now we're sort of looking forward to April, to potential regulatory changes, but Q1 could still be quite bullish. What's really exciting you about next year?
Yeah, so I think what we're going to see out of the SEC is potentially an innovation exemption, but a rulemaking around tokenization, around bringing equities on chain.
Okay.
And I think if we update the rules, again, you don't have to change the law, you could just update the rules to do that. I think that's going to open the floodgate for upgrading all of the hundreds of trillions of dollars of assets around the globe to come on chain. And so
On Solana.
on Solana. So I think I'm most excited to see what the SEC does under his leadership.
Excellent. We could go all day. We could talk about all the Trump news, the meme coin news, the regulatory news, what it feels like to be in the White House. Unfortunately, Kristen Smith, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Really, really appreciate it. And don't go anywhere. We are going to be back in a couple of minutes with Rebecca Rettig from Gito Labs, who was previously the Chief Legal Officer at Polygon. We've also had the pleasure of speaking with her a couple of times.
She's fantastic.
She's absolutely fantastic, making regulation sexy since 2020. She absolutely loves talking about this stuff. It's her bread and butter. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All
Thank
right.
you so much. I'll take the microphone from you.
Okay.
Thank you. And enjoy the rest of your time here at Breakpoint.
I will.
Thank you.
Folks.
Thank you.
That was Kristen Smith, the Solana Policy Institute president, joining SolanaFloor to discuss all things regulation, all things Solana, all things institutional adoption, all things lobbying from the White House. He was in the White House with President Trump when the bill was being signed. And we are, of course, being joined by Rebecca Rettig.
Hi.
Hello, how are you? So nice to see you.
Good to see
Welcome
you.
to SolanaFloor.
Thanks for having me.
You're going to hold the microphone as well.
Amazing.
You have your own microphone as well.
I mean, I feel special.
Absolutely. So I want to start very high level. We're obviously here in the capital of capital. It's you got the $1 trillion asset managers,
Yeah.
the DATCos, the ETF issuers,
Yeah.
the degens, the DeFi OGs.
Yeah.
Everyone's here in the same arena, in the Etihad arena.
Yeah.
First impressions, thoughts?
So this is actually my first Breakpoint.
Welcome.
And yeah, thank you. The thing I felt yesterday was like, clearly Solana is where the future is being built in every way, shape, or form. Obviously, fine, internet capital markets, but I think markets for everything. And, as we've seen right now, we're in a moment of prediction markets, but I actually think that's like a precursor to markets on anything you want to think about, AirPods, shoes, and everything. And so we're going to see everything keep getting built out further and further. And I think
You're into prediction markets. Do we gamble on? Do we sort of get involved in the political outcomes?
You don't gamble, you
Oh,
predict.
definitely.
We don't gamble. We predict.
It's not gambling.
It's not gambling. I
It
know.
is a game of skill, not a game of chance.
We have rebranded. You're right. Not gambling. But personally, I love jumping on Polymarket with my friends and seeing what's going to happen with whether it's football, whether it's politics. It's a really fun way of, I think.
So I'm a little
predicting the future.
wonky. I actually like it from a transparency of information. Like I
Right.
actually think it really
Yeah.
goes with the cypherpunk ideals
For sure.
of having different people participate in our markets in a totally different way and having information come to us in a less filtered way. So I think it really goes with the ethos of crypto. So
Yeah.
that's
I mean,
why I really like it.
It did a
It must
better
be a
job.
legal minefield, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Can confirm. But it's cool. And look, I was talking about this a bunch because, when you're around Breakpoint, people ask you, like, how did you get into it and things like that. And I was a creator for a long time. I was a dancer, I was an artist and stuff like that. And obviously now I'm a lawyer. And I think working as a lawyer and an operator in crypto lets you bring a creative side of yourself back into everything that you do.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Last time we spoke, we were in Austin, I believe. I think it was late or mid 2023 or something. And I was saying, you know what, regulation maybe isn't the sexiest topic. And you cut me off and he said, regulation is sexy. And he went off on a rant and it was amazing. Is regulation still sexy in 2025?
We've all been doing regulation for so long, so regulation is like tiring a little
Yeah.
bit now. It is so. It is, because you're at the cutting edge of everything. And look, the regulation side for me is really sexy because, as I'm very public about, decentralization, permissionlessness, like what we came here to build is super sexy to me and really what it's all about. And so trying to stay true to cypherpunk ideals while also building the future and bringing everybody along with us is really hard and super exciting.
It is really hard, and we've been asking, all week we've been asking people, to what extent is it a problem, or have we lost touch with that sort of, ethos of decentralization, of disintermediation, the ideals that brought us all together, the institutional adoption journey. Has it come at a sort of negative trade-off? Are we losing our core identity? I think is something we've been asking. Got some very, very interesting questions as well.
Yeah.
Curious
from both sides of the fence. A lot of people see it's not one or the other. It's a collective
both.
movement.
Yeah.
It's both.
Some people have said absolutely not. It's fine because these systems all exist in their own sort of silos. They're just built on the same base layer, if you will. Curious what your take is as somebody who cares about decentralization and disintermediation.
I do. I care about it a lot. I think somebody asked me like, oh, where are we going to be in 5 years?
Who knows where we're going to be tomorrow?
So a little bit. And so that's what I think. Like, I think seeing how everything, I couldn't have told you or predicted what happened in the last decade in crypto. Some of it was, positive and some of it was negative, and it's always a surprise. And so I actually think there are enough of us who remain true believers. And I think you can stay a true believer, but also try to bring the rest of the world along with us. And that may mean taking dips and turns in ways that you didn't expect before. But I think a lot of us are all here for the reasons. Look, here's the other thing I'll say. The one thing that crypto enables is personal autonomy. And if you actually think about where the next generation of people and what they are going and what they really care about, they care about personal autonomy over assets, over data, over their creations, over all of that. And you're never going to get that without blockchain. You cannot do that in an intermediated system. And so, sure, maybe we're doing a little TradFi stuff here and there and getting assets.
Just a few $1 trillion asset managers.
Yeah, but I do think that from the autonomy piece and the cultural piece of it, the decentralization and permissionlessness is going to stay because that's what everybody cares about.
So part of that, if you're looking from the outside and you look at this blockchain world, there's, from a legal perspective, a tremendous amount of smoke and mirrors. In the last kind of week or two alone, we've seen something called fraud and a comms misstep in the same breath. How on earth do you police something that can be so variable based on what different people are saying about it?
I mean, the law is actually clear. And so what people say on Twitter may not, I know that's surprising to say, but those people may not actually be talking about what the law is. And maybe,
or know what the law is.
Correct. And, there's a lot of especially when you're talking about DeFi and stuff like that, what laws could we have? It's we have laws to hold people responsible for doing bad things. We kind of don't need new ones for that. So I'm not as worried about policing bad behavior because we already have laws that apply to a lot of the bad behavior we've seen. Some of it we might need some new things or some tweaks, but that's super wonky and super deep in the weeds and probably not that interesting for everybody.
I want to go back to when you first entered the Solana ecosystem.
Yeah. That was a year ago.
Right.
I accepted my Jito offer this time last year.
Right.
It was around Abu Dhabi Finance Week.
I recall, and I think we were in talks with the Jito team at the time. We spoke with Seg. I asked him about airdrops, and he said, "Oof, that's one of those things that I'm probably going to get into trouble if I talk about it too much."
That was before me, so he just knew.
He just knew. He just knew what was happening. But talk to me about that transition. Was it a bit of a culture shock in any way? Did you come into the ecosystem and think these guys have no idea what they can and can't say? No.
So first of all, no. Lucas and Zano are both great and amazing, and I've done less Twitter policing with the two of them than maybe my entire time, a short time. So, but I also don't really want to be the Twitter police. And I think, Lucas has a certain personality. I would say Zano walks a tighter line, and maybe I've been once hey, what about this? But let's Solana is a culture shock.
Right.
In an amazing way. First of all, you cannot miss it. You can't miss that it's totally different. It is the perfect symbiosis of Raj and Toli, I think. It is so top down. So you have these like deeply technical people with this very cool cultural bent. And there's also a capitalism around Solana that makes it like just, oh, I'm just building tech.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know you're building
things.
You can just do things. Yes, in Solana you really can just do things. And sometimes you don't even have to talk about doing things. I think in Solana there's less talk and a lot more doing things, and I really like that.
It's an interesting way of putting it. As long as you don't feel like it's something that you have to go out there and be like, dude, I'm gonna take over your X account. You can't be saying that stuff.
No, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm tired at this point.
Yeah.
Or maybe I've just gotten like really desensitized to it. And look, I think that certainly the change in regulatory environment lets you be a little more risk on. I'm not talking about like, you know, things where you can debate the legality of it, but and I think that I'm also starting to look at things more as an operator and less strictly legal. And building a business is hard. And I think when you come into an in-house role, you also have to think about like, how is the business going to grow, and where are your bright lines, and where do you give advice and then let the business take it from there.
So part of that, we talk a lot about culture, talk about, you know, Lucas and Zano just relentlessly shipping. And that's one of the mantras of Solana, you know, ship fast, break things, or move fast and break things. When you've got billions at stake now, how on earth do you kind of balance between the two and you maintain that mantra while also adhering to existing legal structures?
You know, I think for shipping software, there are standards in the space that good shippers adhere to, right? Code audits, testing in beta, slow rollouts, things like that. And I think Lucas and Zano are pros at figuring out how to get things into, especially because we're so deep in the stack, how to get things into Solana without breaking it, and making sure that things stay stable. So that's less legal and more tech, honestly. Yeah. And look, here's the thing I'll say generally about being a lawyer is like, you got to know where your lines are as a lawyer too. Like, fine, I want to see what the contract says about the code audit and who takes responsibility and stuff like that. But as long as you're doing audit, like, I'm not going to overstep. I need to make sure we're doing it. But there is, like, you're running a business. And I think people really need to be mindful of that too.
So what would be your line with the conversation we're going to have with Zeno later? Well, what am I not allowed to ask him?
Oh, ask him anything.
Okay, good.
That's the best part about Zano.
You heard it. We have a green light. We can ask absolutely anything. That's good. No one's
I don't know what his red lines are, but
I feel I got pretty close to one of his red lines last year when I was asking him in Crossroads in Istanbul about airdrops, and he swerved it once. Second time, he sort of looked at me and went, "You know what? I'm just going to tell you a story." And he told me a story about how the first airdrop that they did changed the life of a hot dog salesman or something in Southeast Asia, and like I thought that was a very touching anecdote. Yeah. But I felt, you know, this man has been trained on how to swerve questions. It's very good.
But what I'd actually say about Lucas and Zano, and like, especially when you're in these like weird market shifts and stuff like that, you really want to be building with high integrity people.
Absolutely.
And both of them I respect so immensely. So I don't know. Ask him whatever.
He swerved it skillfully.
I trust him. Tell him I trust him.
Yeah.
Be like, here, I'm going to ask you some hard questions, but your lawyer said she trusts you.
That might stress him out even more. You feel like you're actually watching on one of these live streams. Okay, so perception, language that we use. Okay, we've sort of moved away.
Do you know that I'm the craziest about language we use in crypto? I wrote this op-ed years ago that people were into then, but I still stand by now that we're like our own worst enemies based on the language that we use in crypto.
Absolutely.
Like, instead
throwing around it's crime season.
Yeah.
I
didn't mean that.
Oh,
I mean more like calling things money market funds on chain. It's like, that's not where we should be going. Or even like something as simple as wallet. Like, that has caused so much, I don't know, like consternation and stuff like that. So I think we need to be very intentional. Back in the day,
teams know this?
That I believe that?
No, that we shouldn't be calling things wallets.
We're there. So you can't roll things back. I tried to roll back algorithmic stablecoins and people were like, no. So
it sounds fancy.
Yeah. What should we be using instead if not wallet?
We're down. It's already there. You can't get everybody to shift their mindset. But like what I'll say is it's like very hard to convince people like it's just software and you can't regulate it like you regulate a bank or something like that.
But
Yeah.
you can sanction it, apparently. OFAC famously sanctioned the founders or core contributors of Tornado Cash. And that was a whole thing. We made a documentary about that a couple of years ago. So depending on who's doing the regulating, I guess you can sanction code. It's not necessarily always free speech.
Two different types of things. Here's what I'll say. Tornado Cash is a whole different thing. You can, as you said, you did a whole documentary on it. That's separate. They sanctioned code. Obviously, they rolled that back now.
They did.
But you're not sanctioning wallets as code. There are actually tons of wallets, no Solana wallets actually, only Bitcoin and Ethereum wallets on the sanctions list.
Fingers crossed it stays that way.
I know. And they're sanctioning the people and attaching the wallets of those people. So like if you're a bad guy and they know that's your Bitcoin address, they will say that's a sanctioned wallet because it's attached to a sanctioned person.
Does that become extremely difficult when people can have side wallets and symbols and they can, obfuscate as much as they like?
I mean, these blockchain analytics companies had made like a whole market out of tracing wallets that are attached to sanctioned wallets and hops and all of that sort of stuff. So sure, it's difficult, but on the other side, when you talk to law enforcement, FBI, whatever, they actually love it.
The transparency element.
The transparency of it, being able to track it, things like that.
Yeah, and I guess we're moving towards a highly sort of artificial intelligence driven future. It's probably going to be a lot easier for them to just train AIs to say, well, find all the transactions and map the likelihood of these people having interacted with sanctioned wallets, and maybe that's a problem in the future.
Maybe we're very far from that because I just spun up something with like an LLM and they told me it was 2024. So I'm pretty sure we're very far away.
I wish it was 2024. I think we're meme coins, but everything.
We're coming back.
We're coming back. We are coming back. You mentioned perception. You think a lot about perception. I think the industry's taken a few hits in terms of perception. Legally speaking, as far as the Democrats have viewed President Trump and his endeavors, and I think it all sort of started going downhill with his meme coin launch, and then his wife launched a meme coin, and then there was botting that was quite self-evident. People had sort of sniped the token launch. Not great optics. We go around joking about it's crime season, but the Democrats have come out and said, look, he might be the self-fashioned crypto president, and he might have all these crypto ventures, but obviously it is also crypto corruption. So from your perspective as both an operator and a legal professional, to what extent are we shooting ourselves in the foot by not, I guess, distancing ourselves from this, or can we distance ourselves from this? Where do you view that perception issue that's arising from President Trump's crypto endeavors?
If you believe in permissionlessness, you are not going to be able to distance yourself from it. I don't know if I think anybody, maybe some people are doubling down and supporting it and things like that. But before President Trump launched his meme coin, he also had launched trading cards and he had done that permissionlessly.
Shoes, stakes,
yeah,
Bibles.
everything. So there is a capitalism that's making its way on chain. So I don't know. And maybe that's not helpful, but I think crypto, we did this debate yesterday, right? About like, do you think crypto should have political alignment as a growth strategy? And the answer is of course not, because we would never have the Genius Act if we had only picked a side. And so even though it's been really hard to do things, regardless, US, UK, all over the place, you got to get into every room.
Yep.
And like we've seen, right, everybody's talked about this. Innovation has this curve where people are super resistant to it, and we're still there. So you got to keep pushing.
So would you say that within the legal community, there's still the vast majority of people are quite anti-crypto or very skeptical of crypto?
In the legal community, in the policy community,
In the legal community.
I think there are people who don't even know about it still, like just general lawyers, stuff like that. Maybe people know about Bitcoin.
Stable coins, they must have heard of stable
People
coins
know
by
about
now.
stable coins now. I mean, it's coming into like traditional vernacular, but I'd say the number of great lawyers who understand crypto is very small.
Right.
Is that a good thing? Do we want to sort of keep it in our own little bubble and stay away from my crypto, my ethos?
It depends. Crypto lawyering is as tribal as crypto itself.
Really?
Yeah.
That's fascinating. I wouldn't have expected that.
Yeah.
Lawyers are reasonable.
Tribal in what sense?
Certain types of structures, like do we believe in like Panamanian foundations versus Cayman foundations versus Swiss foundations,
Okay.
like that kind of stuff. There is also a really cool community around crypto lawyers too, and like we have our own Telegram groups.
Oh, really?
We do.
Oh, don't let us in there.
You're not.
Okay.
But so there is a community. We all do really help each other, but there is some tribalism too of like, oh my god, that was such a stupid legal structure, but same kind of thing.
Speaking of tribalism, you said earlier that it would be stupid for us as an industry to pick a side, politically
I
speaking.
don't think I said stupid, but sure.
I'm paraphrasing. I'm putting words in your mouth. I apologize. It would be not as smart as other alternatives.
Inadvisable.
However, during the last presidential election, we definitely picked a horse in the race. So, are we stuck with that until the end of the term? Or are we stuck with that until the consequences of the midterms become apparent?
I mean, the president's the president, so.
But he's the crypto president.
Yeah.
Quote, unquote, crypto president.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see what's happening in DC right now, where we're past genius and now we're doing market structure.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, inside baseball, like we're all engaging with both sides to get market structure across the line. And the questions around that are really hard still. And, we're on a totally different time zone. So when my day ends here, my day in DC starts, and doing a bunch of virtual meetings and stuff like that on both sides. I'll wake up to texts from people and various different agencies and stuff like that. So nobody's picking one side right now.
Okay.
Like to get everything across the line, we got to really be engaging.
Realistically, to what extent do you think it's the midterms are going to jeopardize that process? I know it's super hard. There's probably a prediction market for this.
Definitely.
Definitely. But put a number on it. Is it 60% likelihood of midterms going the wrong way, and then we've got to face even more hurdles?
I think
is it 40%? Is it
I think I mean, I am looking at like the data. I think that we're having another mini swing. We've had lots of these like really hyper large swings. I think we're having another mini swing. But I'm going to take it back to something that we talked about before, which is like people are having these swings. So they're like, who is going to be there for me? And I think if we can get the narrative across that like crypto is actually there for people, it's not going to be hopefully too destructive to the long-term process. But I think, look, you can see from everything that's happening on Twitter, Patrick Witt's engaging and things like that, and talked about, there was a White House summit yesterday. I'm trying to figure out the days since we're on the other side of the world, but yesterday, and a lot of us couldn't go because we were all
it's
here.
day 2 of Breakpoint. That's all that matters.
That's right. But yeah, it was funny because a lot of us who were like invited to go to this little mini summit about market structure were here. We're like, can we do it virtually? And they're like, no, show up or not. So we're like, well, we're not going to make this 15-hour flight back in time. But look, I think the White House is super motivated to get this done. And that was something they always wanted to do. So look, I'm hopeful we can get a really good bill across the line. Not just any bill, but a good bill. And it's very difficult.
This is a question I asked Kristen earlier. From a foundational ethos, crypto is, for me, quite leftist. It's about financial inclusion. It's about custody of your own assets. That has, I guess, switched recently to a more capitalized angle. Where does crypto sit now on that spectrum of left to right?
What do you mean? Like, where does the industry sit? Where does what we stand for sit?
Where does perception of the industry from the outside looking in?
Oh, I think perception of the industry sits on the right.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's necessarily true or right on some level. I think that, as I said, we're all engaging on all sides. And anybody who really cares just wants to see crypto be protected long term and let this industry grow. Like there are a lot of us who are like, we are engaging so that we can get to the right answer, not just any answer. And once there's a right answer, like I'm hoping to chill a little bit, not like chill from a work perspective. Obviously there's like jobs not finished. That's like Lucas's favorite thing. One more hard quarter, but that's like every quarter.
We asked exactly the same question to Nick Dukov. He also said, one more hard quarter. And, culturally, this, as you mentioned, comes from the top down, from Tony and Raj. Love that mentality, job's not done, get back to work. But it was a very, very hard quarter. If you think about, 10-10, potentially contagion, potentially bodies floating up. Legally, did anything sort of flash to you and you were like, oh my God, this is a problem? Or was it sort of more on the trader user side? What are your, now that it's kind of over, what are your views of that particular crisis?
I think there were some large players who were engaged in some part of the market, I can't figure out which, that may have flipped a little bit of a switch or flipped some switches off. Can't speak to what, I don't know what they did, and so I don't know the legal ramifications of that. And, you know, look, I think we've seen so many changes and fluctuations in the market. I actually think the existential feeling that we have on crypto Twitter is familiar. We've had it before. And I think every time people in crypto have to re-underwrite their thesis, it's a great thing because something new comes out of it. We come out even more energized. And when you've been in the real trenches, forget the trading trenches, but when you've been in the real trenches with people for so long, you just come out better, stronger, more reinvigorated. And so if you're sticking it out and building, talk to Zano about that. Because
we should.
Yeah.
We absolutely should. Yeah.
I think it's a really good thing.
Yeah, I think we should stop using this term trenches for this meme coin world.
I know.
It is such a degradation of what the actual trenches are for a lot of people.
Yeah, I do think we should stop using it for that because, like, the real trenches are, I mean, I used to say it, like, I was a litigator before I got into crypto in some ways. And, like, when you're at trial, you're in the trenches. And, like, that's what being in these bear markets are like. You are in the trenches. You are building with people. And look, even when it's a good market, you are building things is hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard, especially on Solana where we're moving fast and shipping things well. That's hard. And so, yeah, I think we should stop using trenches on the, like,
and actually, I think one of my biggest takeaways from everyone we've spoken to is that nobody cares about price. Actually, everyone is here because they're building apps that are gonna change how we do things, and that's the primary focus, and that's why we're all here. So, yeah, less focus on the trenches and the prices, more focus on building meaningful applications.
And
markets for everything, like we started talking about.
Yeah,
and not going to jail in the process, ideally. Speaking of going to jail, SBF is in jail. CZ kind of went to jail.
Yeah, he went to jail.
4 months.
Yeah.
Has been pardoned. A lot of people are not very happy about it. Trump was asked about it during a press conference, and he said, "What do you know about crypto? You know nothing." But then often Trump will also say things like, "I don't know anything about that."
Yeah.
So great deflector, great communicator, understands how the media works. What are the odds of SBF also getting pardoned, coming back with a new exchange or something wild like that?
I hope it's zero.
Yeah.
I hope.
I'm sure there's a prediction market for this.
Absolutely is.
There may be a prediction market for it. I'm very curious about that. Zero. That was, talk about existential moments in crypto, especially because we were moving.
Solana, yeah.
Solana legislation. We had just started getting traction in DC. Like, I remember having to fly down to DC 2 weeks after FTX had crashed. And I was like, God, what am I going to do to, like, amp myself up to walk into these meetings? And I read the Bitcoin white paper. Like, I'll never forget about that.
Wow.
Great.
When in doubt, read the Bitcoin white paper.
It's true, though, because you're like, what am I here for? I hope zero. I really hope zero chance that he gets pardoned. And I really rarely come out with, like, spicy takes or like, I really, try to be pretty, just like a champion of the industry, but zero.
What do the prediction markets say? Do you know?
I think last time I checked, it was like 10%, 8%.
Okay. So people are just thinking, like, can I buy $1 for 10 cents? Let's see. It's not going to happen, is it? Fingers crossed that doesn't happen. You said you rarely come out with spicy takes, but I'm sure you're holding back on something.
Oh.
I'm sure there's something that you're seeing happen in Solana land right now that you think, okay, we've come so far. We've had the crisis of Trump. We've obviously before that FTX, the meme coin issue. Libra was obviously a major international scandal. There's ongoing international investigations into that. I don't know if it's the FBI or Europol or Interpol, but somebody's investigating what the frick happened there, and something is going to happen. I don't know if it's Hayden Smith's going to deal with it, or Milei and his family is going to deal with it, but something is going to happen. What are the issues similar to that might be brewing sort of behind the scenes at the moment that you want to say something spicy about, but you can't? Now is the time to say it.
Oh, I have started saying my spicy thing is, and I'm writing a paper on it now that's going to come out early next year. We do not need permissioned chains.
Oh.
No corporate chains, please.
No corporate chains.
How do we stop that from happening?
Yeah, how do you stop a massive corporation from doing what they want?
They're going to do it, but I think what we actually have to emphasize is that banks, financial institutions, anybody who wants to transact actually will be safer in a permissionless world from an operational resilience perspective than in a tightened up permissioned world where we've seen all sorts of things happen. Like you see data hacks, you see all that stuff. So my biggest spicy take right now is no more corporate chains.
But TradFi institutions and trillion-dollar asset managers being here is totally fine until they issue their own permission systems.
They should be on permissionless networks. We should bring financial institutions to permissionless networks. Safer for them, not inconsistent with the laws as they work today. Don't need to change the laws to let them work on permissionless networks. So, yeah.
I guess the argument in favor of them is that they can come with this huge war chest and they can build these tremendous walled gardens by which they can operate their own kind of. We talk a lot about bringing trillions on chain.
Yeah.
And we want that to be on Solana, obviously. But what's going to keep people on Solana if Vanguard comes up with its own chain and then it's hyper privatized?
I don't understand why we need those chains. We have permission databases now. Like, okay, just go do that wherever. But you're not going to expand out. You're not going to have new people using your products. You're not going to have new types of access. You're just not going to bring new people into the financial world. And the permissionless networks can do that.
I want to end on a bullish note.
Okay.
Obviously, regulation is still sexy, not just from your perspective, but we need it. It is moving in the right direction. I'm super excited. Again, thank you so much for coming here and sharing your unfiltered takes with us. But what's the single most exciting thing that you think is going to happen in 2026 as far as Solana's progression, this natural evolution that we've discussed today, institutional adoption, the retail participants not necessarily feeling pushed out, not feeling that their original ethos, the reasons why they're here, are getting destroyed by institutions. With all of that in mind, what is the single most exciting thing that you're looking forward to next year? Surely not the midterms.
Oh, but do you mean from a policy perspective?
From a Solana perspective.
Oh, from a Solana perspective? Yeah. That we have no idea what's going to happen next on Solana.
Excellent.
I love that.
Oh,
Excellent.
good.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
The only way is up. Okay. Questions for
Rebecca.
Rebecca Reddick. Thank you so much for making time to talk to us on SolanaFloor live from Breakpoint 2025
awesome.
here in Abu Dhabi. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
I'll take that microphone from you.
You have it.
Thank you so much. And enjoy the rest of your time.
Likewise.
Yes, I will.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Take care. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be with Ben Coveston next from Temporal. Now, Humidify is obviously the talk of the town for good reason as well. A lot is happening here. Day 2, Breakpoint 2025 in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital. And I am going to stand up and shift over. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Ben Coveston. Slide in.
I'll jump right in the corner.
This is for you, sir.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Just sit here.
Jump in the middle there. Sure. Ben, welcome.
We're good. Your bag's in as well.
All right.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. Ben Coveston.
Thank you for having me.
Founder of Temporal, who was, in my view, one of the most crack teams. You guys are doing incredible work at the moment. You're absolutely everywhere. Humidify is doing 48% of total weekly DEX volume, which is huge. Harmonic is packing blocks tighter than ever before and getting more average rewards than a lot of the other block builds we're seeing. I want to get straight into it and start with Harmonic. Where did that come from? What was the motivation to build a updated, more optimized block building software? What were we lacking, and how are you getting us there?
Yeah, look, so Solana is where it is today because its teams compete, right? Aggregators compete, Borrow Lens compete, right? The prop AMMs compete, right? Where is competition missing? It's missing at the infrastructure layer. It's missing at the block building layer, right? As I just said in my talk, centralized markets, they don't die loudly, right? They die quietly, right? With small skews, right? With hidden advantages, right? And just with behavior no one can see, right? So at Harmonic, we could have just built a better monopoly, but we didn't want to do that. We rebuilt the market, right? To us, it is inevitable that you're always going to have these full monopolistic kind of block builders, trying to take over the network. You have all this custom block building solutions, right? And validators, they have a lot of demand for revenue, right? And applications have a lot of demand for inclusion, right? So in our eyes, it's inevitable that you're going to have a lot of block building solutions that come to market, right? And the job of Harmonic, right, is to, again, rather than having a single monopoly or a single builder, to create a market, right? So now everything's out in the open. It's transparent. We're returning the control back to the validator. We're returning the control back to the applications, right? The job is to give applications and validators maximum optionality, right? Like if things are opaque and they're locked into a single provider or like a single scheduler, like we failed, right? Validators need that optionality, right? And so do apps, right? As an app, as Humidify, right? I want block builders that pack like millions of TPS, right? That pack my blocks really, really fast, right? And really, really tight. And creating competition between block builders naturally incentivizes them to do this, right? Because let's say I send 200 Oracle updates or like 2,000 even. One block builder is, you know, sophisticated enough to include all 2,000 of them, right? And then maybe like the other one only includes 200, right? If you look at harmonic blocks on mainnet today, we're including more Oracle updates than any competition out there, right? And the reason we can do that is, again, we have multiple concurrent block builders that are all running in parallel, and the best block is chosen every single time. We're the only system on mainnet today that can do that. And I don't know if you guys just saw the talk, but one of the demos that we had up there on stage was on mainnet. We sent out a block with 13,000 Humidify Oracle updates, right? This is kind of a demo to like demonstrate the power of the system, right? We want institutional grade liquidity. We want tight spreads. In order to do that, market makers need to get as much information on chain as fast as possible for as many assets as possible. Every asset across every asset class, right? And so for context, right, the average block on mainnet today maybe has like 200 user transactions. And we're just like, you know, let's just do 13,000 Oracle updates, right? And we're just getting started, right? Like by the end of 2026, if we're not doing demo blocks that are like over 100,000 Oracle updates, like we failed. We absolutely failed. So we're really, really excited to drive internet capital markets forward on Solana, and through building Humidify, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a bit, right?
In depth. Yeah.
We're going to use a lot of this knowledge that we've learned building the #1 application on Solana by invocations and by volume, and we're going to take this knowledge to build infrastructure for internet capital markets. We know exactly what is missing. We know exactly what we already have. We know from experience.
Perfect. We are going to dive right into Humidify and get really wet with that in a second. But I first want to start, you and KV are almost in a race to bring down the transaction and the CUs as low as possible.
Yeah.
What is the edge there that you guys have that you're able to do this at scale?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So you and KV are almost in a race to kind of get those CUs down as much as possible.
Yep.
How do you get there? Is it just full-time shipping and working late at night to kind of get that across the line?
Well, look, first of all, I'll say our team are shippers, right? I couldn't be more proud of everything that we've shipped in the last year. You know, we're fully in office, all in New York. The team is always on the grind. They work extremely hard. That's just part of it, right? Like the raw natural talent of the people that we have on our team is unmatched, right? So proud of them. You know, KV is a phenomenal engineer, one of the best in the world, right? That's where the bar is at Temporal, right? We only hire the best of the absolute best, right? And we only build the best, right? So back to your Oracle update question, right? I mean, like to us, it's like we're like pretty pragmatic about it, right? It's like we say, okay, you know, one store takes this many compute units, one load takes this many compute units, right? What do I have to do within this Oracle update? You know, how do I write the cheapest assembly to do this, right? And we do compete on these compute units because, you know, every scheduler out there basically prioritizes on tip normalized by CU, right? So which means the lower CU that you have in your Oracle update, the more priority you get over the competitors, and that just has to be balanced with the complexity of the Oracle update. So right now, Humidify is at 47 CUs. It's one of the cheapest programs on mainnet today by CUs, right? That's really, really good because we don't take up that much block space. It's hyper efficient. This allows us to quote many, many more assets, again, across many more asset classes. So yeah, I mean, competition is fierce, but I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're pretty pragmatic about it. You know, the folks on my team have the knowledge to be able to write Oracle update fully in raw SBPF assembly. and look, I mean, this niche knowledge is surprisingly useful as a.
So we touched on it as niche knowledge. If we focus that down to the average DeFi user who opens up their wallet and goes to a router trade through Jupiter, what does all of this look like? If you condense down, you know, hyper efficiency use, what does that get for the average user?
Yeah, well, so it means they get more throughput, right? It means they get higher TPS, right? And course, like naturally, like the humidified transactions are going to be a lot more prioritized, right? So like the user will go to the router will give them a quote, humidify will have the best price. They submit the transaction that swaps on humidify into the network, you know, give it like some time, probably less than a second, right? That transaction will propagate all the way through the network. It'll come back to the user as a confirmation, and boom, swap complete, just like that. You know, this is why I love Solana. I'll never forget the first time I did this, right? You know, I came from the HFT world. You know, we weren't thinking in, you know, milliseconds, microseconds. We weren't even thinking in nanoseconds. You know, they think in picoseconds and like femtoseconds, right? You know, maybe you guys never heard these terms, but like, you know, this is the kind of timescales that we operate on, and like these are the kind of things that, you know, we're used to dealing with when we optimize our systems, right? So. Like again, when I first tried Solana for the first time, like I saw how fast it was. I'm like, what the hell? This is insane, right? You know, like we're like
at least relative to everything else that was out there.
I mean,
and
look,
what
it was like
used to.
BTC. I had to wait minutes for my transaction to confirm it. It was super expensive. Like when ETH gas fees were just crazy in 2012, I'm like, this is insane. Like you can't even send a transaction without being a billionaire, right? Like, what do we do? So that's why I was so blown away when I tried Solana. Like I just sent the transaction. It was on an on-chain club, you know, this thing called Serum. Rest in peace, right?
The good old days.
The
good old days.
It just came back like instantly. I'm like, what? Finance on chain is it's actually possible, right? Yeah. So I mean, I've been hooked ever since.
And then you thought, I'm gonna do this better, faster, more engaging. I'm gonna have even better marketing.
Look, like it might be fast, but at the end of the day, we have a lot of work to do, right? You know, only just now, starting this year, are spreads tighter on Sol USDC. There's so many more assets. How many assets do you think are in the world? Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? I don't know, right? But until they're all on chain, our mission is not done, right? We're just getting started.
So yeah, this vision of Solana as internet capital markets for me was really exemplified on the day of the Monad launch. So we saw, you know, a non-native token brought on Solana through Sunrise, and then obviously Humidify ripped it up, and you guys did a huge amount of volume. Is that for you kind of the vision of internet capital markets? Like, are we going towards a world where we just have prop AMMs and simple swaps to aggregators over, you know, more traditional legacy props, things like that?
Yeah, I mean, look, every asset class, right? You know, stay tuned for future launches. You know, I think we definitely want to have these day one listings on every asset possible. You know, it was cheaper to trade Monad on Solana than it was on Monad itself, than it was on Coinbase. We were the best, cheapest place to trade Solana, and that's pretty cool. We want to do that for every single asset. Like just the fact that, you know, retail is getting better prices on chain now, user welfare has increased. That's pretty cool. That's something worth fighting for. I don't swap on centralized exchanges anymore. I don't. Every single, like, I can't remember the last time I swapped on a centralized exchange. Because prices on chain are just that much better, and there's more assets too. It's permissionless, right? Gone are the days of these oppressive listing fees, right? And it's just like, I mean, look, like, I don't want to give 1% of my token or 2% or 5% even to centralized exchanges. Some tokens, they even give out like 10% plus of their supplies, right? Like it's kind of crazy.
How regularly does that end up being, you know, in hindsight, a great decision?
Look, I think at the end of the day, it, you know, probably can make sense for like a lot of apps, right? Because I think the question that like a lot of apps will ask when they're like launching tokens and stuff is like, can the users of this exchange bring me more value than the token I'm giving away, right? And at the end of the day, I do think the answer to that question often is yes, right? Like I think it does, you know, right now often makes sense to give away token to centralized exchanges, but also at the end of the day, we're big believers that competition is good, and the more competition we create between exchanges, right, like especially decentralized exchanges, to now challenge centralized exchanges, we're again going to have a much lower barrier to entry for like listing and for apps to really get their product out there and to get exposure into the hands of willing investors all over the world.
That's fascinating, and I don't mean to derail the conversation because I know you want to dive deeper into everything that's happening in the back end, but you talk about the trade-off there, and sometimes it's a good trade-off. It's beneficial to pay that listing fee, you know, offer up 5, even 10% of your tokens to a centralized exchange. We've been asking a lot of our guests this week to what extent this sort of marriage of TradFi and DeFi, the number of trillion-dollar institutions here at Breakpoint, is something that costs us the core tenets of crypto, of decentralization, of disintermediation, of democratizing access to finance. You talk about, you know, competition is good. Fully agree with you. So where do you stand on that debate of, yes, we want institutions to be here to use the chain. We want, you know, TradFi giants, trillion-dollar asset managers to be here to use the chain, put assets on chain, but at the same time, we're sort of losing some of our core identity. Where do you stand on that spectrum, let's call it?
Look, I mean, I don't even think we're losing our core identity, right? I think, blockchain technology and decentralized systems are by nature meant for everyone, right? They don't, like, public ledgers and public blockchains, they don't discriminate. They don't care if you're an institution. They don't care if you're a random retail degen in Bali, right? They don't care if you're in a third world country where maybe you don't even have access to a bank account, right? The fact that all you need is some basic cryptography and you can spin up a wallet and you can store your funds securely in any country, anywhere in the world, right? Where you might not even have access to good or reliable banking infrastructure is phenomenal, right? Like, we have something to offer for everyone, right? And it's okay that we offer different things to different people, right? Like, again, we're trying to maximize user welfare. We're trying to make things as trustless and as transparent and as cheap for users of all kinds, institutional and, retail alike, right? So look, overall, I think we have a lot to, offer institutions, right? I think tighter spreads are one of those things. I think permissionless borrow lend is another one of these things, right? I think perpetuals are another one of these things, right? Institutions, there's extremely high demand for all these things, and if we can give them a better product than they have in the centralized world, we benefit, they benefit, everyone wins. I don't see a problem with that, right? We're still a decentralized, permissionless blockchain. I don't think that replaces our identity at all. I think in many ways that validates it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. So we talk a lot about tighter spreads, lower costs, higher throughput. We've got updates like Alpenglow coming. We talk a lot about MCP. How does that fit into this vision of on-chain finance?
Yeah, look, so first of all, let's talk about Alpenglow, right? Alpenglow is a new consensus mechanism that's been designed by some of the smartest people in the world, all at, Anza and Firedancer, right? It is, in my view, like, state of the art, right? It's extremely fast finality, much faster finality than we have right now. And I mean, look, it fits into our overall vision of, reducing latency, right? Now, instead of waiting, some crazy number of slots for finality. I mean, it's not that long right now. I think right now we define finality is around like 32 slots is when you're considered finalized. Alpenglow is going to be like way shorter than that, right? Over an order of magnitude faster, right? So look, I think lower latency for finality and confirmations is really good. This is going to speed up user flow on exchanges. This is going to improve security of the network, right? And we're also going to standardize a lot of things that, maybe weren't standardized in the past, right? Overall, like, Alpenglow is formally verifiable. It's provable, right? POH is great and all, but I think it's time for the second generation of consensus mechanisms, to join us in Solana land.
And so Humidify is obviously a huge part of that. I want to dive in and focus on Humidify for a second. You've been able to completely dominate DEX volume with just 7 million in inventory. So you've just done the ICO. I'm wet personally, very excited. You've got another 5 million in inventory.
It's water world.
It's water world. What does that extra 5 million in inventory mean for Humidify moving forward? Because already your volume to TVL ratio is like 170 or something. It's
so look, like, we're at the point where your average retail user can get the best fill on Sol USDC. But what if you want to swap an 8-figure or a 9-figure clip? We don't have the inventory on chain to do that right now. SolFi, not even Wintermute. Like, combined, maybe you could get away with swapping low 8 figures of just one asset, right? We want to enable high 8-fig swaps of, like, any asset, right? And, like, we also want to enable, more kind of institutional products on chain as well, right? Like, what if you're a big institution and you want to be able to enter or exit a giant, 9-figure or even 10-figure position, right? Like, the place to do this right now is still TradFi. It's still centralized exchange. It's still OTC, right? But truthfully, I think DeFi is going to become pretty competitive for doing this kind of stuff in the near future. But yeah, look, we do need deeper liquidity. We do need more inventory, right? And as deeper liquidity, arrives to Solana, and as all the prop AMMs add more and more inventory, the bigger swaps are going to come, right? Like, we've seen some really tight, high 7-fig, maybe a couple low 8-fig swaps on Solana this year, right? Which is pretty cool. But like, I think we can do even better than that. I think we can, not only enable larger swaps, but we can also enable tighter spreads on the smaller swaps, just by virtue of having more liquidity and more inventory.
Okay, so if you are, the proprietary party of that inventory, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter asking about, can I deposit to Humidify and let them run these markets for me, and I can help to grow that liquidity while still kind of earning a share of fees or tightness on spreads. Is that a vision of Humidify in the future, or do you still want to keep that totally in-house?
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, it's totally in-house right now, right? That's probably how it will stay in the future, right? I think we're experimenters, we're open to trying different things out. Maybe in the future we can, experiment, make some other kind of pool where users are allowed to deposit, but like, these are all kind of like ideas at this point. But like I will say our main priority at the end of the day is, again, every asset across every asset class, tighter spreads possible, or tightest spreads as possible. And look, I mean, if at some point that means crowdsourcing liquidity, maybe we can do that, but would need to research all the legal implications of doing this, and it's like, again, then we'd be giving away some profits when margins are already razor thin. So I mean, there's probably a lot of variables that go into that, but I'd say we're open-minded.
One of the big questions that people have on that is profits, and it's very easy to see on a passive AMM. There's a fee that goes to liquidity providers, and it's very clear. There's a lot of questions around how Humidify generates its revenue. So are you able to just illuminate that?
Yeah. So market makers capture the bid-ask spread, right? So, like let's say that we're quoting like a 2 bip spread, right? That means that's 1 bip of edge on buys, 1 bip of edge on sells, right? So if, someone buys $1,000 of Solana and someone else sells $1,000 of Solana, I pocket that spread, I pocket that difference, right? And it seems small at first, like, oh, what's 1 bip of 1,000, right? It's like, oh, like 10 cents, right? But when you have, millions and millions of these trades every single day, it adds up pretty quickly. So Humidify is profitable. We do capture the bid-ask spread. We do make some money. It's, but I think we have a long way to go, right? I think we want to bring way more volume onto Solana than we have now, and the best way to do that is to continue offering the tightest spreads, not just across Sol, but across, again, every asset.
What's the biggest challenge in optimizing for those metrics, and having the sort of North Stars that you have? There's got to be something that keeps you up at night, that makes you think, these variables could change, and then my calculus has to change. And how do you think about that?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's definitely a lot of challenges, right? One is there's other sophisticated traders on chain that are trying to snipe us 24/7. They're trying to pick us off, right? They're trying to.
You can name names. You can name names if you want. James Wynn might be listening.
No need to name any names, but you can see them on chain. Blockchains are public ledgers after all, right? So like these guys are trying to snipe us 24/7, right? Which means we have to be extremely fast. Again, this goes back to this nanosecond level type optimization that we do. We also have to have extremely good pricing. Humidify is predictive, right? Like it has predictive institutional grade models for prices across many assets, such as Solana. And the combination of being incredibly fast and having incredibly good pricing models allows us to quote the tightest spreads on all of Solana, right? And allows us to do more volume than any other of the prop AMMs can do, right? And so look, there's a lot of very smart adversaries out there. That's one thing that's pretty difficult sometimes, but also I think another thing is we need to improve throughput of the chain, right? There's just a lot of rate limits right now, right? We've got the stake weighted QS and Agave, like we've got like the Cheeto rate limits, like these are all bad. Like rate limits are bad, right? Like why do you think I just did a demo on the main stage of 13,000 Oracle updates in a single block? This is what we want. I can't do that at the average block right now. The more Oracle updates I can land, and the faster that I can land them, the tighter spreads I can provide, and the more assets I can quote on, right? It's like the rate limits need to go away. We need to get rid of all rate limits. We need to maximize throughput of the chain. I won't spoil anything, but I think FireDancer just finished their talk, and you guys should check that out. FireDancer is putting an insane amount of work into also improving throughput and reliability of the chain, and maybe very soon we won't be the only ones putting out these 13,000 Oracle update blocks. I know FireDancer and really talented team has put a lot of work into this, and even Agave too. I think they want to get rid of that stake weighted QS. I know Alessandro and all the performance engineers at Agave have been putting a lot of work into this.
So I want to ask you about that actually. You mentioned a few sort of infra level developments, innovations, really crack devs working on serious problems. Which one of those do you think is going to be the biggest unlock for you guys in the next, let's say, 6 to 12 months?
The biggest unlock for us. Look, I think in aggregate, like, again, it's maximizing competition, maximizing throughput, minimizing latency, right? So all of the agave performance improvements. I think they're calling Ferrari, combined with Fire Dancer, right? Combined with Harmonic, right? This is going to create, huge marketplace, competitive block builders, right? Fire Dancer and Agave are, massively improving all of the networking infrastructure, all of the TPU infrastructure, the entire chain, right? Like basically front to back, right? So look, I mean, like sounds like a basic answer, but at the end of the day, like we just want to land more Oracle updates.
Hard to pick a favorite, is that what you're saying? There's so much happening that it's difficult to pick a single one.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm really excited about Fire Dancer for sure, and like all of the infrastructure and technology that they're going to bring to the chain. But yeah, I mean, look, I definitely would not count out Anza and Agave either. They're doing a lot of performance improvements of their own, right? And Harmonic is going to bridge all of this together and create a really big marketplace, for all these different block builders and all these different systems and technology, right? So look, I think IBRL is the one thing that we're really excited about.
IBRL, perfect. I look very often at reports.finance.io, and I very regularly see Harmonic at the top of that average reward.
Yep.
Is that the biggest motivator that's going to attract stake to running Harmonic and helping you really continue to grow that?
Yeah, look, so I mean, rewards are obviously something that the validators care about a lot, right? And as I mentioned previously, right, Harmonic, like if you just look at the blocks on chain, we're including more transactions and more Oracle updates than everyone else, right? And by including more transactions and more Oracle updates, we get high rewards, right? So it's good for validators, obviously, they make more money, but it's also really good for allocations, right? Because we're removing throughput bottlenecks and we're getting rid of these rate limits, right? And yeah, I mean, we're overall increasing throughput and performance of the chain.
Excellent. So I want to talk about WET for a minute because that's one of the biggest stories of the last 2 weeks. We've covered it extensively.
Everybody wants to hear about this.
Everyone wants to hear about this. So
Water world.
Yes.
Yeah, so when you announced the tokenomics, there was a lot of pushback and there's a lot of frustration. We brought to light a lot of what some people were saying. Here we are, a few days after launch. Price is looking good. Has that kind of deflected a lot of that criticism back, would you say?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, any token anywhere, there's always going to be criticism, but like, I don't care, right? Like, I mean, look, like if all you do is focus on the criticism, you're doomed to fail, right? We're focused on, again, quoting every asset across every asset class. And if buyers and investors believe in that vision, they can buy. And if not, like they can sell, right? But nothing is going to stop us from bringing every asset to Solana and quoting as tight as possible. And, I think for the buyers and investors that believe in that, right? WET is out there in the market, right?
Yeah, and we've seen a trend, hyperliquid pump. These projects have all gone for 100% buybacks. The market has kind of decided that buybacks are what people want, and yet you guys are eschewing that for fee rebates. What's the motivation, and are buybacks overrated, actually? Are we over-indexing on the importance of buybacks?
Yeah, it's a good question, right? If you, look at like a lot of the top exchanges and like a lot of the top exchanges today, right? I mean, I think, like, again, one of the top demand is just getting institutional grade liquidity, right? And so like if we allow the top institutions that are interested in getting the absolute best fills, right, to accumulate token, right, and then as a result they get a tighter spread, right, that generates some degree of loyalty, right? It also means that they believe in us as a project, right? And then they're also rewarded for that loyalty and that support in the form of tighter spreads and even better liquidity than the default Humidify user gets, right? I mean, look, you have spreads that are already the best. Accumulate enough token, and you'll get spreads that are even better, right? Like, I don't know, like I think that's a much better value proposition than like buybacks, right? I mean, like at the end of the day, right? Like the profits, go back into Humidify, back into the team, right? Back into improving our tech, back into improving our infrastructure, right? Like we've talked about buybacks before, right? I don't know, right? Like I think right now we're really bullish on just giving people tighter spreads, right? Especially people that believe in the project long term. But like again, we're always open-minded. We'll see what happens.
I think a good way to synthesize it is to say that it's an HFT token for HFT traders almost, because that really dives deeper into that.
Yeah, look, like if you believe in Humidify as a project, right, and you want to lock in that loyalty to Humidify and get the tightest spreads possible, right, you can do that.
Yeah. I want to switch a bit. We have talked a lot about inflation. That's been one of the big topics. I know that you're very deeply involved in the validator community. What is your take on 441? Is it an oversimplification? Are reduced emissions going to make Sol drive up? What's the
Really curious where you
Well, for
stand
one,
on this one.
is the latest proposal to reduce inflation, right? Okay, so if I remember correctly, that was Helios's proposal, right?
I do believe so.
Okay,
Yep.
and they're basically trying to accelerate the inflation schedule. Look, I think inflation is always a fine balance, right? Like I think high inflation, right, in many ways attracts institution, right? Like if you talk to a lot of institutions, right, yield is the word.
That's the
they
driver.
They care about yield. If you can give them yield, they're interested. And like at the end of the day, right, like the question is, right, like what is the right balance of yield to balance bringing in institutional interests, right, and then to like balance that with, you know, overall narrative, you know, token price, right, you know, to balance that with, you know, keeping value in the system, right? Because a lot of people argue inflation's like a leaky bucket, you know. So these same institutions are taking fees and, you know, taking commission of the inflation. It's bad for price and whatnot, right? And look, I think it's fine balance, right? I don't think all these institutions are evil and they're just trying to like extract money and, you know, bury the token price. No, I think they're bringing a ton of money and a ton of business on to Solana, right? Like again, like going back to the original, you know, question about institutions, right? Like I don't think we're losing our identity, right? Like I think the institutions are validating it, right? And they're bringing in lots of business for applications. They're bringing in lots of business to the chain, right? And
So that's a reasonable trade-off overall. You
right,
think?
right. And so like it's good for them and it's good for us. Like I think the balance we have right now is like pretty good, right? Like I'm not opposed to playing with it, right? Like, you know, I think now that a lot of the institutions are, you know, coming and we've like validated that adoption, like maybe we could increase inflation a bit, right? But I would caution us from decreasing inflation too much, right? Like I think
Comparing
I'd probably,
228 then and 441, like between the two of them, do you have any strong feelings as to what the compromise has been, the reduction there has been?
I thought 228 was brilliant. I thought it was market driven.
I think many people did.
Sophisticated, and I feel like 441 is just kind of an oversimplification.
Condensed, yeah.
Yeah, look, when I first saw 228, I was candidly like really supportive. I'm like, oh, this leaky bucket, you know, we're like losing so much money, like all the tokens, the same market cap, and the chart looks so bad just because this inflation. But then like I saw the DATs come in, I saw more and more institutions come in, and that kind of made me rethink, okay, maybe 228 was a little bit extreme, right? So like maybe 441 will be a better balance, right? Now that a lot of these institutions have come in, they have validated, you know, that thesis, right? You know, look, inflation is like candidly pretty big, right? You know, like we're talking like billions of dollars a year, right? Like of asset, like, you know, is inflated into the network, like, you know, every single year, right? And look, at the end of the day, like it is you know, it is a bit detrimental to like the overall system.
Scale of 1 to 10, how likely is it to pass?
That's a good question. You know,
Prediction market for it maybe, but
I'd have to go around to, you know, all the institutions that, you know, killed it last time, right? I don't know, like maybe I'd buy like 60, 65 that it passes this time, and, you know, maybe I'd sell like 70, I think.
generally hopeful, generally optimistic.
Yeah.
It's
Look, I think
far more likely to pass than not.
Yeah.
I'm not overly opinionated on this because it is a pretty watered down proposal. It doesn't just get rid of inflation immediately. It just kind of like accelerates
It's just more of the same.
Yeah, like it's kind of accelerates the, you know, decline of the inflation schedule. I don't think that's inherently bad, and I'm not overly opinionated on it. Like, and it's always something that we can change later, right? So, you know, I'm not opposed to experimenting, trying it out. You know, if it's a net good, I think we can keep it around. And if like all the institutions for something, oh, I'm not putting any money into like Solana or the ecosystem anymore, then, you know, maybe we can always like increase it later. But look,
Yeah, I think we're way past that stage of people looking in from the outside and saying, you know what, you know, there's something fundamentally wrong here. I'm not going to touch that.
Yeah, look, I think I want to interview a lot of these institutions, talk to them, learn more about how they're thinking about the asset, learn more about how they're thinking about the ecosystem, right? Because it's hard for me to make a fully informed decision on this, right? You know, without hearing their perspectives, right? Because, you know, as you guys said, we live in oftentimes highly technical validator world, and like a lot of these smaller validators are like, oh, these institutions are terrible, they're stealing all of our value from. No. I mean, like, they're bringing so much capital in Solana. It's great for the app, it's great for the network, and it's great for them too, right? We want to look for win-win scenarios, right, where everyone benefits.
Speaking of win-win scenarios, before we get to Finn's sort of roundup questions, high level, we're here in Abu Dhabi, right, with a bunch of degens, a bunch of builders, a bunch of Solana DeFi OGs, but also trillion-dollar asset managers. Did you think a couple of years ago that would be possible? And fast forward to now, how bullish is that really? What do you think of that 24-month period that we've just lived through that has really validated the network stability? We had some extremely technically straining events like the Trump meme coin launch and others. And institutions obviously thought, okay, this chain can handle the launch of anything really. The network is resilient, but the community is also resilient. The builders are clearly committed. What do you think of that process?
Yeah, look, like, we're a highly technical team. We've understood the tech from day one. We've seen its potential from day one, right? So we, from the beginning, absolutely knew that this was possible, and I think that we're really going to surprise ourselves, and we're really going to blow a lot of minds by how much further we can go, right? When FTX blew up, I and a lot of other people on my team, we doubled down, right? We doubled down because we believe in the tech. We know the tech inside out, right? And we've taken a huge role in improving the tech, right? We're pretty active in Solana Core. We've got dozens of bug bounties across FireDancer and Agave. Like, we've been involved in core development from a really, really early stage. We've been able to give our input and continue to help Ons and FireDancer and all the other core teams improve the network. And look, I think the result is, if you guys saw Brennan's talk, 2 years of stability, 2 years of prosperity, right? 2 years of, the problem is, okay, we're ready, let's onboard more people, rather than how do we make the chain more stable? We've come a long way. Really, really proud of everyone, especially at Ons and FireDancer, because, look, I think, look at this arena, the progress speaks for itself.
100%.
Right? Look, I think we can continue to go a lot further, and I think now that we're starting to prove out the tech, it's time to aggressively onboard more players.
That's a beautiful roundup. I want to close on a great note. 2025 was a tremendous year. What are you most looking forward to in 2026 moving forward?
It's a good question. Look, I think me being ex HFT, and I'm a big market structure nerd. I think prop AMMs are just the beginning. They're definitely not the end, right? So I think across the infrastructure layer with tech like Harmonic, and across the application layer with tech like Humidify, we're going to be able to enable and experiment with new kinds of market structures beyond just prop AMMs, right? New kinds of market structures that are even more interesting, more competitive, and more fair to everyone involved, right? I think I'm excited to see spreads get deeper, right, rather than just tighter, right? Sure, we're tight for retail size swaps. I want to be tight for big 8-figure, maybe even way in the future 9-figure swaps, or at least have infrastructure to OTC on chain for the big institutions that are trying to get in and out of really, really big positions. I think I'm also really excited for FireDancer and Agave Ferrari, and all the technical work that's being done to speed up the chain. And look, I think as a result of all this amazing technical work that everyone's done across the board, institutional players and more and more big players are going to continue to bring more and more capital on chain. And look, I think I ignore all the noise, any price action, whatever, I don't care. FTX, we all doubled down, right? Because at the end of the day, we are proving out the tech. We believe in the tech. We know that it works, right? So now it's just time to get it out there and improve welfare for as many people as we possibly can.
Talking to you, listening to you makes me even more bullish than I was yesterday. I didn't even think it was possible.
I'm ready for these eight-figure clips on these.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ben, thank you so much for joining us. It's been absolutely awesome to have you. We'll let you get out there and get some lunch. But,
appreciate it. Thanks, guys. We're just getting started.
We're just getting started. All right.
Let's go. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. I'll take that mic from you.
Thanks for having me on.
Let's get this door open. And we'll be right back with Michael Marcantonio in a few short minutes.
Michael Marcantonio, head of DeFi at Galaxy Digital, will be joining us in the next 10 minutes. So hang around. I'm excited to ask him all the same questions we've just been asking Ben about how prop AMMs are going to be kicking into gear and taking over Solana DeFi.
It's going to be a super exciting conversation. I feel like it's round 2 of your discussions with Michael Marcantonio. The last time you spoke with him, let's leave this one open for a second. Last time you spoke with him, Another one of those conversations that made me feel even more bullish on Solana than I was. He speaks with such vigor, passion, determination that not only is DeFi the right place to be, but that Solana is the right place to build. Solana is the right place to build DeFi with the help of a $1.65 billion pipe. Obviously, they supported Forward Industries and their raise and their accumulation of Sol. In their deployment of Sol across Solana DeFi, the guy just speaks with such energy, and I love listening to him.
I love speaking with Mike Antonio. He's a pure evangelist. He's more bullish than anyone. He's the one who's really going to lay out the thesis for why Solana is going to be the home of all on-chain finance.
Yep.
I think prop AMMs are a big part of that, whether that's Humidify and whether that is also Mike Antonio's own prop AMM, Bison Fire, which is what I'm most keen to ask about.
Drum roll.
Drum roll.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, but what a morning.
What a morning. So we started with a little recap of yesterday morning. We had a little recap of yesterday afternoon with Thomas Bahamas. Then we went into institutional power hour. We had Bitwise's CIO Matt Hogan first, right? We had Nick Dukoff, head of institutional growth at Solana Foundation. We had Kristen Smith, president of Solana Policy Institute. We had Rebecca Rettig, chief legal officer at previously Polygon Labs and now Jito. An amazing star-studded lineup. And then just now,
Ben Coverson from Temporal. So that was leaning more away from the institution or more into the DGen, but you can't have one without the other, and
you
both
can't.
is perfect.
And I feel like the next conversation we're going to have is like right in the middle of that super degen DeFi pro energy with the institutional energy and an understanding, a macro understanding of crypto as a whole and where we're going as an industry, but more specifically where Solana is headed next. So I'm super excited to listen to that. I won't be in on that conversation, but you, Finn, will be running the show for the duration of Legend. And after that, we're going to go even more to the other end of the spectrum. We're going to go full degen session with Warbucks and with Ashen. Now, super excited to talk to those guys because Warbucks, as you may know, was previously with Magic Eden, has his finger on the pulse of the more degen side of Solana, definitely. And Ashen, through his charity Telaga, built a school in Indonesia, right, with Solana donations. So fascinating characters, both of them.
And they don't have any path to equity, to ownership in this economy. And so they're either being asked by our leaders to either accept the status quo, or certain other leaders are saying, let's tear down markets, let's tear down the system. What we are building in crypto, what we are building on Solana is a third way, it's a third path, which is not a reform, not a revolution, but an upgrade to the current market system, an upgrade of decentralization. Decentralized markets constitute permissionlessness, transparency, and public ownership. It will give young people the best opportunity to own the underlying financial system, to own the actual economic engine where wealth is created. And that's what's so exciting about what we're doing. But in order to get there, in order for DeFi to be that economic engine and to be an attractive asset for young people to own, it actually needs to warehouse the most valuable assets in the world. And those are publicly traded and privately traded securities. And so what my mission is at Galaxy, as head of DeFi, is to force the issue, to directly lead on moving the $500 trillion securities market on chain, and to do it quickly. That will do a couple of things. First, it will give everyone in the world access to public securities in a permissionless way, in a more efficient way, in a way in which you do not have to go through central intermediaries that control everything. Instead, you have to just get an internet connection, go on a cell phone, and you could potentially own not only the underlying blockchain that's going to be generating much of the value by virtue of having all of these valuable assets traded on it, but also the valuable assets themselves. So that is one of the big things that we need to do. We need to move the $500 trillion securities market on chain. And within our own little Solana bubble, right, there's a lot of infighting lately. Like, there's all like he said, she said. Like, we need to stop the infighting, focus on the big picture here, right? If we have the $500 trillion securities market on Solana, there's enough activity, enough work to go around. So I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, I think the point that stands out to me for that is that there's infighting because we want to control the bubble before it expands. Right. We want to get the lion's share before everything starts ballooning out and becoming, bring that $500 trillion asset market on chain. My question to you is, we talk about bringing that $500 trillion asset market on chain. Why is that going to be Solana? Why is there not going to be, some TradFi centralized giant who have got billions in resources, and they can they can actually hire the best of the talent, and they can create a walled garden by which they would manage that. Why Solana?
So it is my opinion that in order for regulators to be comfortable with securities trading on a public blockchain or a private blockchain, there needs to be sufficient decentralization. Sufficient decentralization is sort of the exception to the regulations, because if it is sufficiently decentralized, it can't really be regulated because there's nothing to regulate. There's no one group to regulate. Private blockchains, by definition, have a central authority. They have some sort of control. And if they have that control, regulators will say, why can't you, the control person, comply with the rules? Why can't you jump through all of the hoops that have been set up? Why can't you register the blockchain, for example, as a broker-dealer or as a alternative trading system, right? You, the private issuer, the private control party, control the blockchain, so you should be able to do that. There is no one person to say that about Solana. In fairness, there's no one person to say that about Ethereum. There's certainly no one to talk to about registering Bitcoin as a blockchain, right?
No.
Because they are decentralized. And so decentralization has always been seen as sort of a limitation in many ways to efficiency. But that is why Solana is so exciting. So you ask, why Solana? Because Solana is able to do something that no other blockchain to date has been able to do. Sufficiently decentralized while maximizing efficiency and maximizing scale. The decentralization triad, right? Like you can only have two of the three, doesn't apply anymore on Solana. Solana is able to be maximally fast, maximally efficient, and sufficiently decentralized. And so in order to be able to trade securities on a public blockchain, it can't just be the case that you put them on a public blockchain, but the public blockchain is so slow that you can't really get sufficient price discovery, right? The blockchain needs to be both fast and decentralized. If it's not fast, securities won't trade there because price discovery won't happen. And if it's not sufficiently decentralized, securities won't trade there because the SEC and the regulators will come after you for trading them. So I think Solana is the perfect platform, perfect network for this to happen, which is why Galaxy tokenized its stock on Solana.
Yes, and that was one of the biggest announcements we've had of the week of Super State tokenizing the Sweep Fund. Do you want to give me an overview of why that's so critical to bringing these this $1 trillion asset market on chain?
Well, I can't make this case credibly unless we put our money where our mouth is. And we put our money where our mouth is. We went to the SEC and we said, we are going to tokenize Galaxy stock. We are in our legal right to do so, and we did it. The next stage of this is to open up the floodgates and allow Galaxy's stock to actually freely trade on chain. That is something we are actively working on right now, but we are pushing it. We believe that with the advent of Prop AMMs on Solana, with the advent of some incredible aggregators, we are going to actually be able to get better price discovery than the NASDAQ. And there's something really important that your viewers should like really be thinking about when we talk about on-chain price discovery. So there's a common trope that we hear, which is NASDAQ is obviously almost by definition better than anything a blockchain could do. Any DEX, any Prop AMM, any market maker, any exchange that could live on a blockchain. NASDAQ is by definition better because NASDAQ is centralized and NASDAQ is able to communicate with market makers in nanoseconds, whereas Solana has to propagate signals across the world, right? But NASDAQ actually today, it's interesting, is not really the home of price discovery anymore, is it? Most securities today, especially for retail, the ones that we care about, are traded in dark pools, right? When you buy a security on Robinhood, it doesn't go to the NASDAQ. It goes directly to Citadel. And we have no idea what happens there. Sure, they have to follow some rules, but the rules are so complicated that the regulators rely on the market makers to interpret the rules for them, right? So we actually don't have clear rules right now, clear price discovery. It's not as good of a system as many people think. If someone were to say, well, how could you get, it's the best pricing ever, how could you actually confirm that, right? So on chain, you'll actually be able to test that. Once we start trading securities actively on chain, we'll be able to compare them to the centralized exchanges. You'll be able to compare them to NASDAQ, and we'll be able to really see. And I suspect we're going to surprise everyone.
Okay, so on-chain price discovery is the big topic there, and maybe perhaps forgive my ignorance on this, but as I understand it, prop AMMs, they take a fair price based across what's happening on CEXs, what's happening on other indexes and other venues, and then they route that through and they kind of set the price based on what's already happening. So how can they initiate price discovery if they're always reactive to what price is like on other venues?
So let's just take a market maker on the NASDAQ. I mean, they're doing the same thing, right? It's not like they internally create their own prices based on nothing, right? Everyone is reacting to what's going on in the world, right? So if you are Citadel and you're trading on the NASDAQ, you're looking at other exchanges, you're looking at all these other different information sources, and you're reacting to those information sources. So market making is inherently reactive. Now it's also predictive, and that predictive power comes from taking all of the data that you've reacted to over time and trying to forecast what that data is going to look like in the future. So yes, prop AMMs respond to Binance right now, mainly OKX as well. They respond to Binance and OKX because Binance and OKX have the most volume. And if you have the most volume, then chances are you are going to be setting the price. The question is not necessarily, are prop AMs capable of doing price discovery? It is, do they offer prices that are better than what you can get on Binance? And the answer today for Sol USDC is yes. Absolutely. That is a massive, massive turning point for DeFi. For the history of DeFi, prices have always been worse on-chain than they were on a centralized exchange. Not anymore. So now, if more volume comes on-chain than Binance, quite trivially, price discovery will happen on-chain.
Yeah. And then Binance follows what happens on-chain. Yeah.
So, for example, when the Trump meme coin launched, price discovery happened on-chain because all the volume happened on-chain because the token was issued on-chain. So right now, we need to get more volume on-chain. That is going to be that's going to be a big project. It's going to take the front ends for like wallets and terminals and Telegram bots and all the mechanisms through which people trade. We need to get those even better than they are, right? We need to make them easier than they are. And it's also going to require market makers to really double down and start providing more liquidity on chain. And it's also going to require big institutions to start tapping on-chain liquidity before they go to centralized exchanges. When that happens, price discovery will happen on-chain.
Okay, and I think a great example of this is what we saw with the Monad token mainnet launch. So we saw more volume for Mon on Solana than we saw on Mon itself and on Hyperliquid. And I think that really illustrated the changing trend between the aggregator and prop AMM arm on Solana and then the CLOB-based arm on Hyperliquid. So what was your biggest takeaway from that day's trading where Solana just completely dominated the on-chain world?
I think that was a direct result of Humidify really doubling down and making sure that the Monad prices were the spread was as tight as possible and that liquidity was as great as possible. I mean, it's really interesting that we had so much success for a different blockchain's canonical token on Solana. That is actually what Solana should be. Over the next 6 to 12 months, right? Obviously, we have grand plans for Solana, right? We want it to be the absolute backbone of the global financial economy, right? We want all assets, not just crypto assets, all assets trading on Solana. However, in the short term, what we should really focus on is getting XRP on Solana, which I think there was an announcement about that today.
Yeah.
We should be doubling down on Zcash on Solana. We need to put much more Bitcoin on Solana, right? We need to be trading ETH. There should be more ETH trading on Solana than on ETH. There should be more of every single crypto asset trading on Solana, despite the fact that maybe those assets are canonical to other blockchains. It should be on Solana, and Solana really needs to. It already is the best place to trade amongst all the blockchains. It's not even close. The only close one is Hyperliquid, and that's really for perps. For spot, it's way better to trade on Solana. And we're making a lot of progress on perps on Solana. But we need to, I mean, the XRP army is huge, right?
Yes.
Like, we need to get XRP on Solana. We should have had it on Solana already, right? But I love to see that that's happening because people love to buy and sell XRP. So
yeah, and XRP does have a massive retail following as well, and Solana is the retail chain in a sense with getting users into DeFi. So there's a really easy mix there. What really stands out to me amongst everything that's happening with that is, sorry, I completely lost my train of thought. Why is Solana the place for prop AMMs? Why can prop AMMs not be carried out on somewhere like Ethereum?
Two reasons. First, continuous block building on Solana. You don't have continuous block building on Ethereum.
Yeah.
You have discrete block building. So I looked into this significantly because I thought it would be cool to copy that model on Ethereum. You can't do it because you can only update your Oracle once every 12 seconds. And so it's as fast as any DEX, right? You can't really do much more. And it's certainly no better than RFQ. So that's the first reason. The second reason is that because gas or compute units are so cheap on Solana, you can actually execute so many different Oracle updates every 400 milliseconds, which would be prohibitively expensive on ETH. Like even if there was continuous block building on ETH, given the model, given how expensive gas is on ETH, it wouldn't work, right? Actually, there's a third reason, which is ETH, you can maybe process 200 transactions a block.
Yeah.
All the prop AMMs combined are probably executing at least that many Oracle updates every slide. And so unless you wanted every Ethereum block to be full of Oracle updates, which no one would want. In fact, if that were the case, gas would skyrocket, right? Because now everyone would be paying a lot more. So it just doesn't really work. Now, I have no doubt that someone's going to figure out an interesting model on Ethereum to do. But I do see Ethereum shifting away from the place where you want to trade, and it's moving towards the L2s. I do think L2s are probably a better place to do prop AMMs. But to be clear, the whole advent of prop AMMs was largely a response to some structural problems with the RFQ model on Solana.
Okay.
Right? So you really shouldn't have to have prop AMMs if the RFQs are functioning well. There are some advantages of having prop AMMs, don't get me wrong. Even if the RFQ model were perfect. But typically what you would see in any other market is not a permissionless program that is updating oracles all the time, right? That is like, Humidify spends like $10,000 to $20,000 a day just on Oracle updates. Like that's an inefficiency, right? You wouldn't spend that as an RFQ. But in exchange for doing that, it is able to rapidly adjust its quotes. As opposed to an RFQ where you have to hold the quote open for a certain period of time. That means that through an RFQ, you're always going to widen your spread because the longer you have to have your quote open, the more risk you're taking, so the wider your spread is going to be.
We just had Ben on from Temporal, who is the operator of Humidify. He was saying that one of the biggest roadblocks to really scaling the prop AMM model is just inventory and trying to max out that inventory. He envisions having enough inventory so that traders can come on and do 8 or 9 figure sol swaps with the tightest spreads possible. Would you share that view that inventory is kind of the biggest blocker at this stage?
I think inventory is an issue for more illiquid tokens. I don't think it's really an issue for Sol USDC. I mean, if Ben needs more inventory, he can come to me. We'll be happy to loan him more Sol USDC.
Ben, if you heard that,
but for smaller, less liquid tokens, yeah. But it's not because they can't get it. It's because it's riskier to hold it, right? Yeah. So yeah, but that's a problem for market makers across the board. I mean, why DEXs will remain in the future and prop AMMs will not replace all DEXs is because DEXs are superior trading vehicles for illiquid assets, right? I mean, one of the greatest inventions that we ever did as, DeFi is this canonical DEX. I mean, and why I say it's a great invention is because for 100 years, or let's say call it 50 years, if you had private securities, i.e. you had illiquid assets, you couldn't trade them efficiently because no market makers would hold those assets. So you couldn't even have a market. So you'd have to always sell those securities OTC. And price discovery was very limited. It was private, it was inefficient, and it was expensive. DEXs solved that issue. And to this day, which I find extraordinary, nothing in TradFi has copied this, right? It's unbelievable that crypto is the only place where you can have an illiquid asset, put it in a DEX, and it will form a price, it will form a market, and someone can buy it. So DEXs will always exist, but inventory for illiquid assets is something that market makers always struggle with because they have to hold the assets on their books, and the prices are really like not easy to predict and determine, and it's hard to hedge. One potential solution here is for issuers of less liquid assets
Yeah.
to lend them to prop AMMs at very low interest rates, and those prop AMMs don't really take long side exposure there. So that would be my response.
Okay, perfect. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of time because the next
got time.
the next
We've
guest
got
is going. The list of questions I had for
Yeah.
you was huge, but time is short. Can I get you to synthesize what you're most excited about for in 2026? Is it Alpenglow? Is it MCP? What's the unlock that takes Solana to the next level?
I'm very excited about the Phoenix perp decks.
Yes.
Very excited about that. I'm very excited about the block building wars that are coming. I do think competition in block building is very important. I think competition across the entire market is going to generate better block rewards for validators. It's going to result in more efficient scheduling. I think that's going to be a big thing, and I think Galaxy is going to play a big role there going forward. I am very excited. 2026 needs to be the year that we put securities on chain. We have to do it, and that's in part why Galaxy and Jump are sponsoring the Forward Prop AMM.
Very excited.
We want this to be the vehicle through which we can issue securities on chain, right? We want this to be the vehicle through which we can actually not just talk about getting securities on chain, but doing it. So that's a big thing. And then I think lastly is going to be tokenization. So like it was announced today that Galaxy working with JP Morgan, it was Galaxy, JP Morgan, and then Coinbase and Paxos. We did the first ever on-chain commercial paper deal. This is a huge, huge deal, right? First of all, JP Morgan taking their bread and butter structured finance division and leveraging the blockchain is massive, right? This is going to open up so much opportunity, and Galaxy played a big role there, and we were really excited about it. Commercial paper is just the tip of the iceberg of all of the different structured products that blockchains are more capable of warehousing. The amount of efficiency you get by using a blockchain instead of the traditional system of having siloed different ledgers throughout different institutions is massive. So I'm really excited about that.
Perfect. Michael, thank you so much for coming on. It's been really great having you. Unfortunately, the next guest is itching to get in the room. Everyone, that was Michael Marcantonio, head of Galaxy Digital. We're going to take a quick break and we're going to bring in the new guys here.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike.
Another thing.
Yeah.
Finn, let's stay in touch, my man.
Yeah, of course.
You can have me on anytime.
Perfect. We'll get you on the next month or so. Probably.
So I think.
Okay, and next up we have Warbucks sitting on the stage.
Yo.
Warbucks is responsible for all the Remora merch, all the Remora action that you used to hang out all around here.
Oh, feels good.
What's the atmosphere like out there?
Oh, it's exciting. I think the responses have been great, and obviously it's Breakpoint, right? And you know the activation we're doing. We've got a little surprise actually that'll happen during the live stream, so I'm very excited to share that with you guys. Thank you. But overall, the response has been great. Inquisitive, I'd say. Like if I could put it in one word, it would definitely be inquisitive. People want to know more about what Remora is about, what Remora is cooking up, and the kind
I hear it's a lot.
Yes, it's a lot. But I don't know if it want to be a shill fest or how we're doing this. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for what's ahead. I think there's a lot that we can do, a lot that we will do, and a lot that's already being done.
Fantastic.
Now, how was your conversation with Michael Marcantonio? I'm not going to stay too long on this. I know you need to run.
It was too short.
It was too short. I know. I mean, he's so animated. He's so engaged in what he talks about. So was he even more bullish than the last time you had a conversation with him?
He was even more bullish. He's got very, very optimistic views about the perp prop AMMs coming from Phoenix.
Which you love.
Yeah. So yeah, if I had more time with Marcantonio, I'd welcome it.
Okay. Excellent.
I'm so sorry I have to take your time up.
No, here's what's going to happen. We are going to be joined by one of my favorite degens in the space very shortly. Ashen is going to be joining us. We are already here with Warbucks, one of my other favorite degens in the space. He's got some funny stories for us. We're going to go full degen. We had institutional power hour this morning. We've split the day in half thanks to Finn's conversation with Michael Marcantonio. And now I think we're going to say goodbye to Finn and we're going to welcome Warbucks in just a moment. So let's make some space for Finn to
I will slide
out of this tiny and very, very warm booth. Finn Miller, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right. We're live with Warbucks.
Oh, so excited. Dude, this setup is so sick.
Nice, eh?
Yeah, we've got the stage in the back.
The debates in the back.
The glass box. Oh, that debate. honestly, if I was on stage, I'd bought the
Stibble.
yeah, I would bought that
100%.
response. Whichever side I'm on, opposition or affirmative, I would make sure I bought that just for the clout.
Well, okay, so listen, you have a background, obviously on the NFT side of life. You came, I think, into the Solana ecosystem first with Magic Eden. With
dude.
Magic Eden.
That's quite a story too. It was Tiffany, so the previous head of marketing. She just found me on Instagram because I was just bull posting all of my NFT trades back in the day. But you think about it often, especially when you come into spots like Breakpoint. I haven't seen a couple of these people, in like a year, and you only get to meet them at Breakpoints, right? And you just sort of reminisce on what happened and how it all began. Like, oh my God.
The good old days.
Time flies.
The good old NFT bull run days.
Oh my God. When it was easy, so to speak.
Yeah.
You got a Boryoku Dragon and you stake it and you're just, that's your income. You pay off your
Absolutely.
mortgage with that.
Oh, the good old days. Now, fast forward to 2025. We're in Abu Dhabi. There's trillion-dollar institutions here. As somebody who came from that slightly more degen NFT background, what's the overall mood here? When you talk to the people that you spoke to, years and years ago at the, let's say, original batch of Breakpoints, are people happy about this change? Are people welcoming the TradFi giants, the institutions? Or are they saying, to be fair, we are surrounded by NFT panels out here, so it's not like we've lost NFTs entirely, but are people reminiscing the good old days of the NFT bull run, or are they happy about the maturity of the industry and the ecosystem?
I think that's a great question. And it really depends on who you talk to. Of course, even myself included, right? You first started off, it might have been the Solana NFTs that first bring you in. And I think that's the story for most of us here, right? It's the degeneracy, it's the NFTs, it's the meme coins,
The
whatnot.
fun.
Exactly. But then you mature. Like any industry, we mature, we grow, we understand, okay, if we want to keep going, it's not about, we were early or we don't want to be early anymore. We want this, quote unquote, big money to come in. We want the trust to come in slowly. Smart money, yes. To come in slowly and surely. Still TardFi, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
They have their limitations, but I think people are a little more receptive than they used to be. I think if you go back a few years talking about, the likes of BlackRock, all these other TardFi institutions coming in, it was more like, it's them or us. But now it's a little bit more of a culture of, okay, hey, how can we grow together? How can we really, bring, of course, our platforms, our infrastructure to the masses? That's why we've seen the growth of RWAs. We move away from the degeneracy of NFTs, PFP icons, which is still beautiful. Don't get me wrong.
Beautiful.
I still rock mine.
Yeah.
But the hype cycle's gone. And then to meme coins, based on animals, based on whatever's going on with pop culture, to now, okay, how can we really leverage the decentralization angle in DeFi, right? How do we step away from TardFi and make things a little more exciting? So, such as what we're doing. I'm set that in.
That was beautiful.
Exactly.
And I would caveat that by saying there's a reason why we need to talk about this, because 95% of tokenized equity volume is now on Solana, right? So as much as there's this maturity, we've gone from the pure degen, meme coin speculation, NFT speculation before that, to RWAs and stablecoins being sort of the main talking point. And here we have, trillion-dollar institutions, asset managers. At the end of the day, what excites us as individuals and let's say retail participants is the fact that Solana's now got to a point where 95% of tokenized equity, tokenized asset trading, stonks on chain is happening on Solana. So how bullish is that?
Oh, extremely bullish, man. Like, I think the excitement is there, and you see people even talking about it, right? Like I said, it's reflected in the conversations you have every day. We don't have a booth here at Solana Breakpoint, but we've got these beautiful models, just walking around in their jumpsuits, 20 of them. And we've got
jumpsuits. By the way, I think 2 of them just walked past. Is that the MotoGP looking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Based on the F1 circuit sort of pitch crew sort of fit. But
Smart.
Yeah, we've got something exciting planned. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
But we've got some dudes outside as well, some male models wearing the billboards. So people are stopping to ask because they want to understand, okay, as great as all the other hype cycles were, people want to understand, okay, how can I, if the market downturn really is coming, because that's the sentiment right now. Not financial advice, of course.
NFA, still bullish.
DYOR. But where should I put my money?
Right.
What should I be looking at the moment that I think would be safe for me? That would be safe for my portfolio, my friends, my family, just as a hedge, if you will. And so you would probably look at things with more fundamentals than just vibe and culture. As great as that is, that comes and goes.
Right.
We all know this, right?
It's a volatile industry.
Exactly, it's a very volatile industry. So where are the fundamentals? What can we rely on? What is stable? And that's why I think the RWA culture is really taking off on Solana. 95% is fucking
great. It is. And I think if we follow that natural trajectory of people came for the NFTs, they spent even more time and energy and effort around the meme coin hype cycle. I guess it's a reasonable question to ask, what is the next hype cycle going to be and how can I have fun? And I think it's totally reasonable to expect that something like tokenized RWAs, tokenized equities, might fill that gap in the absence of other forms of degeneracy.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad you asked this question. Oh.
And I think the real question is, I saw the news of the flash trade integration.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So when we talk about degeneracy, it's nice to be able to have a slightly degen approach to maybe more traditional asset class. And I think on-chain is the only place you can do that, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I mean, what do we look for on-chain? We want that freedom. We want that access, and it is really the tools that we have at our disposals that otherwise may not be out there. Like, I was doing some research a few weeks back on lending on your stock portfolio. If I'm not mistaken, if you have a brokerage account with like Charles Schwab, you need a stock portfolio of at least 100 grand USD or like 80 grand USD. Not everybody has that, right? In order to take out a loan that might be worth 90 to 95% of your stock portfolio. That is a massive hurdle. Like, not everybody can access that.
Yep.
So what happens to us normal Web 2 degens? We'll have to sell our portfolio to try and get some cash, and then try and leverage and see what we can do with that cash to chase the next opportunity.
Right. You might have to sell at a loss.
Exactly. You might have to sell at a loss. And we don't do that here.
We don't do that.
Here. We will bag hold until the end. But
yeah.
Exactly. So with at least the likes of Flash Trade and Remora. So I think our focus, even just putting Flash Trade aside for a second, it's about just putting together the fun of DeFi, as well as the reliability and the fundamentals of TardFi, of Web 2, of these stocks on chain, of these NASDAQ stocks that we're working with currently. And that sort of culminates in integrations like we have in Flash Trade, right? Now you can trade 5x, 10x, you can leverage on Tesla. If you think Musk is about to do some exciting announcement.
He's always doing something wild, isn't he?
Right? Yeah. So NFA, DYOR, be careful, of course.
Be careful out there. It's rough out there these days. Be careful.
But it's fun. That combines the fun and that combines the stability. That's why I think it's exciting and people are being responsive. And that's reflected in our volume.
And and I was going to say it's choice, right? And people are putting their money where they want to. So
exactly.
Dude, the way I see it is, towards the end of the cycle, people used to, in the past, think, okay, I need to off-ramp all of this, and I need to just be safe, right? Because people have been burnt in the past, FTX-like meltdowns, obviously don't leave your capital on centralized exchanges, but people thought, okay, I need to shelter myself from a potentially massive catastrophic nuclear event, and there'll be a huge off-ramping. And now I get the impression that through platforms like Remora, people can keep their funds on-chain, but instead of holding native assets like BTC, ETH, Sol, they can hold tokenized versions of equities that they would otherwise hold in their boomer accounts like Robinhood and Charles Schwab and all that kind of stuff, right? That's choice, and people are saying, I want to make that choice.
Exactly.
That might be a slightly mature choice that people are making, but again, I think what interests me the most is your Flash Trade integration. How much leverage can I possibly long Tesla with?
10x.
10x. Okay, that's pretty decent.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty decent.
And that's just the beginning, right? We're just getting started. I'm not saying we're doing
What's
more.
Next, 100x, 1000x?
We don't know. I'm not going to say no to it, but I'm not going to say yes right now either.
Okay.
But it's exciting, you know?
It is exciting. It is fun.
And shout out to the Flash Trade team. Absolute chats. Absolute chats.
That was exciting when I saw the news come through that you can not only have on-chain equities, but you can have leverage with them as well. Now, you probably don't want to go to bed with a 10x Tesla long position. I don't know.
I mean, it depends.
I don't know. But this is a conversation that keeps coming up. Finn, who was here just a second ago, he loves talking about prop AMMs. He loves talking about perps. He loves talking about leverage. And like really just core DeFi activities that you can only really do on chain. So this sounds super, super exciting. What else is cooking at Remora? I'm sure there's a bunch in the pipeline. Okay, maybe start with this. Give me some of the stats. I know people have made this choice. We agree that they want to have access to tokenized equities and tokenized stonks. There's 5 of them that are available.
Yes.
What is it? Tesla, Nvidia, S&P, Circle,
and MicroStrategy.
Shout out to Michael Saylor. So what do we think? What's the main reason that's attracting people to tokenized equities right now? And how much capital have we seen there?
Okay, so with Remora specifically, we launched about 3 months ago, right? And of course, with all great things, it takes a little bit of time. And we saw good response, but the volume's really coming in now because now is the time we're kind of realizing Remora's vision. So once we went live with Flash Trade as well, with the leverage trading 510x, we saw 100% TVL growth in a week, which was insane. That's the fastest we've grown. And we've seen
that is very impressive.
That is pretty cool. And we just crossed, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of days ago, we just crossed like 35 million USD in volume, culminative. So we're very happy with our numbers, over 100,000 trades and almost 10,000 unique traders. So it's just pretty exciting. We haven't done any paid marketing. We haven't done any sort of shill at the moment until this first activation that we're doing here at Breakpoint with all the models. So it's great to see that response from people. I was having a conversation with Fabiano, with Amy Street, and a couple of the others about, you know, tokenized stocks, and they're very excited on what we're doing. Because don't get me wrong, like we're not the first to necessarily, okay, bring the most amount of tokenized stocks on chain, but we have the deepest liquidity, and our focus is on enabling DeFi tools. So we're really trying to work to bring together the best parts of crypto and the best parts of TardFi together. That is the main focus. And that's what we're starting to realize at this moment.
TardFi. I love that it's just part of the normal common daily like vernacular at the moment.
Oh, 100%.
TardFi.
Yeah, we're going to make it a thing.
No need to say TradFi institution. That's TradFi. It's okay. Because they were late to the game. That's, you know.
Absolutely.
It's a linguistic.
I mean,
okay.
Just another caveat to your question. What's next for Remora?
Yeah.
We don't have stocks in our name, right? We don't have stocks.
It's tokenized.
We are Remora. There are other players with stocks in their name. They kind of close themselves off. Our playing field is much
that
bigger.
might be some alpha. Is that for the first time something that's been said by the Remora
I'm
team?
not going to say more, but
Come on,
we're exploring options.
I would be a terrible journalist if I didn't ask you more about that. So some other tokenized stock issuers have the word stock in their name. That's obviously a limitation. And you're telling me,
why stop at stocks? The world of RWAs is so much bigger.
So
we're talking to so many people out here.
What kind of
we can do
exciting?
So much more.
What kind of exciting RWAs might we see coming on chain through Remora in that case?
That is a good. She's putting me in a tough spot here. You know, like I'm gonna go back out, and George and Chris and all the others are gonna kill me.
A bunch of cameras. You can't, you're trapped in here with me.
I know. I can't even leave. Oh look, we've got the Remora models coming in.
These are the guys.
So these are see how I changed the top?
Guys,
these are the jumpsuits.
These are the jumpsuits. You know, it's giving MotoGP, it's giving Formula One, yeah, but it's also giving Squid Game. So they have
That's the idea, yeah.
Right?
And it's been a great response.
I'll tell you what, it's a head turner.
It is.
It's definitely a head turner.
Nice. Dude, it's so cute. You know, you're at a crypto conference and you've got these lovely ladies walking around with these jumpsuits. There's guys walking up to them, giving them flowers. It's adorable.
Okay, so what are they going around doing promotion as well? I saw
they're
bunch
handing
of
out
these merch bags.
Yes, they're handing out drawstring bags. They're handing out tote bags that also have stickers. They have the SolanaFloor magazine within as well. So it's been really exciting, man. And the response has been great. People are going around, you know, sharing it. And I promise you, almost every photo that you see of Breakpoint on X will somehow have the bags in the background, and it's been great.
I think there's one of them just down there, actually. Let's talk about merch, because we were talking to Nick Dukov, who's obviously the head of institutions here, right? And I brought up merch with him, and he was like, you know, Solana does the best merch, and I absolutely 100%. That sounded like Trump. That sounded like a Trump impersonation. Nick Dukov does not speak like Trump, but he agrees that
Solana's the best merch.
Yeah, best merch. No, he does a really good one. So we have I don't know, somebody took out the magazines, but we'll bring them on in a second. Solana merch is absolutely incredible. There's stickers, there's the jumpsuits, the panels. I wanted to ask you about the panels. I've seen people walking around with these huge,
the walking billboards.
Yeah.
We're calling them the billboard bros.
The billboard bros. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
they're
what it
pretty
is.
sick.
I think it's fascinating. Some of the merch that I've seen, we got the DeFi tuner
hoodies?
down there. Shout out DeFi tuner.
Shout out DeFi Tune. Also a
brilliant
partner of Remora. Absolute legends.
I didn't know that. There you go. Brilliant team. Shout out DeFi tuner and Moti. So Solana Mobile is something we had on. They've got this little wheel of fortune upstairs. You can spin it and potentially win a seeker. I think I've got a seeker somewhere. I've got another one back home. This is it's not really much, but it's the most interesting thing I've seen so far from the conference because it's free. They gave it away for free. Shout out SolFlare. They're giving away these $49.
Was this the hardware wallet?
This is the hardware wallet.
I saw someone post about it. I haven't seen them yet though.
Harder than the wallet is getting into the box. Can the devs do something about that? But it's a debit card shaped hardware wallet, and it's absolutely amazing innovation. I love it. I can't open this to save the life of me. Anyway, it's great. Check it out. It's called the Shield.
The Shield.
And if you're at Breakpoint, or if you know somebody at Breakpoint, you can get one customized for $59, something like that.
Wow, that's pretty
Yeah.
sick. Customized in what way?
I just slap your picture onto it. Which you probably don't want to do. Like, dancing
This is my wallet.
Yeah, this is where I keep my money.
That's what I don't understand. There's a bunch of wallets that recently launched a
I'm
collaboration.
going to open this eventually. It's
Yeah, like why do you want to make it flashier?
Yeah.
Don't you want to make it go under the I mean, just a personal rant. But
I know,
yeah.
no, valid. Super
Right?
valid.
You should make it chill, not like Drake dripped out freaking ledger just on his neck.
You're a watch guy. You like
yes.
understated watches. I see you wearing a different watch than you were
Okay,
yesterday.
today's a little flashier. This
No.
is to show part happy diamonds.
That's very nice.
So this is a little.
It's
It kind of goes with
it-
the fit. Yeah.
The reason why I bring this up is last Breakpoint, which was in Singapore. It was a Frank something. What's the watch?
Frank Muller. The
Frank Muller. There was a
Yeah,
Frank
yeah, yeah.
Muller Solana collaboration watch. That's a mouthful. And it had a QR code in the dial and a bunch of flashy things. As a watch
Yeah.
guy, thoughts on that? I don't know. To me, it screams a bit too much. I didn't love
I
it.
think it was a little too much. It's too on the nose, you know,
Right.
with the QR code right on the dial. There are ways to make it a little nicer, sexier. So don't get me wrong, Jacob & Co. is a very flashy piece, but they did a Bitcoin watch, which I think was done in the Jacob & Co. way, you know? Frank Muller with the QR code right on top, not my cup of tea. But I think there hasn't been a good or cool crypto watch yet. You know, you can just incorporate the branding. Solana has beautiful branding,
Right.
beautiful colors, the gradients.
Maybe Solana Mobile is
Why
going to
put a
do
QR
this.
code?
Why put it? Okay, QR code is
Yes.
ridiculous. Don't do that again. Solana Mobile has
Yes.
been long talking about this hardware expansion.
No, I meant-
And I've grilled
Oh,
Emmett
right,
on it
right.
multiple times. He's like, it's coming, something is coming, but I can't give you the update.
Speaking of Solana Mobile,
Please stop. Oh, it's dank in here.
One
Isn't
of
it?
my favorite things in the industry. Hello, sir. How are we doing?
It is an honor to meet you, bro.
It is an
Your
honor to meet you.
videos are
Perfect.
insane. It's
Come,
crack, bro.
take a seat.
Hey, great to
GM,
meet you.
sir.
I've never met you
I've never
before.
met you too.
Assalamu
How you
alaikum,
doing? Walaikum assalam.
Take a seat right in the middle, Mr.
You guys
Degen.
need an AC with some deodorant in here.
We need more than AC in this
God,
booth.
holy cameras. I talked to the girls behind us on mistake, and she was like,
Don't talk to me.
Don't talk to me. Usman's gonna kill me.
Wait, who's this one?
Who's this?
Oh, you mean
Oh.
Warbucks?
Warbucks.
Doctor.
You've been in this ecosystem for 50 billion years, bro. Everyone knows where you live at this point.
Dude, I still remember when they doxed my ex and they gave her death threats when we made the royalty announcement back in the Magic Eden days.
You?
Yeah.
How does it
I
hit
made the
home?
announcement.
How was it her fault?
Oh, I remember.
How was it her fault?
How was it her fault?
Didn't tell Warbucks to do. What am I gonna do?
You suck.
I'm just the spokesperson.
You suck, bro. You scamming people. Dude, I just got one of these too.
Did you
So
for
cool.
free or did you pay for it?
I'm gonna hack you.
Okay. No, this is obviously on news. We were just talking about all the merch and the things that we get for being a Breakpoint.
So much.
I love Breakpoint. I know you guys love Breakpoint as well. What do you think about this? What do you think about this?
I think it's amazing. I think
Right?
Solflare,
Shout out Soulflare.
and
I finally
Phantom.
got into the box, by the way.
You're really good.
It took me a good while to get into
I
it.
think both of them are, of course, amazing.
Pretty sick.
Yeah.
And Solflare does only Solana. So if you want to focus only on Solana, that's the product you use. And they have the credit card or debit card, like not in the US yet. And now they have a new card, which is really cool. And I think like I love Ledger, but like the Ledger Stacks or Flex or whatever, it's still big as fuck. Every time you open it, it's like a book.
You know, it's funny you say that. We're going to be talking to a guy from Ledger very, very shortly.
No, I'm joking. I worked with Ledger before. I love them. I love their product. It's amazing.
Shout out Ledger.
But
Love
like-
you guys. Don't cancel the interview, please.
Don't stop working with me.
Also, two things
there's
can be true at
another
the same
good
time.
product as well.
Dude comes in 2 minutes.
He's fuck retarded. Ali was saying,
About don't fuck your future or unfuck your future and
Don't
don't
fuck
fuck
who?
this up.
huh?
Unfuck your future and don't fuck this up. That's his it's his tagline. I feel like it's trademarked at this point.
Yeah, tell him about
Rage
it.
bait.
Oh
Warbucks,
goodness.
So-
I don't know if you've seen his job out here. He has a very specific job.
No, what's my job?
Tell me about your job.
He's a pimp.
Yeah, 20 women.
You see an army of dudes with 8-foot boards on their back. Talking about Floor is a company we love as well. They just literally stand there, 6 or 7. 6, 7.
I hope they're smiling.
No, brother, they on their phones. I'm joking.
Were they not
If they're not
instructed
smiling, go out. You gotta go.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
gotta go.
Instruct them to smile.
No, they're fine. But literally, just like 6 people in a row, and they have boards on their back. And then one of my friends was walking by. He's like, I keep noticing there's so many like young, attractive people here just in a row with Remora. What
But
is
that's
this company
that's
Remora?
normal for Solana conferences, no? Young
Yeah,
attractive
everyone's
people?
sexy.
I don't think if anyone's done this though.
No, that's
Like-
true. That's true.
That's first of its kind, my
In the
friend.
most respectful way possible, you've gotten a group of very beautiful men and women together.
Educated, like they know about Remora. They're talking. They're professional models. You can have a conversation.
Oh, that's
with
true.
them. You know what I mean?
That's their job.
A pretty face is normal, but a pretty face and someone who actually knows their stuff, like these ladies and these guys,
Yeah.
intelligent people.
Yeah,
Very
Jack
good.
from SolanaFloor.
Jack from SolanaFloor. He's our next model. He's the undercover model.
As opposed to some of these tard fights, as you call them. Not my word.
That's funny. There's a lot of tard fights.
Your words,
Yeah.
not my words. But
Yeah.
I think the point is, it's a nice contrast to have these young, beautiful Solana retail participants
Yes,
come
yes.
in jumpsuits and the $1 trillion asset managers. What do we think about that, Ashton?
I mean, he's dressed like $1 trillion asset.
I look like a douchebag. I live in Abu Dhabi. I used to live here last year. So you meet those guys, and honestly, really, you'll never guess it. Because you go to the gym and they all like, they don't wear the like traditional fit, the kandara or whatever. So they go to the gym, they look like every other dude, and you talk to them. It's like, yeah, I own a mom and pop, traditional finance investing firm, and our like AUM or whatever is like $1 billion trillion. I'm like, bro, you look like me. How the hell is that possible?
You talk to people at the gym?
Yeah, they're cool. They're huge though.
I never talk to people at the gym. Just like, ugh.
No, because like I was here like last year and I had no friends. So I was other than my wife, who's amazing. But I was like, bro, I need to like talk to a dude.
Fair, yeah.
I was at the gym. They're huge. Because I don't think they have anything to do
Just
with
whammo.
it. I was the smallest dude there, bro. They're so
Dude, you yourself are massive.
and they're so big, bro. And I was in there. I felt so bad because I was browner.
Why is that bad? Why is that bad?
Let me put it last. I was poorer. I was more American. I was less swole than every dude in that room. I was like, these guys are shit.
That's a bad
Habibi, let's go.
Wallah, I was like, dude, you're fucking scaring me. I can't do any of this. But yeah, they're cool. They're all nice. They're all really nice. No one really has any beef with anyone. And there's like that like stigma from the West, especially where it's like oil money, this and that. When in reality, it's like no. It's like 8% of all of UAE is actually Emirati people. 92% is people that aren't from here. Yeah,
And they're all working for the Emiratis.
they're top 1%.
Dude, 20 years ago, this area was nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. Yeah, I mean, 1974, I think Dubai started developing, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Went from like a pearl farming economy to oil and gas, financial services, and now you got $1 trillion asset managers and
It's
crypto
crazy.
degens.
Yeah,
like yourselves out here.
just
It's pretty
learned
wild.
that. I just learned all that. They have this new museum. There's the big wings on it in Abu Dhabi.
Is it the Louvre or the National?
Like right next to that one.
Okay.
Right
Next to the
yeah,
yacht
yeah.
that you're staying on.
Oh, great! Yeah, it's like National
it's not
National
it.
Design Museum.
That's what you do when you
Little
trade
fishing
tokenized
boat.
stocks with leverage.
Little fish.
Yeah, bro. Like I was saying before, if you're allowed to do leverage, a great platform for you to do it on is this really cool one called Remora.
I love you.
Clip it.
I love you. We're clipping that shit. That's going on X. Going on X, YouTube, everywhere.
Did it get hacked? X got hacked or some shit? Someone
Twitter?
tell me. Yeah.
Yeah, it did. Was it a DDoS or something? I don't know.
That's
but
crazy.
Yeah.
You can't rely on anything with X in the name.
Oh, grat.
Yeah.
Exchange art.
Exchange.
No, that's EX. Don't shit. I love exchange.
It's like X and X.
What
Both
about the letter X?
it in there. You said it.
Here's a dumb question for you. What's your favorite leverage amount?
Dude, I'm
69X.
Bro, if I could do leverage, so I can't do leverage because of interest stuff, but if I could, I'd be on 500X, I'd be fucking broke.
Yeah.
It's actually really good. I happen to be Muslim, I can't do the interest stuff, because if
Yeah.
I did, I'd be broke, bro. All these people, I swear to God, all these people, they made shit ton of money on like shitters, like Bonk and Whip or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's great, but then they lose all of it because they like, I
Overnight.
can do this, then I can do perps. And I truly believe you should not do perps if you don't know what you're doing. You really need to know what you're doing.
And most people do not know what they're doing.
Absolutely.
As we saw on 1010, right? We've been talking to a lot of people on this whole major deleveraging.
It's so
Day.
scary. Like people kill themselves. It's so sad.
It was
And
depressing.
but then it's also raises the question: why was your whole port 500x long something? That's crazy, bro.
You can't be doing that.
Yeah.
So that might be financial advice. Don't over leverage yourself.
No, don't do leverage at all. It's haram. Don't do it.
For the non-Muslims out there, please feel free to do leverage. For the Muslims, you may need to think
No,
twice.
no. Even if you can, just do it carefully for sure. But
Yeah,
stocks
just be
is
careful.
much more tame. Like trading Tesla on leverage is much more tame. I used to do options like before crypto, so it's like,
Oh, really? Oh, yes, I remember.
I came from
You have
the-
a TikTok. You have a TikTok about it. Yeah.
I came from the bullshit GME era, so I trade options. Those are really cool. But again, it's still like leverage compared to like crypto volatility is very different.
Oh, fun fact. This motherfucker, this dude, he was like a heartthrob trader on
Yeah.
TikTok. Like,
Yeah, it was
he was
really fun.
thirst trapping everywhere. You know, just see that, like the hair.
It's actually making me nervous. No, that's how I joined investing. I had a car, I bought this bullshit car. I got into a car accident in Gary, Indiana. For those of you who don't know, that used to be the murder capital of the world. I was there getting jerk chicken, and I swear to God. And then somebody rear-ended my car, and it was a mid-engine, so the whole car had to get totaled. The insurance payout paid me $14,000, and then that's how I started everything. And then I lost it all to GME. So.
Dude, you have a sick car coming. Did you finish modding it? I forget which
Yeah,
one it was.
I have a 280ZX Datsun. I posted that shit and the engine broke. So I'm so
Sorry to
I'm
hear
sorry, I
that.
gotta go pray or something. I don't know what happened.
Did you go with Friday prayer?
No, bruh.
That's why.
No, I'm kidding. Okay.
What were we thinking?
When we're traveling, you're forgiven anyway.
Yeah, what were we
You
thinking?
didn't go to Jumma, bro. You, come on.
Ah, see, he knows his shit.
And Sheikh Zayed is like 20 minutes away. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Sheikh, I wanted to go. I don't know if I have time.
No,
We're
it's
so
good.
busy with
It's also
everything.
hot.
It's also very hot.
Today
it looks beautiful.
It's good, bro.
Looks beautiful.
I love how we've gone from 500x to Juma.
Yeah, well, I have some sort of influence in this room. I don't know.
No, that's good. That's a lot. That's a halal conversation.
Yeah,
we go.
alhamdulillah, may Allah bless our longs and shorts and all. We're in Abu Dhabi, right? Maybe
We are.
Listen,
We got the regulators, we got the sheikhs, we got the royal family, and
They're all
we got the
praying.
trillion-dollar asset managers. Everyone's long, it seems.
Everyone's long.
Everyone's long.
Dude, I just saw some sheikhs just got handed, an all access pass for Breakpoint. So in my mind,
He
immediately
owns the Etihad Arena, bro.
See, there you go. Probably.
What?
Probably.
I don't know.
Oh.
It looks like it.
That was yesterday. Some people were here. They had like 8 guards, and I was just walking
Oh.
through. And he's like, "Get the fuck,
Checks
get all the
out.
way, get all the way, get all the way."
I've got 20 guards. 2 of them standing outside.
Oh, great, amazing.
I think it's brilliant, though. I think it's brilliant that so many different people are, in the same room,
Yeah,
in the same
no,
arena,
for
quite
sure.
literally.
Yeah.
Especially this room where you're hot boxing.
Yeah.
I'm dying in here.
Basically, hot box.
We're all of our foreheads.
Why are you wearing a suit, jacket, blazer?
Dude, no joke. All the fits I brought from like America is literally just the kandras, the traditional fit. And I was like, if I wore that here, it would not.
Surely you're not flying in one of those.
Well, no, I don't mind. I wear it. It's just I wear it all the time.
Is the Gundam like the same as the thobe?
It's the same thing, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They let you through an airport wearing that?
Yes.
Surely you're getting random searched.
No, I did not wear it to the airport. I was like, it was in the bag.
Okay.
Even I'm not going to risk that as an
Okay.
American too. Fuck
Dude,
that.
if I'm dressed like this, I get stopped at the airport. I still remember my first time in Chicago when we first met.
Oh, that's bad.
When you were still with Boryoku Dragons. When I flew in for like a Magic Eden offsite. We're going to Lollapalooza. It was great fun. I got stopped at immigration and they brought me into the interrogation room. They asked me this really stupid question. Okay, where are you from? Hong Kong. What do you do? I'm in crypto. Yeah. Like, no, you're not. Are you American? No, I'm not American. If you're not American, why are you speaking American?
Amazing.
What do you mean speaking? It was like, you sound like you're American. This is just the...
Honestly?
that's Hollywood, bro.
Honestly, I'll speak for all of America when I say this. You sound like you're from like Kentucky, bro. It's really
Kentucky?
Your English is really good.
Why Kentucky?
Because they have really old white people. You sound like a rich white guy, bro. He sounds really formal. Because one time he was talking, he has like UK English. He was saying like every Tom, Dick, and Harry in this room right now.
Dude, yeah.
It's like, what?
My accent's so mixed up. Because Hong Kong was colonized by the Brits, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I even spell color with a U.
Oh,
But I sound
The right
American.
way.
That's weird.
Yeah,
Where
the right way.
Where are you from?
I'm half English, half Turkish.
You're Turkish?
Yeah.
Kurdish.
Kardashian.
Kurdish.
Hence the Juma reference.
Oh, cool.
Tamam.
I play both sides there.
Donor kebab.
Okay.
Donor kebab. What? Donor kebab, Cappadocia.
We were there filming documentary style
Cappadocia?
videos. Not too long ago in December. We wanted to see if you could use crypto to pay in rural parts of Turkey. Now, Cappadocia is fairly touristic. It's not particularly rural, but this was when Cast was just getting popular. Shout out Cast. Shout out Rags. You can use
Shout out.
the
I love
Cast card
Cast.
I love Cast.
in most rural places that take Visa and MasterCard. So pretty good.
It worked?
It worked. It worked.
Cool.
Have you been to Cappadocia?
Yeah, I went
How
there.
nice is it?
It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
That's when I realized like if I'm gonna die somewhere, I want to die in Cappadocia.
It's not morbid at all.
That was beautiful. I want my soul, this body to be rest in this beautiful country in this beautiful city.
Have you
I
seen
love
those
that
Instagram reels? Like, this is where you want to bleed out?
place.
Yeah. It's kind of like
I wanna
romanticizing,
get shot
I
there.
fought till the last second.
Yeah, well,
you know?
I want to get shot in
Yeah.
Cappadocia.
What would you get shot for, if anything?
Oh, but it's gonna be some stupid shit.
I was expecting something like for Solana.
Yeah, fuck Solana. I'm not dying for this.
diplomatic response.
I'm not dying for this, bro. But honestly, though, maybe if I did die and the chain survived, it might be a greater good there. I don't know. Maybe that's like jihad. Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
We don't want to get shit. Listen,
Hold
hey,
on.
there
Hold on.
are I think rules to the X live streaming game. We're already taken
Hold
off.
on. No, but jihad just means struggle. Like
Right.
right now, I'm performing jihad because it's 80 degrees.
You probably stop saying that.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna turn up the AC in here. It's getting warm, but
Crack open a window.
okay.
Heat, bro. We bring the heat.
Yeah.
Remora, leverage. You're
Yeah.
talking about potential partnerships. We got these billboard bros. Billboard Bros.
Billboard Bros.
outside. We got the Formula One jumpsuits. Have they got a name? Have you categorized them as
Oh, you better be.
I don't have
careful.
a PC name.
Okay.
We
There you
call
go.
them Remora baddies.
Remora?
Respectfully.
I don't have a PC name. I'm sorry.
Respectfully.
Respectfully.
Yes, of course.
I think you've done an amazing job with the marketing there. I just want to
Thank
say
you. Shout out to the team, Gary, Chris, Robert. Everyone's been an absolute killer.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's definitely a head turner for the right reasons. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have been live for 2 days, a day and a half now. Yesterday was day one from Breakpoint 2025 here in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital. Today we started our day with an institutional power hour. We had some amazing guests. We thought let's break the ice a little bit. Let's bring some degens into this very, very hot booth. And I tell you what, it's a lot hotter than when it was when you guys came in. So
Yeah, because we bring the heat.
You fucking big body head, man, that's why.
get a load of these guys. Thank you so much.
No,
both of
thank you for having us, man.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Always a pleasure.
Really appreciate you
I
guys
don't know.
coming.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know how we got to jihad in this one.
I know.
Stop saying the word.
I hope the stream is still on. X, please don't take us down. Elon Musk, I apologize for the use of language here. We are going to get back into it with Ian Rogers from Ledger, who...
Please, bring up what we just said. You know,
Don't tell them I love them.
Don't we want them to be more low key? Why are you collaborating with Lamborghini? I just want to understand.
F1 too. I have the F1.
Absolutely. Okay, guys.
Hey, where's the guy from Ledger?
I'm going to snitch on you when Ian Rogers comes
Please
in.
do.
Let's slow
You guys
down.
stand out and let's get Ian Rogers.
Let's slow
in. Thank you
down
so
there.
much, guys.
No need to do that. Jack Dunham, please. Hey, thank you. Thank you. That was fun.
Let me take the mic back. We are back without those two degens. What a funny bunch. I think one of them's left the lanyard. Let's see. They're going to get banned from the conference without this. Oh, that's Finn Miller's lanyard. Now, I'm super excited to chat with Ian Rogers, who's got a very storied past, actually. Curious to find out his journey into crypto. I believe he was the Chief Innovation Officer at Ledger, and now he's the Chief Experience Officer. Super interesting story, super interesting character. I'm curious what Ledger is up to. Obviously, one of the biggest hardware wallet providers in the industry. They've been around for a long time. The CEO is on the circuit for as long as we can remember. And Ian Rogers is going to be joining us momentarily. So we're going to get him mic'd up now. We have some questions for him. Guess who's back? It is Thomas Bahamas. I'll let you slide through. You want to get through? Okay. Thomas Bahamas is back.
Hello.
Can you give us a little run? What's going on the main stage?
MetaDAO. MetaDAO. The prophet is doxing as we speak.
Please come through.
Here we go. He took the mask off.
Mr. Ian Rogers.
Hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, I think.
Yeah, you think?
I think.
We're in Abu Dhabi, we're in Breakpoint. Surely you're great.
I am great.
Very good. What have your first impressions been so far? I know you've been around quite a while. You got some ledgers for us.
Well, I come, that's the nice thing about being in hardware is you got real shit to talk about.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And we get you before you're actually going on the main stage.
Yes.
Right. So you're headed after this straight to the main stage. And
Yes,
we get the pre-main stage presentation.
Are we about to leak something on live stream?
We had our big announcement in October. We are now like spreading the gospel on the things that we announced in October, and it was a lot. We announced a new device, Ledger Nano Gen 5. We announced a bunch of new features for Ledger Wallet. We announced Ledger Multisig. So we got a lot.
Well, before we dive into it,
awesome.
I think you should probably talk us through these.
Yeah.
I'll let you have a sip of water as well, but you've got 3 different ledgers.
I do, yeah. So these are 3 different touchscreen ledgers. So
Okay.
people are familiar with the Ledger Nano.
Absolutely.
That's the one that I'm used to. The little
11 years old. I always joke it's like literally the Air Jordan Jumpman of crypto. Because if you're making art and you have to put crypto in your art, then you put a Ledger Nano in it, right?
Yep.
So it's iconic. At the same time, pressing OK with 2 thumbs is not really a mainstream user experience. So we started a few years ago with the Ledger Stacks, and this was our first e-ink touchscreen. This has a really unique screen. This is this is what they call an organic TFT, because where your Kindle or even the other Ledger e-ink touchscreens are silicon on glass, this is actually an organic substrate on plastic. So I could talk about this screen for way longer than we have time, but it's
cool.
a super innovative
Really cool.
design, and it's the world's only curved e-ink touchscreen. So that's the one we started with the Stacks to kind of introduce. Think of like remember the Tesla Roadster? Like you come in hot, right? So that was the Stacks.
And there was a lot of flashy marketing. I remember videos of them sort of being stacked.
Yeah, because they're magnetic as well. And the magnets,
they stick to each
well,
other.
try this. Like put it in its case there. You'll see how the magnets it's very satisfying.
Oh, that's really
and if you have more than one, they do stack together.
Like a little
It was Tony Fadell who invented the iPod and was the co-inventor of the iPhone, who had the idea. He said, well, look, first of all, it's a ledger, so it should denote value. It should be the size and the shape for a credit card.
Yeah.
Then he said, what do you do with value? Well, you stack them.
smart.
There's no way to kind of personalize, tell one from the other. If you got 6 black ledgers. So the idea was with e-ink is a great technology for that because, you know, you can personalize them and like, you know, put, you know, and what, as Tony had the idea, we'd be able to buy and to build. So we made one with a more traditional.
Was this available last Breakpoint? Am I remember that? Or was it soon
Accelerate.
after?
I announced this.
No, you're
I
right.
announced it at Accelerate,
which was
back in May. I believe, right?
Yeah,
Exactly. So that's when we announced this. So the Flex I announced on stage at Bitcoin Nashville last year.
Okay.
With Kid Rock sitting in the front row, of course, and I mean it is Bitcoin Nashville, and then we did the Solana edition at Accelerate this year. But like you know, these are like again, this is really, like I said, this is a Tesla Roadster. This is a $400 product, comes with a case. This one we managed to get in at $250. But you know, the Nano X was more of a $150 product.
Right.
So we wanted to try to bring this better UI in at that Nano X price point. So what we did is we worked with Tony and we made this as the Ledger Nano Gen 5. And this is, you know, touchscreen also.
The latest
E-Ink touchscreen. This is one we announced in October. E-Ink touchscreen. But we get this into market at $179. So this is really meant to upgrade, you know, someone who might have bought the one where they're clicking OK with 2 thumbs, you know, and bring them into
I don't miss that.
into the touchscreen world, especially as you're doing more with your assets and you're using it more often.
Yeah.
You know, if you were using it once every 2 years, that's not a terrible interface. But if you're using it every day, you really want a touchscreen. And you know, of course, in the Solana world, we're doing things. You know, we're living our lives. So we did a very cool thing too. If you notice, these things have this little badge on the front here. It's like this actually pops out and exposes that there's, you know, a hole in this device, which is a unique way to build hardware. But you know, you could put it on a rope if you wanted to, but even better, you've got these little charms. For the initial go round, we had a woman, an incredible artist named Susan Kerr, who designed, you might not know her name, but you know her work.
Okay.
She designed all the original icons for the Apple Macintosh for Steve Jobs.
What? Wait, so you guys are hiring like major.
The big
major
We
innovators, like,
collaborated with Susan and didn't hire Susan.
Okay.
She's a legend.
Yeah.
And really kind of like the OG of pixel art.
So
when you
cool.
think about it. You know, the little bomb, remember on the original Macintoshes when something went wrong? Like that was her.
That was her.
She went to Next with Steve Jobs, and you know, she's the person that introduced Steve Jobs to Paul Rand to create the Next logo. As like a bit of geek lore that old school geek like me appreciates.
Yeah.
But the you know, so she's designed these initial things for us, and there's more. Like you can imagine in the future a Solana series of badges. You can get your device and put your favorite token on there, etc.
Super
So
exciting.
that's where we are. And now the next thing we've done is Ledger Wallet, and it's really on your phone. You have Ledger Wallet. You set up a transaction and then you securely sign on your device.
Wait, what does that look like? So is it you start and then you connect it to your phone, or how?
Correct. So these things all support Bluetooth.
Okay.
And so you've got your phone in your left hand and your ledger in your right hand, and Ledger Wallet, you can see your balances, you can see how much you've staked and earned, you can let's say that you're using the Ledger CL card, which is our credit card, so you can you're transferring value into that card. You set all that up on your phone, and that's why we call this a signer.
Yeah.
Not a wallet.
Okay.
It's a much better way of referring
package.
to it. Because really, like what we all have. I mean, remember that this is the worst year for hacks ever. You've got big hacks on Solana recently, even, and if you're using a device which was meant to share information, like aka a phone, to protect value. Well, I mean, it just doesn't work. It's like using a tractor to drive on the freeway, right? So what you have is you have your device that was built ground up to protect value. Yeah. You pair that with your information device, and you can do anything you want to there. But when it's time to sign, you want something where the private key is protected. Inside of a secure element, the cryptographic transaction is happening in the secure element, and you have a secure screen. Yeah. If I can impress one thing on your viewers, that if you don't have a secure screen, you don't have any better security than you have on your phone. Now when you're at rest, it's better to have your keys offline and etc. But at the moment of transaction, if you are trusting your phone screen to know that this is what I'm doing, then you're just not sure. You can't be 100% sure.
Now, I have a question with this. Okay, so when we talk about hardware wallets, I feel like it's a bigger thing now. People are using hardware wallets for more everyday transactions. That's not how I've historically used them, right? Typically, it's a cold wallet that I open, I send stuff to, and never touch for a long time. Keep it as cold as I can, never do any transactions on chain with it. If I want to get those funds off, send it directly to another hot wallet and use it like that. Is that still the primary use case? Or are you actually seeing like, hey, people want more secure transactions while they're actually using the chain?
I mean, the reality is like, what's the amount of money that you're not comfortable losing, right? You know, if that's $100, then you shouldn't do $100 in a hot wallet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're always at risk. I think it's, you know, this is where, you know, I hope people think deeply about what's going on here, right? Like your value is safe on the blockchain.
Yeah.
So that's, you're counting on that. The blockchain is protecting your value.
Yeah.
Now, you need your private key to be able to say, I am the owner of that value.
Yeah. In order to sign
so your private key, your private key should always be protected. There's zero reason to ever have a private key in a browser, in a software wallet. There's zero reason.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just straight up bad practice.
Well, especially with
it's
how easier,
especially
how easy you're making these actually use.
Exactly. Like, so that it's you know, I mean, so you know, there are definitely. I mean, I have a ledger connected to my Phantom wallet, connected to my Ravi wallet. But I'd never do anything purely in a hot wallet, you know. And so the you know, but then I think it's then it's a question of, well, so if your private key is offline, then you are secure at rest.
Yeah.
Now it's a question of, am I secure at the time of transaction?
Yeah.
So and I think that also, you know, it's also not true that, you know, a hardware wallet is always going to save you in that moment.
Yeah, you sign a bad transaction, you sign a bad transaction.
You sign a bad transaction, and you know, if you leave approvals on, you know what I mean, and like, you know, now you've got kind of on-chain risk.
Yeah.
You know, you're still, so that's why it's also good, you know, to segregate, you know, the wallet that you use every day versus the wallet that you keep for, you know, for long-term use.
Yeah.
For me, those are both hardware.
Yeah.
You know, but I also, you know, I have, you know, wallets that I don't have access to, even physical access to, compared to the one that I use for 2FA.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
I got a question for the listeners. Okay, so for our listeners, do you have like a value that you'd recommend them using a ledger for, or a hardware wallet for the transaction? Because it used to be like there was a big thing, I don't know, this was 5 years ago or so. It was like, hey, you're sending $1,000 in a transaction, use a hardware wallet. Like it's up to you. It makes sense. The hardware wallet's a small portion of that. Do it, protect yourself a little bit more. Like, do you have a recommendation for us on like, hey, if you're sending this much, like you should be using a hardware wallet to protect yourself?
You know, I've heard like $1,000, $1,500 in the past as well. But I think what I would say is like, look, you can walk into Best Buy and buy a Ledger Nano S Plus for $49.
Yeah.
Right. So if it's more than $49, you know what I mean, then you might as well be using a hardware wallet.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it also really depends on the individual, right? Because you know, we both know people who, you know, $5,000 is all the money they have.
Yeah.
And then we know people that could lose $5,000 and not notice. You know what I mean? So
It's
really
different. It's like risk mitigation, like at a different level, not like leverage, but like in your security.
I also think like just in terms of like good practice.
Yeah.
You know, your phone and your computer were not designed to protect value at all.
Yeah.
And I think it's
that's
also,
true.
I think the challenge you run into, there's a little bit of psychology here where I think, you know, there are a lot of people that are going to set up their ledger tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they've been saying that for a long time.
Yeah. Always,
you know?
It's always going to be tomorrow.
Yeah,
Always
and
gonna be,
also, so you might start off by saying, oh, well, I don't have much money in this account, but then, you know, number go up and you're like, oh shit, now it's 25,000, you know, it used to be 25,000 and now it is. Like, so I, to be honest, I would go the other direction. I don't see a good reason not to use a hardware wallet from the jump.
Yeah, well, and what really gets people to use hardware wallets is the one bad transaction that they do sign and lose it all.
Well, and you
know,
can imagine
once you get hacked once, or once you lose it all, you're going to use a hardware wallet for everything.
And you can
it-
imagine in my line of work, we are the lightning rod for the horror stories.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's also like we've heard, but also some of the good stories. Like, there's a great story that we actually recorded on video, because when I heard the story, I couldn't believe it, and I was like, well, you say this on camera.
Right, yeah,
But it was a guy who he's talking to his he got a new job. He's talking to one of his new colleagues.
Yeah.
His colleague asked him, kind of what he does. He's like, oh yeah, I've got, he had all of his money on FTX.
Yeah.
And this
We all
would
had
have
some money on it.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so, but he had everything on FTX, and his friend was like, oh yeah, I've got a ledger here on my desk. I haven't set it up yet. And his new colleague said, listen, you got 20 minutes. There's 20 minutes left in this call. We're gonna hang up now.
Yeah.
You're gonna set up your ledger. And do it. And he did.
And he got it on time?
And a month later, FTX melted down.
Oh, no.
And so, it's one of those stories. Like, there are a lot of people that are like that. They're going to set up their ledger signer tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't do it tomorrow. Do it today. Like, there's just no reason not to.
Yeah, and they're getting good and easy to use now. Like, I remember the old days of trying to set up like the older ledgers, the older Trezors. Like, it was hard to even use.
Yeah, well, and now, like this year, we announced the ledger recovery key.
Yeah.
So anytime you buy one of our touchscreen devices, it comes with a little plastic square.
Yeah.
And that's an electronic pin protected backup of your seed phrase.
Oh, that's
when you
awesome.
set it up,
You're not writing down your 24
You
words.
should still write it down, and I'll tell you
yeah.
why. Because if somebody gets a hold of your recovery key, they can't do anything with it without the PIN code.
Yeah.
But if they put that PIN code wrong 3 times, it wipes.
Oh, does it?
So
Oh,
you
man.
still do want to have multiple recovery keys, or the seed phrase written down somewhere.
Yeah.
Really it just gets easier and easier. You can't with the ledger recovery key, you can't write the word wrong.
Yeah, exactly. You can't misspell it a little bit.
You can't misspell it a little bit, and then later on be going, "Fuck, what did I write?" They're getting easier and easier, and Ledger Wallet as well. Like one of the, I think of it this way: it's really crazy when you think about it, because I joined Ledger 5 years ago, and the Ledger originally was for Bitcoin. That's why Ledger exists.
Exactly.
So you think about it, it does this one thing. It protects
one thing very good.
This one long-term asset, right? But now it's, first of all, every investment asset, because it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and hundreds of other coins and tens of thousands of other tokens, right?
Yeah, tens of millions of other tokens.
Yeah, tens of millions. Exactly.
Let's be honest.
Exactly. But it's also tokenized stocks.
Yeah.
Real world assets.
Yes.
It's a yield bearing savings account.
Yeah.
And where it used to be that if I wanted to buy crypto, I would I'd like try with my credit card and get declined, and then my bank would flag it as fraud. I have a payee in my bank account where I can go send however much money I want to that IBAN, and it just goes straight into my ledger as USDC or USDT.
Instantly just goes through.
Boom. Like, within minutes.
Yeah.
I have it like as USDC or USDT, and then I can swap, I can stake, I can do anything I want. I can connect to a DApp.
That's awesome.
It's crazy.
Yeah. But also on the usability side, I mean, I picked this up just now. I feel a slight magnetic feel to it. You're talking about how much easier it is to use crypto, not just as a long-term storage, sort of what you want to store it for a long time, but you want to be able to use it on the go. You got maybe stable coins on there. You want to make payments with it. So I'm curious, out of these 3 and the many other ledgers that you guys have, which is the easiest for, let's say, throwing a couple $100 in and just making on-the-go daily payments versus having sub-wallets within it and keeping your crypto for a long time without touching it?
Really,
do you even think about it?
If I was recommending to a friend right now, I would say buy one of the touchscreen devices, because the usability it's so much better. At that point, really choose by price. They're best industrial design, but really they're all great. So I would say you could choose any of these 3. This is the Nano Gen 5. This is the Solana Flex. This is the Stacks. So really choose the one you like. It's like buying a car. Choose the one. They all drive on the freeway. Choose the one you like. But then I would also say, set up Ledger Wallet and get the CL card, because you're talking specifically easily load funds. It can be in just a yield bearing account. You can put $200 or whatever onto the CL card, or any amount you want. I'm just saying in your example, you said a couple $100. Tap and pay, top it up. So you can really use it as your secure self-custody bank account. And the security is, there's other ways to do that, but there isn't another way to do it with self-custody and security.
Right. So that's kind of the crux of the question that I'm getting at here. I know you think a lot about experience and you have an innovation background. I have an innovation degree. So I'm fascinated by some of these design decisions here, not only limited to the magnetic element to it, but when you guys design these elements, both from an aesthetic perspective and the industrial design, what do you prioritize? And do you think, okay, this one is mostly for on-the-go payments. This one is mainly for people going to put their funds on there and maybe not touch it for 12 months, 24 months, as you should perhaps think about doing. How do you make those design decisions? And are they about use cases, or are they always prioritizing security? And then everything else is a nice to have.
Yeah, it's a great question. And you have this innovation degree, so I'm like happy to go kind of switch.
We can nerd out about it.
Switch into kind of like industrial design mode a bit. The reality, what I would say is, like, at the high level, is it's really about evolution. What we knew was from the starting point was that with the Nano X form factor, as iconic as it is, it wasn't a mainstream form factor.
It's a bit
right.
Yeah.
We had to go from business to geek to business to consumer, is the way that Tony Fidel put it to me. We started with stacks because it was like a bold expression of that industrial design, right? It really, like Tesla Roadster is a great example. It really stands out.
Yep.
The evolution from that point is really, when you're building something, you're getting better at it, right? And as you get better at it, you can bring the cost down, and ultimately you want to pass that cost on to the consumer, right? So it really literally was a challenge for us to go from a $249 price point for the consumer to a $179 price point to the consumer, with this level of technology. And in doing that, we just had to get better at making these devices. You know what I mean? It's sort of like, and Tony would talk about this a lot, that, the first iPod, it was iconic, but it was not the one that people used.
It wasn't great.
Well, it wasn't great, and also it was kind of clunky. It's big, it's chunky. You know what I mean? They had to get better at it and like bring it down to the kind of the nano form factor. And there was the shuffle, and then there was the kind of more rectangular one, right? So, and it's the same thing for us. So you're always kind of trying to like just make it better and get it to a wider audience.
Right.
And that's really what the Gen 5 represents to us, because we were like, we really need to figure out how to get this user experience into the Nano X price point. If we can do that, then we will reach a lot more people with our level of security.
Interesting.
So they all have identical security. Like literally, these products and the Nano S Plus for $49 have the same ST Micro secure element in them. So you have the same level of security in all of our devices. They all work perfectly with Ledger Wallet. And then the only difference you get is like, Nano S Plus doesn't have a battery, doesn't have Bluetooth, doesn't have the bigger screen, but it's $50.
None of the bells and whistles.
Yeah. And
but
then
the same security.
and then you get here and you do have Bluetooth battery, NFC, and then you get here and you've got Bluetooth battery, NFC, and Qi charging. So like there's and really over time it'll evolve further than that. I
mean, when I look at these, it makes total sense when you explain it from a price point perspective. They all have the same level of security, but from a design perspective, I see the colors. I mean, we're at a Solana conference.
Yeah.
That's the one that really stands out to me. So is that part of the thought process as well? You've designed the aesthetic elements based on different user groups, or is it purely price point with the same security and just like a natural iterative evolution?
Look, we also want to reach a wide audience. I mean, another way to answer your question is we looked at lots of different designs for the Gen 5, but this one felt the warmest.
Okay.
It felt like, it didn't feel like a pocket calculator. It felt like something that you could, it felt soft.
Yeah.
And like, I don't feel like I'm using a banking device. Remember those little like secure ID things that would come with your bank account?
Horrible.
Especially if you ever lived in Germany.
I lived in the Netherlands and we always
we wanted it to feel like, so that's definitely like something that we think about.
Okay.
We also think about other things, like with this one, this steel at the bottom was an intentional nod to the Nano.
Okay.
Like we're known for that sort of steel swivel that goes on the device, and this has it's like a bridge. Between this we think about it from that perspective.
Very thoughtful.
As feel real. I mean, like this thing is, you know, steel, and
it does feel good.
It feels like that's the sports car. This is a pickup truck. And by the way, sports cars and pickup trucks are both cool.
Yeah.
You know,
different use cases.
Different use cases.
Very
Different audience.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Right? And also, you know, you want to be a part of the community. Look, my most recently was the chief digital officer at LVMH. You know, one of the greatest companies in the world, are conglomerates in the world. But if you think about it, you know, what they sell is not necessary or useful. You know, you sell, you know, you buy these things because they're an expression of who you are. You know, why do you? Like, there's lots of things in life that we do because they are an expression of who we are. Like everything doesn't need to be utilitarian. You know, fashion is not utilitarian. And you look at Solana, look at Breakpoint. I think Breakpoint is such a great, to me, Breakpoint feels like going to the E3 video game conference in 1999.
Wow. Wow.
You know, it's like got an energy, and the energy feels consumer. And it feels fun.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like life is not supposed to be serious.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I love. Okay, so Solana used to be like, we used to market it as the fun chain. People are doing fun things on chain. We've had a lot of institutional, you know, ETF talk, but it's like, I think it's coming back more towards the fun chain because people are doing fun things, right?
And we spoke with Matthew Tay on the first day, the Coliseum guy, and he has, you know, he sees all the deals, all the companies, all the new projects that are being proposed, and he argued that, to your point about this sort of marriage of TradFi and the fun stuff on chain being here at Breakpoint, he said actually we're experiencing a bit of fun projects being launched on Solana than.
I really think so. I think so. I think you know. Here's what you can count on: that every idea from 1999, you know, the internet bubble, they were all on fuckedcompany.com, like ha ha, these dumb ideas. All these companies exploded. Well, what were those companies? People watching long form video on the internet, people doing same day delivery. You know what I mean? Like, by 2015, these were all mainstream ideas. I think you could do the same thing. You could take you could write down every failed like blockchain idea, crypto company from 2021, 2022. Write them all down right now, and let's check in 2036. Eventually. They will all be mainstream. All of the gaming ideas, all the ticketing ideas, all of these ideas, they will be mainstream. You can bet on it, right? So you just have to have the patience to get there, because what happens in a gold rush is everyone knows it's going to happen, and they think it's going to happen tomorrow. And you're wrong. But 15 years later, these dreams do come true.
So patience. When you look at the sort of current Solana landscape and you compare it to, let's say, 3-4 years ago, what types of developments, what types of projects excite you the most? Could be projects like Ledger, could be hardware, could be software, could be the DeFi side of life. I don't know, some people said that's really excite me, and then that didn't work out so well. Some people saying ETFs are the be all and end all of Solana's process of getting more mature. From your perspective, as someone who thinks about design and experience,
you got to mention NFTs.
NFTs. We are surrounded by, you know, exchange art, NFT displays.
I was actually going to be a contrarian and say I'm still excited about digital art.
Talk to me about digital art.
You know, I mean,
we haven't had this conversation enough over the last couple of days. I think.
I mean, I think the thing you have to realize is that you know, just like the physical art world, these things are not like big, and they're not big overnight, right? It's a small group of people transacting with a lot of value. So people like to say that digital art peaked and crashed already, but no, there was no digital art. What you had was speculation on NFTs. That's different than digital art. Now you have like real creativity in the space. If you look at what was happening in Basel this year, I mean, there's real artists, real creativity, and of course, it's a small world. Like artists are rarely appreciated in their lifetimes. So I was going to be a bit contrarian and say that, but I also think that like the things that are at the forefront here are exciting. What we have is this, this intersection of crypto and TradFi. TradFi is becoming crypto, just like the internet was the internet over here. And then it's just, we used to talk about digital marketing, and now we talk about marketing in a digital world. It's the same thing. We used to talk about crypto and TradFi, but crypto rails will just become the back end. I think in that way, like we should expect crypto to get a little boring. Right? Originally Spotify was pitched as a P2P app, right? Is it P2P today? That's like, but any normal person would say, who cares what technology uses P2P? Like,
want to use it.
When I used fucking Uber, I don't use the words TCP/IP somewhere, in there, right? I mean, it'll be the same thing with crypto. If I can easily send you money, then it works. And the cost is low, and you're not a merchant like paying 3%. For credit, when you don't want credit, you just want digital cash settlement. So I think that these things actually are very exciting. And in that, and I also think that look, why are we all here? Like permissionless money is massive. In a digital world, having digital permissionless money, like it's impossible to to overstate that. And we are, just like once upon a time humanity moved from God to state, we are moving from state to network, and of course the network will have its own money. So to me, like I think about these things that are much more fundamental.
Clearly, think about it in a very interconnected way as well.
For sure, I think it's because for me, like these technological things are inevitable. And then for example, like I did digital music for 20 years, which is why I keep using that example. But in 2002, I knew that the future was subscription, and it was going to cost around $10. At the same time, I never could have predicted the iPhone. I never, and if you'd have told me that you're right, Ian, it is going to be $10 a month, and it is going to be subscription, and a company in Sweden is going to crack it, and they're going to start with Europe, I would have said, you're a crazy person. That makes zero sense. But that's what I love. What I love is that we know what happens. We have no idea how it happens. So we get to watch it unfold. And that's the best part.
I guess Solana's sort of a similar situation, right? You got 2 coffees and a beer, and then boom, 2 beers and a coffee. Off you go. Solana.
And it's a great team. I have to say, like that's why do I own Solana? Well, it's not because of, like, you pick 1,000 things. Because you believe in the people. Why do you invest in a company? Because you believe in the people. Now that's different than Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a different thing. Bitcoin is an idea that's like that's sort of like an idea whose time has come to pass, right? It's one of those. Whereas I think other things are, teams of people doing great work. And that's, why you invest in a equity. And to me, it's why you would, if you study it, invest in something like Solana.
I want to ask you about digital art because, again, we're surrounded by it, and I can tell you're very passionate about this. We spoke with Raoul Powell earlier, who obviously
he and I are we're together on this.
Brilliant. He's a strong proponent of collectible digital art.
He's got a great thesis.
Self-expression, and he thinks the longer out we go on the time horizon, the more valuable some of these pieces of art are going to be. What type of digital art do you think is really going to fill that gap that we're seeing created at the moment? Once we've moved away from the extremely speculative side of NFTs, we're going to obviously there's going to be more focus on quality over quantity. So what kind of digital art excites you the most?
I mean, it's no different than traditional art, right? It's art by great creative people. Basquiat piece does not have value relative to the art, to the wood and the paint. Wood and the paint is an irrelevant tool in the creation of the art. Basquiat has more value every year because more people know the story and appreciate the story, and there's no more supply, right? So CryptoPunks will have more value year after year because more people know the story and there is no more supply. It's really that simple. And so it's the same thing though when you look at great artists, whether it's a Kim Asendorf or an Andreas Gizin, it takes time to absorb what they're doing. Andreas just did another beautiful piece that is animation of photography that's like very worth seeing, but it would take me 15 minutes to explain it. You know what I mean? So those kinds of things get appreciated over the long arc of history. Kim Asendorf did Pixel Decks this year, which is just an incredible project, but again, it would take me 15 minutes to explain it, and you may or may not appreciate it. You might just go, "Cool story, bro."
Yeah, so scrolling on OpenSea isn't going to be enough.
Speaking about time, I think you're going up on the main stage pretty soon here. Is
that the case?
It's 3:15 or 3:17.
Don't want to get into trouble. Don't want to get into trouble.
We don't want to get you in trouble. And
Yeah,
we
and-
definitely appreciate your time here.
Again, speaking of time, everyone's been given a 2 to 5 minute allocation on.
Exactly.
Surely
5 minutes.
that's not enough to get a point across, is it?
Well, you know what? I have to say, as an audience member, I appreciate it.
Really?
You know what I mean?
That's
So,
good.
I think like watching people give a long, boring talk is long and boring. So I'm supportive.
I wish we had more time to talk to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Rogers.
Next time we
from
talk all
Ledger,
hard.
thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming
Great
on.
to hang with you guys.
Yeah.
Did I think maybe mine.
Is this your phone?
Probably.
We got a phone and a badge.
Perfect,
Probably
exactly.
need
Thank you,
those.
thank
Probably quite important. Thank you so much, Ian.
Hey, what's going on? Of course. Yeah.
And our foundation is a retail.
All right, and I think we're still live. So that was Ian Rogers talking about hardware wallets. We got Ledger. That was great.
I'm Ledger pilled.
Yeah, me too. He even brought up NFTs.
He did.
Our bags are coming back.
I had a little moment there. I was like, okay, so he's got 3 ledgers on the table for us.
Yeah.
Meticulously designed, different price points with the same level of security.
Yeah.
I thought it's really cheeky if I pull out a Soulflare shield.
It was sitting right next to
I
him.
know,
He
and
had
so
to-
many
He had
times.
to have seen it, you know. I don't know.
I just, okay, maybe it wasn't the right time, but we will
Yeah.
get in touch with Mr. Ian Rogers and we will ask him about what he thinks about, the security on this. Obviously, you're not going to compare them from a design perspective, but this is much more usable, I would imagine, for daily payments on the go.
I like that there's there's competition for hardware wallets.
There is a
now,
lot of
and-
competition,
And
yeah.
I mean, Ledger, from the Ledger that I know until those, they've solved the usability.
Yeah,
right?
the
Like, that
clunky
seems
button
way
matching,
easier. Yeah.
you type it in wrong, you got to go all the way back. That was not a very smooth
No.
user experience. So thank you to Ledger for fixing that.
Yeah.
Over the years, it's been great to see. Now, what are we doing? We're going to do a little recap.
Let's go.
We're going to do a little recap of all the exciting things that have happened this morning. If, like me, you've been trapped in a glass booth for a majority of the morning, you've probably been very eagerly waiting to find out what's actually be happening out there in the real world. So we're going to go through these as quickly as possible. You were out there for the first couple of hours of the morning. Did you get a chance to see the 5-minute debates that were going on? There was a little QR code so you can sit in here and vote.
And you could vote. So
You could vote.
they were doing that yesterday. I saw
yeah.
a little bit of that, but I was not out here watching those. I probably should have been.
I don't know. So from the morning, the single most exciting development, if you ask me, was when Toli, Raj, and Mary were on stage.
Yes.
They were pretending to have a little conversation, and then boom, they announced where Breakpoint 2026 is going to be. I didn't think it was going to happen today. I thought surely they're going to wait until day 3, but no, they did it today. Where's it going to be? It's going to be in London.
London. I guess
London.
California this morning, and I was dead wrong.
You were dead wrong. I was born there,
Yeah.
so it's going to be fun for me to go back.
Return to your homeland.
Return to I know.
That'll be fun.
Well, since not going to get into Brexit, but since that did happen, a lot of my fellow Europors, as we are known, we decided maybe it's best to not keep traveling in and out of the UK. But I'm super excited to go back there for work.
Yeah.
Curious how that's going to play out. Now, the real question on my mind is, we've gone from 4,500, 5,000 person turnout Breakpoint last year, maybe 3,000 the year before that, where I think 7,000 was what Nick Dukov said for this year, Breakpoint 2025. I don't know how much bigger you can get. Can you have a 10,000 tickets sold London Breakpoint 2026? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume it's definitely possible. I bet there's a market for this.
I bet there's a poly market. All right, Kalshi. Kalshi, if you're listening to this, make a prediction market on how many tickets are going to be sold for Breakpoint 2026 in London. Curious to find out. What else do we have from the morning?
We have Fire Dancer.
Okay.
Is that right? Fully live on Solana mainnet. And
really?
Yeah.
See, you trapped in it. I'm missing all the important developments. They've been talking about Fire Dancer for so long.
Fully live, and totally tweeted that they're going to be taking the beta off of Solana mainnet.
That's huge.
So
That's absolutely huge. So successfully producing 50,000 blocks after running on a handful of validators for 100 days.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe they've been doing this sort of shadily in the background. They didn't want people to know. And
it seems like it.
Yeah. Did they announce this upstairs on the main stage?
I don't even know.
I would imagine with the developers upstairs, right?
Yeah.
Surely we weren't sat here and we missed that big news. Okay, let's find out what else is going on. They're going to pour one out for the beta tag. Yeah, totally. That's fascinating. So Hex Trust is going to issue in custody WXRP, wrapped XRP on Solana, bringing a one-to-one back to wrapped version of XRP. to the Solana DeFi ecosystem. Now, there's been a fair bit of animosity, I think, between the XRP army and the Solana DeFi OGs and the degens, particularly following the announcement that Western Union was going to be
on Solana
operating on Solana,
not on XRP.
not on XRP. There was a lot of anger there. People were fuming actually from the XRP army. So it seems we've healed some of that damage, and that bridge is now reopened.
We welcome them.
We welcome. Hopefully, they welcome us.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think long gone are the days of extreme crypto tribalism. We're all building here, so that's good. What else do we have? WXRP will have over $100 million in TVL and enable XRP trading and liquidity with RLUSD across supported chains. By supported chains, I assume they mean the XRPL and the Solana ecosystem. Maybe Stellar in there. I don't know. Curious to find out. What else do we have? Temporal says Harmonic, a block building system being tested on the Solana mainnet, has produced blocks fully filled with Humidify Oracle updates. We were talking to Ben.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the stream went down for a little bit.
Did it?
So I wasn't able to watch it.
Elon, come on, man.
I think it might have been the internet. Just
it was.
We could blame them both.
We can blame it. Can the devs do something? We will. If the stream did go down at any point, we weren't aware of it. We kept talking to Ben. Fascinating human being. Very developer focused actually. As far as founders go. Super technical founder, super technical team over there. Yeah. So we will share that interview when it is available, of course. What else do we have? Around 10,000 Oracle updates per block. That's 25 times the current mainnet average. So again, just goes to show these people are extremely technically focused. What else do we have, Thomas?
It looks like Metaplex launches Genesis SDK on Solana. Really enables exchanges and aggregators to build token launchpads and really monitor new token launches using a fair launch smart contract.
Very popular at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. Very
popular at the moment. So let's see where that goes. I mean, okay. Cast your mind back to ICO season. It was
2017.
Yeah. It was the spiel. I think back then was we're democratizing access to capital formation, and everyone can participate in all these rounds. And I think it didn't end up being super profitable for most people, right?
Yeah.
That seems to be changing now. We've had some extremely profitable for everyone that participated type of launches.
It's been coming back. They've been coming back, right?
In a healthy way.
Yeah.
I think. I hope. Yeah. Let's see. Camino rebranded. Oh, Camino rebranded. We had a Camino T-shirt.
We weren't allowed to bring it on.
We weren't allowed to. It was a little bit sad. We were talking about all the amazing merch that we've received yesterday, and this is probably a good time to pull out those DeFi Tuna hoodies that we just got given. But we had a Camino T-shirt, and they told us that we couldn't pull it out. Let's get this out of the plastic. DeFi Tuna, obviously, a team that we love, near and dear to our hearts. They gave us these hoodies, and part of the reason why I'm pulling this out is because if you're here, if you know anyone at Breakpoint, bring us your merch. We want to see the merch.
I'm actually hoping to get some socks out of merch. I'm fully out of socks. Okay. Somebody's got to have them, right?
It's hot in this booth. Get us some socks, please. Well, Titan Exchange announces it is launching limit orders soon. Titan, obviously, been in the news a lot as well. Pith Network announces Pith Reserve and will use protocol revenue via the DAO Treasury to deploy 1/3 of its treasury each month for buybacks.
Yeah.
More buyback news.
We like buybacks. You got to do something for the tokens, right?
We like the buybacks.
Yeah.
We want more buybacks. But there was a debate on stage earlier between Victor Fisher, Rockaway ex-founder, and Max Resnick, I want to say. Both spicy debaters, and they took, I think, different sides of the argument about buybacks. I heard a very small amount of that debate. There was also the voting going on. One side was arguing buybacks are good. One side was arguing not as good as maybe we think it is. Curious to find out what happened there. We should, if you know what happened in that debate, if you watched it, if you have very strong opinions on buybacks, drop your thoughts in the comments in the stream, either on YouTube or on X. And if you're here, you're on YouTube, please subscribe to SolanaFloor for deep dives across the Solana ecosystem. Give the video a like, give the stream link a like, share it with people. We want to know from people that are strongly opinionated about buybacks. What do you think? Curious. Do you have any strong opinions on buybacks? Should we do more? Should we do less? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, supposedly it makes the tokens go up. Everyone wants the tokens to go up. Do some buybacks. That's the simplistic model.
Number go up or me sad. Yes. Drift. Talk to me about Drift.
Looks like they're launching a mobile app Q1 2026, as well as DLP, a new liquidity provider for its platform.
Interesting.
I watched Cindy do the talk a little bit earlier. They've got V3 out. They seem like they got a lot going on. They're always doing a lot.
They do.
I feel
They're
like
always
the promise of drift has always been very high.
Right.
You know, and
They're
we're
always
actually going to be speaking with Bulk a little bit later today too. So talk about the perps landscape on Solana. I'm excited for that.
And on this mobile app launch, Sanctum, we were talking with Eno yesterday, Chief Vibes Officer, shout out to Sanctum. They are also launching a mobile app.
Yeah, it seems like the move is going into mobile apps. Seems like everything's going mobile actually.
Might that have something to do with Solana Mobile?
Yeah.
Who obviously have the Seeker, and maybe people are thinking, hey, look, the attention is there. I'm going to launch a mobile app. Maybe that's part of it. What do you think?
Yeah, it's got to be.
It's got to be. Okay.
It's got to be.
Well, I'll tell you what, I will be downloading them. Okay, question is unanswered yet. Drift Protocol is launching a mobile app. Sanctum's launching a mobile app. Are both of these apps going to be available on the App Store only, on the Apple, on the Google Play Store only, or are they also going to be available on the Solana Mobile App Store?
I think Drift already has an app in the Solana Mobile Store, which I've downloaded. I can't really say I've used it.
Yeah. Is it the same app?
It's probably a different app.
Okay.
I would imagine it's going mainstream.
Surely.
Apple, Google.
Surely.
It's got to be that.
Yeah. If you know the answer to these questions, then drop your thoughts, your comments in the chat, and we will be informed by you guys as well. So, Huma, we like Huma. PayFi Warriors, they partnered with Obligate to expand access to trade finance liquidity. Now, Huma provides the stablecoin liquidity that fuels the system here. So, very interesting. Huma's been making moves lately.
They have.
They've really been making moves. We spoke with Erbil, the co-founder, in Istanbul at Crossroads Conference. And we did a little mini-series about the future of PayFi. Cash from Jupiter actually had some interesting remarks about how PayFi is essentially the glue between DeFi and TradFi and helping money move around the world faster, cheaper, all sorts of stuff. So very, very interesting. They also had a Feathers airdrop system, right?
Yeah, I think that's the reward system.
That's the reward system.
Yeah. I don't know where that's going to be, what kind of reward you're going to get for those rewards. Yeah.
We love the points.
Yeah.
Okay. The combined structure there will deliver sustainable yield products to decentralized finance users, asset managers, and enterprises seeking transparent asset-backed exposure. Lots happening at Breakpoint 2025 in Abu Dhabi, but there's also news coming from outside of Breakpoint. Earlier in the morning, we reported that Binance and Circle were given ADGM licenses here in Abu Dhabi. That's one of the regulators. So that's exciting. But JP Morgan, big name, JP Morgan has arranged a US commercial paper issuance for Galaxy Digital on Solana. That is absolutely massive. We spoke to huge. Nick Dukov was here and he was saying, look, the job is not done, but if names like JP Morgan are working on Solana, the job is partly done. Like, let's not kid ourselves.
Historically been like anti-crypto to the maximum.
Jamie Dimon has literally come out multiple times and said crypto's a scam. Bitcoin's okay, blockchain's okay, but crypto is officially a scam. Clearly, they're
coming around. They're coming around.
Full 180. This is one of the first debt issuances expected on a public blockchain. We love it. They do have a private chain. I think it was Onyx. This is maybe a subsidiary of JP Morgan. A few years ago, they were responsible for the first state-to-state transfer of tokenized treasuries. I believe it was Singapore and Japan. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that is the case. Now, the USCP was purchased by Coinbase and Franklin Templeton. What else do we have here?
We got Circle minting another $500 million of
Another $500 million. Jeremy Lair, Circle, I feel like they're just loading $100 million clips into Solana stable coins. This is an interesting one. So we have been talking about stablecoins for a long, long time. We've been talking about stablecoin value leakage in the Solana ecosystem for a long, long time. It's been part of the discussion that spurred on the desire, let's say, for a white label stablecoin on Solana or purpose-built stablecoins that are, let's say, ecosystem specific to keep a majority or even all of the value that's created in the ecosystem in which it is created, as opposed to Circle, which through its responsibilities to Coinbase, I believe, has to share some of the rewards with Base. So that's an interesting discussion. If you care strongly, if you have very strong opinions about Circle, about Tether, which obviously dominates the overall crypto stablecoin market, then let me know.
It's like what other company could just send in $500 million like that? I feel like USDC has done the work. Where it's like if you're
Absolutely.
going to load dollars,
It's trusted.
if you're loading that many dollars
Yeah.
onto Solana, you're doing it through Circle.
100%.
Right? Like I don't think there's another way that people are doing it. Like
Circle dominates
Yeah,
stablecoin use on Solana, and they have done it for a long, long time. Obviously, people trust it, people
Yeah.
use it, it functions the way it's supposed to, but that doesn't mean that different alternatives can't exist. And I think there are plenty of discussions around what types of stablecoins might be getting issued soon as well. DTCC has received an SEC no action letter authorizing the DTC to tokenize DTC custody assets, lots of DTCs, to tokenize DTC custodied assets. We spoke with both Rebecca Rettig, who's on the legal side at Jito, and we spoke with Kristen Smith, formerly from the Blockchain Association, now president of the Solana Policy Institute. Both mentioned this as an important development as well. What else do we have? Assets also include Russell 1000 equities, major index ETFs, and US Treasuries. And the rollout is going to begin in 2026.
It's awesome.
We were asking people, are we still in a bull run? Are we bullish? Price is down. Crypto Twitter sentiment is not doing great. This is a very long list of bullish news.
Absolutely. That's all we've been hearing. Like everyone is bullish on the chain. Everyone is doing things on the chain. Everyone has big, massive plans.
And
bullish.
Guess what?
Just bullish.
There's more. We are not done. Another huge name launching something on Solana. YouTube has launched an option for US creators to receive payouts in PYUSD.
Oh, let's go. That's great.
Now, if you like the on-chain economy, if you're a creator, you want to keep your funds on-chain, guess what? YouTube isn't going to force you to use fiat anymore. I think this is amazing. Now, PayPal's obviously been making moves with their PYUSD, and the Galaxy sweep announcement
uses PYUSD.
Uses PYUSD as well. So
it's being used.
PayPal making moves. What can I say? Congrats to those guys. The feature is live, but currently limited to US creators. That's a bit of a shame. I'm not based in the US. You are based in the US.
I am. I like that coin because you can off-ramp very easily with it. You can just use the PayPal app to off-ramp.
We don't recommend off-ramping for the record.
You can also on-ramp.
Exactly. What else do we have? Number 5 on this list, Thomas.
We have got Solana spot ETFs have now recorded 10 consecutive days of net inflows, totaling $11 million yesterday. And you spoke to Matt Hogan today. Bitwise.
We did.
BSOL once again with the most flows, 4.4 million yesterday.
Yes, so I think when we got the record yesterday, the report, sorry, was at 3.7, 3.8, and now we've gone up to 4. Anyway, the point is, BSOL leading the charge. First mover advantage, obviously, yes. We spoke with Matt Hogan, the Chief Investment Officer, earlier. Did some legalese, alchemy. They played some 4D chess and managed to get BSOL live during the government shutdown in the US, which was obviously a massive win for them. And it looks like they're going to maintain that edge that they have from having the first mover advantage.
They're crushing it.
They are actually.
There's no other way to say it, right? They're doing a fantastic job.
What are the numbers that we can recall? $500 million in inflows into BSOL, I think in about 3 to 4 weeks after launching, making it the most successful ETF launched in the US, not just in crypto, across all assets. And obviously Matt Hogan has an ETF background, so he was very, very happy, chuffed even to see that news. Who's second on that list? I can't remember. Who's got the second highest inflows from SOL ETFs at the moment? Is it so easy?
I don't even know. It's probably
might be so easy, right?
Yeah, right. We had Mike Reed here yesterday.
We had Mike Reed, massive Solana bull.
Awesome.
Has a Kudus ring. Has a Seeker. He's one of us. That was fascinating to see. I'm going back to this sort of original discussion that you and I had on day one of, are the degens and the DeFi OGs going to feel a little bit hard done by because you've got these $1 trillion asset managers here? And that's even before we realized that, 5 trillion was a number we could mention on this live stream. That's before the sweep news came out. So it seems from all the conversations that we've had this week, not just at Solana Breakpoint, but at Abu Dhabi Finance Week, and even before that, we had Bitcoin Mena was here, the amount of institutional representation here. It seems that is a phenomenon that's limited to crypto Twitter. The idea that we are losing people from being here seems to be limited to.
I think it's even more than that. I think it's like a lot of them are actually like they're into it. They're coming here because they want to have fun. I think that they've been seeing that. Like they still can't get over like Mike Reed has a Kudus ring. He's got a Solana Seeker. Like they're here to have fun. You know, it's like they're
Fascinating.
Yeah.
And we gave them a screen as well, right? That was handed out to us, one of those privacy screens that you can whap onto your Seeker world. Then you probably want to be able to use your Seeker without any Seekers.
Yeah, I'll put in the order.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're still handing them out. If you are at Breakpoint, get yourself a screen. If you're not at Breakpoint, find someone that is and get yourself a screen. On that note, adjacent, Solana Mobile upstairs. They have the Solana Mobile booth upstairs.
Yeah, and you can
win a Seeker.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go and
you spin it.
spin the wheel of
Yeah, and
fortune,
you get-
and you can win a Seeker.
Odds are that I'm gonna get another one. I haven't
reckon?
spun it yet. Once we get out of here, I'm gonna go.
We
get
have no
another one.
time. We're very date undisclosed. Is there's an dApp rather, on the Seeker called Luco.
Okay.
It's like Moonwalk Fitness. Shout out to Moonwalk. You essentially walk around for every 1,000 steps you get one. It's going to give you potentially another.
Yeah,
if people
yeah.
want more Seekers and they're playing on the Seeker to win another Seeker, that's a good sign.
Yeah, and so part of getting your airdrop is they're tracking your usage of your phone. So you need to be using it. Like
You do.
Your phones can't just be sitting in your drawer.
And there's three categories
Yeah.
of use, right? What are they again? Daily use.
Dude, I don't even know.
Dapps
I don't
or
hit them.
usage.
I don't hit them all the
You
time.
don't
so
hit them
I
all
need
the
to
time?
know. You need to
Oh
tell
yeah,
me.
it's new things.
Yeah.
So you got to download new dApps.
Yeah.
Pro tip there is go to the featured list. You've got dApp usage. Obviously, you've got to use the dApp that you're downloading.
Yeah.
And dApp store activity is tracked as well. So download the dApp, connect your wallet, use it, do your daily swaps, stake to the Solana Seeker validator, and review the dApps. Let the teams know if you enjoy it. If you don't, what kind of improvements they can do. Essentially, I think it all boils down to be an active member of the Seeker ecosystem. Let them know what's going right, what could be improved. Do your swaps there. You're probably already using crypto day to day. Do your payments on there. I know, use Cast, use Solflare, use Phantom, stake. These are things that we can recommend so far, right? If you want to actually a full, very, very comprehensive written out guide on how to maximize your airdrop allocation, you go to SolanaFloor.com and you check the Seeker guide. And if you want to stay updated with everything Seeker, you again go to the SolanaFloor website.
Yeah.
It's /Seeker, I believe.
Yeah.
It's the Seeker hub. And that's going to give you all the rewards, past, present, future. And it's going to give you all the headlines, all the news, all the future perks. It's all on one page. That's solanafloor.com /Seeker.
Yeah.
Now, if you're with us at this point, it is 3:40 local. Who do we have on stage? Mark Greenberg and Jacqueline Melinek is coming on stage to discuss making finance invisible, building the killer app for the tokenized economy. Tokenization is a huge talking point here at Breakpoint this year.
It is.
We've seen so many talks about tokenization, right?
Yeah. Speaking of tokens, before I came in here, he comes out in a mask. This is super bearish. He came out fully.
He's doxed?
No. Yeah.
No mask?
No mask. I think he doxed.
Interesting.
I got a picture.
We've had so much institutional adoption now. There's no need to be, completely anon.
Yeah.
I kind of like, I like interviewing people once in a while and they're like, you know what, don't show my face, I'm not doxed, I'm going to keep a mask on, or can we just put the PFP over it? I like that. It feels very crypto. It feels real.
Yeah.
That's why we came here,
Yeah.
Right?
It's always harder when you're like talking to them and you're on a call and you're like, they're like, oh, I'm not going to show my face. And you're just kind of talking to the voice.
Yeah. But I mean, for years you've hosted spaces.
Yeah.
I guess quite a few of the founders and the builders that you've spoken to aren't doxed, don't want to be doxed.
Yeah. Yeah. I did a lot. It was always a little harder to connect with them when they were like that. 'Cause the funniest would be like, we join like a video call and like my face is there. And then they'd be like, oh, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
And then some of them would just like hang up. It's like, well, okay. Well,
I've done even worse. I've forgotten to turn off the camera of a guest, and then at the end of the interview, after I've used their name, I've recorded it with their face, then they've gone, hey, just a little reminder, by the way, I'm not doxed.
Oh no.
And then you got to go back and go through this whole editing process to respect their privacy, obviously, as we do.
Yeah.
And replace it with PFPs. If you want to watch those interviews, go to SolanaFloor's YouTube page. Subscribe for deep dives from across the SolanaFloor ecosystem. We do investigative deep dives. We do interviews with founders and builders. And we cover the news as well.
Yeah.
Recently, I think one of the more interesting videos I saw you covering was whether or not DeFi was dead.
Yes.
Snappy title.
That's what I started with.
Yeah.
It was my first video, and it probably was not like the best look. The title was is DeFi dead?
And the answer is...
But like, as I was researching and looking into it more and more, I was like, DeFi's never been as alive as it is right now. Like the DeFi ecosystem is like, it's cracking right now. So like it was a good title. I stuck with it, but I basically proved myself wrong in it.
that's what you want in, in an investigation like that, right? Like, have we shot ourselves in the foot? Is the ecosystem dying? These are savage questions.
Yeah.
We hope the answer is no, and luckily the answer is no in this case.
Yeah, and we had a good test, right? Like October 10th was a big liquidity flush. $19 billion was basically wiped out of the ecosystem of all crypto, pretty much.
So
it wasn't just
when we saw those reports of $19 billion, is that the total dollar amount of liquidations, or let's say I put a $10 long position and it's 10x leverage long, and is that worth $100, and then that feeds into the 19? How do we get to the 19 billion?
Anyway. I think it's total. So
total
it's
leverage,
not necessarily dollars lost,
Clear.
right? But that number is also not necessarily 100% correct. Like there was like a bunch of different sources that were talking about how the centralized exchanges don't report all their liquidations. It's hard to get that data out of them. So all DeFi was
does that mean it's more?
More. So it's likely, like some places were saying it's 40 billion. It could be up to 50 billion. So it was a lot bigger than what we were talking about most likely. And we'll never know because they don't have to publish those numbers.
And despite that, your investigation revealed that DeFi is very much
DeFi,
alive.
you can see everything that was lost on chain, right? You could just look at the block explorers and see, and you could see exactly how much was lost, where it was lost, why it was lost, and it maintained 100% uptime, where a lot of those centralized exchanges didn't.
I'll bite. Where was a majority of the damage to retail users done?
It was probably centralized exchanges, but on chain it was hyperliquid.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was like 10 billion was hyperliquid.
10 billion liquidated on hyperliquid.
Yeah, but I guess it's not retail that's trading that much.
Right.
There's no way. Those are hyperliquid has
market makers were getting wrecked.
I think that they've attracted big players.
Yeah.
Right. Like
James Wynn, if you're watching this.
You're not YOLOing $100 million positions, if you're retail. That's not retail.
No.
Maybe James Wynn is.
Maybe James Wynn.
No.
I feel like James Wynn is a psyop. Does anybody actually know James Wynn? I've heard him speak on an X Spaces.
Yeah.
Like me, he's from the north of England.
Yeah.
He's got a very interesting accent. He doesn't sound like somebody who's loading $100 million clips and letting the whole world know where his liquidation point is. Because he retired.
I think he put another position up not that long ago. It's like every time he does, it's like, oh well, the market's going to go the other way. It's hard to say. But speaking of leverage, we do have bulk trade coming up pretty soon.
We do have bulk trade coming up. We have June, the CTO, is joining us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So I'm excited for them. I'm excited to hear about what they're doing because
Absolutely.
perps on Solana is it's always been like a should be. Like I still don't, Hyperliquid came in, had the right product and the right airdrop, and they did a lot of things right. And they attracted people.
Before I fully agree with you, and before I leave this room to be replaced by Mr. Finn Miller, who also loves Solana perp stakes.
He's very excited for that conversation.
He is very excited. He's very, very excited for that conversation. I recently heard an opinion from someone, and it went something along the lines of, listen, when you look at all the volume that exists on Hyperliquid, maybe 5 to 10% of that at any given moment is organic retail trader activity. And, let's say, for the sake of argument, 80 to 90% of it is actually market makers.
Yeah.
Right. People that are trading against them, and that's how they make their money. They're either LPs or they're AMM. So what he was saying is for places like venues like Solana to be extremely successful in attracting some of that liquidity, all they really have to do is to try and get 3 to 5% of the activity, of the retail activity, and an asymmetric amount of the AMMs will follow, because let's say half of the retail activity leaves. Well, you're not going to end up with a bunch of AMMs trading against each other. That doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
I also don't know, but it's interesting.
It seems like it, but it also seems like any big trades, any people that are coming in, we're using Hyperliquid. So maybe that's partially true, but it seems like they were able to pull in a lot of people, right? And Solana has
a lot of
good
people.
perp dexes.
Yeah.
There's been issues with liquidity, maybe positions don't get filled at the right prices, and a few things in the way. I think there's a bunch of teams that are approaching that in different ways, and I think they're going to fix it. So
I think they're going to fix it too. And listen, Solana is, as we know, one of the most innovative, iterative, as we found out from talking to Ledger's Ian Rogers, places, venues, ecosystems in the entirety of crypto, and crypto itself is, by definition, much more innovative and iterative and risk-taking than Web 2. So it makes absolute sense that Solana is going to keep iterating and innovating around perp stakes and so on. very excited to find out actually what bulk trade has been up to.
Yeah, me too. And it looks like they're getting ready over
Looks
here.
like they're getting ready already. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2 from Breakpoint 2025, the capital of capital, Abu Dhabi, where the degens, the DeFi OGs, the Solana DeFi maxis are all coming together with the ETF issuers, the DATCos, and of course the $1 trillion asset managers. I've had an amazing time talking to all the regulated entities this morning. We've had Matt Hogan, we've had Nick Dukoff, we've had Kristen Smith, we've had Rebecca Rettig, we've had Ben Coveston, and now in the afternoon, Finn Miller is going to take it away. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your time.
Yes.
Thomas.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure.
It sure has.
I'm going to take my DeFi Tuna hoodie with me, and I shall leave you guys to it.
All right, sounds good. There we go.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
So there we go. Great news recap. Jack out, Finn in, and we've got bulk trade coming right up.
Sure. Do you want me to go in? Oh, yeah, sure.
So, this week we're officially opening up our new wallet platform called Phantom Connect.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Good. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you.
Yeah.
All right. It's Perps time. Finally.
How are you doing?
I'm good. What was the recap? What was the big banner highlight?
The recap was good. I mean, the biggest highlight, JP Morgan is like fully accepting crypto and they're launching some funds on Solana. So yeah, big news. You know,
Perfect.
There's always a lot going on.
Awesome. Well, it's time to get into the most exciting areas. Perps is one of the biggest markets in crypto at the moment. The highest earning revenue app of the year was a Perps Dix. In my view, the Perp scene in Solana is in pretty dire straits.
Yeah.
We're really struggling. We're falling behind. We've dominated the spot market, but we are really lagging in the Perp scene. So Bulk is a new emerging Perp Dix from Solana. Jun here is the CTO. Jun, why on Solana, as it stands, are we so far behind in the Perps game?
I mean, Solana is a great place to build a variety of products and a bunch of other things. But from a trading perspective, especially from a high frequency trading perspective, 60 million block units are just not big enough. The virtual machine has some performance conflicts that actually don't make it possible for you to run a very robust risk engine or a matching engine, and also all the other components that make a perps experience so much better. Like, for example, Hyperliquid or Binance or Aster all run on different sort of state machines and very heavy hardware. Where on Solana, a general purpose blockchain, a bunch of trading apps trying to share blocks with each other is just very hectic right now.
Yeah.
And that's one cool thing that we also think about Bulk, is that try to blend performance where decentralization is the highest priority.
Yeah. So you have that going now, and then you take a look at this market. You're like, hey, there is a big opportunity here. Like, what is your approach, just from a high level? Like, how are you coming at this?
For us, we started out as market makers, as a lot of guys know. We took a look at this from two sides of the thing. One's the technical overview of that, and one from market. What do traders want? What do users want? And we realized that if we can offer three of these cool things, one's like lowest amounts of latencies, liquidity, and on top of that, user experience is very cool for market makers, HFTs, and normally. And the opportunity right now is so big. Like as Finn described, the biggest perps, the biggest app of the year was Perp Stack, earning over 1 billion in ARR. And it's insane. But it's not as big as we thought compared to traditional markets. Traditional markets move trillions in a day. And the whole goal of Solana and also for Bulk is to bring all these sorts of markets on chain, on Solana and onto Bulk. And how we position ourselves as a trading hub for Solana, a specialized, a dedicated trading hub where assets can trade no matter what and can always get this latency, this price, and this execution that is predictable, verifiable, and insanely nice to use.
Yeah.
Can you talk me through kind of the architecture of how Bulk actually works? Because Drift is the kind of the leader of Solana pips at the moment. That's built on the on the layer 1. Jupiter is on the layer 1 as well. We've seen Zeta move off and go for a kind of a network extension. Pacifica is doing their own thing. What's your approach, and how have you structurally built this to outcompete the others?
That's a very good question. We thought about this from a ethos of decentralization, where you either have a single sequencer based approach or you have layer 1 like Drift, as you just said. Layer 1, as I just described, there's a bunch of performance constraints that don't translate to very good user experience, as we have seen so far. Compare that to your off-chain solutions like a single sequencer and all these sorts of venues. They lack decentralization, just a different custody setup with users still being able to use the asset, but the transactions and matching, the risk, all of these are owned by a single operator. So we are taking a very different approach of having multiple operators, multiple independent operators that anyone can run, and you're capable of doing matching, risk, settlement, and all these sorts of things. So I would describe Bulk as a sidecar network that lives inside a modified Solana client. So any Solana validators can run us. At the same time, you'll be running Solana as it is, but Bulk on top. And Bulk has a network, a consensus, a database, a ledger, everything that it needs to make it decentralized and multi-operator owned, and all while keeping this sub 20 milliseconds of latencies.
So would it be fair to kind of summarize and say that you're still taking advantage of Solana's underlying decentralization, but you're abstracting it into a separate validator client and running all this on there, so you still maximize performance?
Yeah, that's a very perfect summary, right? Solana is the most battle-tested execution environment, like decentralized execution environment that you can ever find. We have highest amount of BFT decentralization with number of nodes and stake and bunch of all of that. At the same time, we have very robust validator operators who have very good hardware that is battle tested for the last 5 to 6 years, and using that to create a specialized, let's say, a F1 circuit makes sense to me.
And you've mentioned that it is a truly decentralized perp sticks, and that's kind of a distinguishing point, because a lot of the time perp sticks they rely on very, very centralized and singular points of failure. Hyperliquid's got about 20 or 25 validators, so that's kind of an example of that. Why do you think on Solana we've kind of relegated decentralization and open finance and open sourcing and everything along those lines to an afterthought, as opposed to being front and center, which was the original crypto ethos?
I think that to us, we figure out doing the hard things are always hard, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't. And we're a team who likes to do insanely hard things, and having this decentralized and open for anyone to verify is the hardest part. Obviously, there's so many cool things and obviously a bunch of other problems that go into like making this single sourced or this or that. But essentially, it would boil down for us to having multi-operator setup is to give this execution guarantee to any user. So by that I mean this guarantee that you can send your order and you cannot be censored. There is a group of validators independently owned who are actually matching your orders and doing all the risk checks and all these sorts of things without an external input or a single operator input. And that's very important for institutions, as we found out. And there's been so many talks about running a unregulated securities exchange, or that all translates to a single state machine owned by a single operator. And Burke is just trying to distribute that with performance.
And so performance is kind of the key operative word.
Yeah.
If we're trying to strip that down to latency, a lot of numbers get thrown out. People say, we've got 400 millisecond latency, we've got 200 millisecond latency, 50 milliseconds. If I'm just a normal guy, I fire up the trading terminal, I hit buy, it buffers for a second and the trade goes through. For me, that seems fast. How do you quantify the difference between 400 milliseconds and 200 milliseconds for someone who's just an everyday trader?
Majority of this is felt by people who are using the APIs or something on the core level outside of the front end, where your pricing is very, very important. And this is obviously felt by HFT and market makers to begin with. I was just talking about this on my talk, that if you do a Monte Carlo distribution, a distribution between frequency and price changes, at every 1 second, you lose up to 1 bips of price changes. So for example, Solana is 400 milliseconds. So you always lose up to 0.06 bips. That is almost 0.1% or something like that price changes on Solana versus Binance. And that is very, very bad for a market maker because you're quoting on a liquidity leader compared to a DEX or an exchange that is moving slower. And there's always this opportunity of arbitrage between both of that and also your capability of not executing very, very fast. So any orders you post will always be that 1 bips behind or something like that. It's very bad to them in terms of what the systems can handle. At the same time, it also translates to them actually trading on the platform. And we've spoken to a bunch of market makers about this on trading experience on Solana versus a bunch of other blockchains and stuff like that. Solana's 400 milliseconds are obviously the best in the industry right now, and you cannot beat that. But it's never guaranteed that you're going to get into the same slot to begin with. That's the first issue. Second issue, 400 milliseconds also too big compared to Binance, and the pricing that they are getting is very bad. And now translating that to users is that you're getting worse fills. You're getting the execution price that you're getting is much worse compared to you trading on Binance, for example. So that again directly translates to your slippage, your profits that you can make, or your trading experience, and all of this will compound down, and it will translate users leaving the platform or something like that, always seeking for the best pricing opportunities.
Yeah, and do you have any insight into like who the users and traders are going to be? You mentioned like high frequency traders, you mentioned, everyday traders. Like, who are you really targeting? Like, who is going to be, the user of this? Is it going to be everybody, or are you talking to a lot of institutional traders, or who, what does that look like?
That's a very good question, right? Like, we built a whole sort of pseudo chain inside. It has all these complex moving parts. But end of the day, we are very product native team who believe that we can deliver a very well polished consumer experience that is catered towards all the normal consumers in retail, and also the complex side of moving parts also catered towards institutions who are latency sensitive and any participant like HFT, market makers, and everyone. Because an exchange job is to provide a venue where both sides of the curve can actually meet and agree on a single price. And as these participants are very latency aware, price sensitive, and all these sorts of elements compared to our average retail like us, where we just want very good fills, very good pricing, very good liquidity. I place a $10 million order and I want it to go through. And for that to happen, we need both of the moving parts to align in a single go.
Yeah, that's well said. And do you think that Hyperliquid kind of shows the appetite for this product? Like, it seemed like a great demonstration of what could be on Solana, right? Like, it showed the demand, it showed the use, and like, it is that kind of like, hey, the demand is there. Now it's time. If we can put this out there, it's coming. Or how do you view that?
For sure. I mean, like, Hyperliquid proved that they are the decentralized liquidity leader, something like that. But Hyperliquid's still far behind compared to traditional markets. Clearing houses today clears trillions of dollars. Nasdaq, NYSE, trillions in volume a day, and we are not even scratching the surface of a bill on chain, and at some venues is even smaller, and we're still, the pie is so small, and now we've just started understanding and realizing that institutions wants to tokenize, they want to bring all of their assets on chain. This is a question we ask. We have this vision of Solana capital markets that are coming, and internet capital markets with all sorts of equities, commodities, everything being represented by this tokenized form. Where will they trade? Like, we have spot markets that are very, very nice on Solana now, but there's no perps venue or an actual order book with higher depth that you can do for all of this. So order books are a proven market fit. Nasdaq, NYSE runs these order books for the last 30 years, processing trillions and trillions and trillions of volume, and building that in a distributed environment onboarding all these institutions is the next biggest unlock for sure.
Yeah, and that kind of runs into like a lot of the theme of 2025 is like bringing institutions to Solana. So like there's an appetite for them to come on Solana already, and it's like here this is going to be the trading venue for them, right? Or at least that's what you're building for.
Yeah, that's the goal. You come on Solana. Solana is the hub of money markets, right? Now let's just give them this dedicated trading venue that's not hindered by NFTs or community activities on chain that are going on, or the votes or anything that fills up the block. And just give them this one predictable execution where you get this no matter what. This never slows down, and your demand is always met. And it's very good because you can build a bunch of other cool things with that, like very nice composability with Solana as a chain, where use your positions from Camino, Loop Scale, any of the money markets on Solana as collateral to trade. That is very, very important. Like we have prime brokerage right now in TradFi, and prime brokerage hasn't even scratched surface in crypto markets. So there's so many new things that are coming on chain, so much more liquidity, and so many new consumers, right? We onboarded so many more people from meme coin trading to payments to various other things on Solana. And now all we can do is give them this trading hub to do all of these activities in a single place.
So we talk about trillions coming on chain. We talk about how legacy systems process trillions in execution. At an architectural level, are we ready for that kind of volume yet, or is there still some progress that needs to be made?
We are ready. I mean, we designed this, we engineered this from day zero. Our whole goal was to replicate the burst that we see on NASDAQ and NYSE. Every day at 9 a.m. when the bell rings, there's millions and millions of orders in the queues that get executed. And all of those systems can scale horizontally, but blockchains can't. We can't spin up a machine on demand to handle that load. But Bulk is designed in a way, the ingress pipeline is so fat that it can allow any of these bursts to be processed and to be processed through the order book. So from day zero, from the day of inception, we have always been thinking, does this operation going to cost me O of N or O of M? Or what's this computation time that's going to take me? And optimize for the extreme has always been our case.
Yeah, so the order book itself has been the heart of TradFi execution. We talk a lot about CLOBs. SolFi has come out earlier this week and they've said we're doing prop perp AMMs. What are the trade-offs between sticking with the CLOB or going the prop AMM route where people can kind of just clip into resting liquidity like that?
That's a very good question. I mean, like for the last 5 years, Solana, we have been pushing CLOBs, right? And I think during this year, we realized that CLOBs are not the hardest part to build on Solana, but the components that go beside it is the most fundamentally complex things. Like by that, I mean risk engines. So right now, even on Bulk or Binance or Hyperliquid, any of these risk engines are very, very robust, and they can't be fit on a Solana block. Basically, Solana blocks are 60 mil, and that's optimistic to think that you have the whole block to yourself, and now you're going to fit a risk engine that takes 100 million data points to simulate and give you the up-to-date real-time risk. Compare that to on-chain. So on-chain perps are very, very, very insanely different in terms of how the risk operates. That's why you could see like they're very less capital inefficient. There's composability that you can unlock, but the capital efficiency of using that always has been low because you can't do proper risk checks and risk management in real time. And an example of that right now, on-chain perp platforms, you match the order first and then you do the risk check later. But on Bulk, on Binance, on Hyperliquid, we all do risk checks first, which we figure out what your margin is, what your margin requirement after the new order or the new position is, and then we push you to the matching. But on-chain, we do this post, and if you fail those checks, we just revert that matching queue, which is very bad because a market maker who has maintained all these sorts of things, like he has proper margin and all the sorts of things, is bad for him that the other counterparty failed the risk check and the matching has to revert back a step and wait for the next 400 milliseconds or so. So there are some inefficiencies that everyone's trying to solve, and with new prop AMMs, it's just a new form of structure where SolFi can code and there's going to be some liquidity. But from a bulk perspective, it's a single exchange, infinite market makers, infinite markets, any source of assets that you can use, give the opportunity for everyone to be fair, to code, to run your strategies, place your trades, and do everything in a single place.
That's awesome. Yeah. So talking about risk there, one of the big conversations on crypto in the last few weeks has been talking about ADL on the 10/10 liquidation day. Are we over-indexing on the importance of ADL? Was that poorly done on Hyperliquid's part? Do you want to kind of talk me through the scenario there?
Yeah, I mean, like, I can talk a lot about that to begin with, but here's the thing that we cannot verify is that what happened during the ADL flow. Yes, we have a bunch of Hyperliquid data on the explorers that you can pick out, but there's no way, there's no code for you to verify that the flow wasn't treated differently compared to anything. Also, the whole Jeff coming out and saying that HLP flow is not treated different. We can trust Jeff, obviously. Like let's just trust Jeff and be overwhelmed. Yeah. There's no way you can find out that HLP is differentiated from your normal order book flow or this or that, which isn't a bad thing. Binance has been doing this for years. Insurance fund gets all the flow. Liquidation fund gets all the flow. Like I'm not totally against all of that. What I'm against is that there's no way we can verify, and there's no way the ecosystem can improve to further it. And yes, ADL is an optimization problem for sure. There's so many new methods, so many new techniques, and I agree with Tarun on a bunch of these things that new algorithms need to be developed, new optimization needs to happen. And that's what we're also trying to do at Buck. All the risk is optimized at a portfolio level every real time. So every 20 milliseconds. So you always have this fresh view of risk. So anytime the market changes, your risk changes. That also translates to your portfolio being changed, and that also directly impacts all the ADL and liquidation and all these sorts of things that go with it.
Something I've always been curious about is that perps has become the de facto way that people trade with leverage on chain. I want to know, in your view, why it's gone to perps instead of just a leveraged spot book with underlying liquidity and real assets underneath there. Why is it perps as opposed to leveraged spot?
I think it's just easier to understand. The brain, the mental thinking at this point is so easy. Like, it's the same question. Why not options? The risk to reward opportunity at options has been so big so far, right? Like, TradFi has so big option markets that are being run, and perps is just a small part of that. Futures are so small. Why? Because the mental model is so easy to understand. The entry to all of this is so much easier compared to any other instruments, in my opinion. And that directly translates to from 2015 to till now, a decade of trading perps on chain has always has been that you come in, you have some confidence meter on you betting is going to go up or down, and you don't need the spot asset. All you got to do is you need some amount of margin for your confidence level, and it's so easy to understand. And I've been explaining this to my mom the other day. You have $100 now, but you can have a confidence of $10,000, for example, and it's just so easy. Like, you're not losing 10,000, you're only losing $100, and it's not spot. It's just that's your risk now on your position. So it's a very simple model. It's very nice for users to understand, and it boils down to, again, that, say, would you rather do a coin flip bet, or a sports bet? Like, you would always take these bets of like coin flips because it's a simple model, you understand it, versus people who understand sports betting, for example.
The carry-on effect of that is actually just that crypto traders are not that sophisticated. And if we can say it's not denominated in USD, don't think about it any more than that. It's a lot easier and a lot easier to understand.
Yes, all the sophisticated flow are the people who care about latency and all these sorts of things, right? So their risk is very different from normal users, like on-chain users. So it again boils down to information, flow of information, and who has access to that. And these participants spend huge amount of resources to getting access to that information and reacting to that. And for a normal user, you understand signals, you understand trading, and you understand some form of things on order books to place all these orders to try to make a profit. So it's definitely a new sort of industry compared to TradFi, but it's so much better than TradFi. Like I would trade perps than options. Like it's my favorite, man. Yeah.
And have you guys been able to convince TradFi players and institutions of that? Do you have a lot of market makers who are ready to start trading directly on bulk?
Yeah. Like we've been in contacts with market makers since day zero, closely working with them, offering all sorts of, taking a bunch of their pains and solving them, especially on the SDKs, APIs, access, and latency side of things. And on the other side, funny you asked like about TradFi trading perps is that I've met a bunch of TradFi traders, and every time I talk about perps to them, they think we're just kidding. We're not serious people.
Do they really?
Yeah, because for them, for
they're
any
so much more advanced that
yeah, for them, for a desk to execute a trade, there's thousands of data points that you take in consideration, and you understand like, oh, this is something that's going on, and this is our edge.
Yeah.
And they place on that. Compare that to crypto, the edge here depends on a couple of things. One's that information, one's that access to the venue as fast as possible. That translates to latency, and liquidity aspect of it. It's three edges that you can find. And for them, it's so hard to like fathom that, oh, this is a joke.
Yeah.
But to us, it's an actual instrument that has capabilities of bringing all of them on chain.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. And you mentioned before that you could use a bunch of different types of collateral to actually get this leverage. Is it like what type of collateral do you see them using, and what markets do you think are like you're really going after? Like, is it going to be, Bitcoin, ETH, and Solana are probably going to be the biggest, or like are there other markets that you think like, hey, like this is going to be something that's really big? Or how do you even approach that? I guess you never know until you know.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Right. And again, it boils down to these collateral types, which we call something unified margin account.
Okay.
So any and every collateral, and when I say that, I also mean all your existing collateral on various other DeFi platforms. The beauty of building on chain is that everything is composable and can be made into this atomic composability aspect of that. And you can approach this from a retail and a sophisticated point of view, where, for example, now on Camino, every time there is a huge volatility in the market, you can see the TVL drop on majority of the vaults, and you see some form of unwinding or APYs go down during volatility. That's because of people taking out collateral from all these borrow lend positions. These are primarily people who want to hedge, and they are all sophisticated players who understand what hedging is and how you can do that. So they take out the collateral, and now you create hedges to survive this volatility that's going on. On the other hand, we have users on Camino who are earning stable 8%, who want to do something more with that. And the best part about Bug, we let you use all of that collateral in a single way, and that translates to sophisticated users not having to take out your collateral from Camino, Loopscale, any of the lend, borrow, money markets that we have, and directly being able to trade perps. So now you can just hedge out with that as a collateral while we handle the risk behind it. The risk engine is very robust, takes care of all the risk. All you got to do is sign a message, give permission to Bulk to do that. And from the other retail perspective, you get to trade perps on your 8%.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And
that's a good trade-off. Now, do you want to tell the listeners when they can expect to actually start using Bulk?
Testnet's in a couple of weeks.
Weeks, okay.
We have been obsessing over user experience, right? Like everyone at the team, we love what we're doing with the user experience and how this translates to them. So far, we're doing internal testing and even the AlphaNet. The goal is to translate this in a very smooth experience. Connect your wallet, use passkeys, use your email, start placing orders, get fills instantly. It should feel like magic. That it should feel like a centralized exchange that has millions and millions of order levels. To translate that to you getting filled very, very fast on a decentralized level. And post that is going to be a very special campaign that I can't talk about.
I like it. We like special campaigns. We like it.
But we can imagine, right?
Points? Are we getting points? Maybe. Yes, I know. Sounds good. Well, it's sounding like a fantastic platform. I'm looking forward to it. Sounds like 2026 is going to be the year, right? We've got the institutions here. 2025 was big for that. 2026, I want to see a bunch of on-chain things really take off. This sounds like a great platform for that. Do you want to talk any more like about your plans for 2026 or how you kind of view that in general on Solana?
Yeah, we are looking forward to 2026. Mainnet, post that, unified margin accounts are the biggest unlock.
Yeah.
Having all these partners, all these liquidity sources and venues is going to be very good. And one last cool thing is dynamic risk engines that they don't get the love that they deserve. And we have been building these for the last couple of months, is allow anyone to run a risk engine that is customizable to their preference. So you get to use the order book. Order book is this trading venue, and now you get to deploy any sorts of these markets. So now let's say a prediction market. The risk behind a prediction market is not the same as a POPs risk where funding and mark price and everything's involved. And prediction markets are inherently different, but you still need to use the order book as a common goal. And now as a team, you get to create all of this, all being permissionless, create your own risk engine, create your own market, and you get to utilize this 20 milliseconds of latency, this very nice computation that you get that's always predictable. So any institution who wants to do any, let's say, prime brokerage, new sorts of liquidity sources, venues, or betting, all of this, you get all of that while being decentralized. That's the goal for 2026.
Sounds good. Well, there you go. We got Bull Trade here. June, thank you so much for joining us. It sounds like you guys are building something amazing. I'm looking forward to it, and really appreciate you coming on the show.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah.
Thanks, June.
I think Finn is subbing out here.
No, and this is genuine. I appreciate you like actually being here. This has been part of the show. Yeah, I'm genuinely happy to be here. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not posing or anything.
No, this is who I am. Yeah.
That's awesome. Oh, guys, we're live. We've got Quakes here. We've got Warbucks here. I am super excited for this one. We've got. I mean, do we have the most famous Fox on?
Well, I'll tell you what. That's for sure what it says on my new hardware wallet, the Skullflare Shield. That's for sure what it says.
The most famous Fox.
Yeah.
Prepared.
I have. I also have some bookmarks from the Famous Fox account quoting me as the most famous Fox. It was started as a little joke because no one was rocking the Fox PFP, and I saw it as a really family-friendly brand. It was cute IP. I thought, it was an amazing project, Solana OGs. And
of course.
Yeah, I took it to the next level. And I own the IP rights, so Drax can't sue me.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they were definitely OG. They were definitely OG. And one of the things that we wanted, I had famous foxes, so I was like, this guy must be pretty cool. But I'd say over the last year, it's like you become like a staple in Solana. Like, do you want to talk about like how you did that? Do you want to tell us, like, maybe tell anyone else that is looking to kind of follow your footsteps, give a little alpha on how you did that? And I mean, it's paying off. Like, it's fantastic.
Yeah, well, first of all, I appreciate all the support that you've shown me. It means the world to me. And so I started hosting spaces back in like 2020, 2021, and I was denied useless. Thank you, Frank. And that really...
Me too.
Okay.
Me
That's
too.
why we were bonding.
Me too. We can
I got my ute list.
Yeah.
You got on it?
I got the ute list.
Did you keep the NFT though?
No, I am loyal to P&L. I'm loyal to P&L. I'm sorry. I love the IP. Profit Maxi, yeah.
I respect it. That's why they call you Warbucks. Yeah.
War of the Bucks.
But it's really interesting because the most beautiful thing about the space that we're in is not only is it self-custody. That's why I truly believe in what Solflare is doing. I think self-custody is a basic human right. I was just explaining to Warbucks outside. No matter where you're in the world, I feel like financial institutions and payment rails have failed you. But it also it translates over to your personal brand. We have a very unique opportunity to build up your own personal brand. And create your own market value. And so I started hosting spaces, and I've always been an extremely hard worker. Before this, I was working for Red Bull, like 5 a.m. I was out with my truck.
I'm on 2 right now, so
I didn't know that. That's cool. That explains the energy, honestly.
Well, I don't even drink them, honestly. I'm powered by Solana.
He doesn't need them.
Yeah.
Don't get high on your own supply.
Yeah, that's very true. You get like over it after a while,
Yeah.
But I had an opportunity to become a Solflare ambassador.
Yeah.
And I just took it really seriously. I wasn't asked to, run my spaces. It said the Moon Show powered by Solflare. I would do resets like and repost, download Solflare wallet. And so the team really respected that. But I had a moment of clarity, I would say, and it was like something was compelling me to make it to Breakpoint 2024 in Singapore last year. That was my first Breakpoint. And so I quit my job at Red Bull. I moved to Thailand because we're close to Southeast Asia, and it was fiscally, possible to live there.
So you just went all in.
I went all in. And a week after being locked in, I was brought on to Solflare as a support specialist. So I was taking tickets. We have 24/7 customer support. I got myself to Breakpoint. A week before Breakpoint, I got accepted to Island DAO. Thank you guys again.
Yeah.
And so I was like so relieved because I was like, at least I know there's a game plan after Breakpoint. At least I know I have a safety net I can fall back on. So I just took it to the most. I was doing video spaces. I met the team. They were struggling a little bit. They were a little bit understaffed for the event. We had a huge line. We were giving out all this amazing merch and the after party. And I took full advantage. I was doing interviews, helping the team out and whatever they needed. And they said, you know what? You're a marketing fox. We're going to move you over to the marketing team. And since then, I moved in December. I ran socials for a good amount of time. I was doing the weekly Twitter spaces, which we've now upgraded to weekly live streams. And we're going to be adding a few more of those in the future.
Nice.
And I travel to all the events. I help out, obviously, meeting all these projects with business development and partnerships.
Yeah.
And we've also done an amazing job of organic marketing campaigns this year, really grassroots.
Oh, yes.
We
Dude,
built
the
up
yellow
our community.
t-shirts, all of that, like everything you're doing just pops out so well. We were just outside having a chit chat. I'm sorry for the quick tangent.
No,
it just whips out the wallet just right from.
Oh, do you have one yet?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. If you didn't have one, I got that for you. Yeah, I got that, No, who's watching right now? Yeah.
No, you guys actually brought one for every single attendee here.
Yeah,
Is that right?
absolutely. And we're making personalized ones. We actually have the machine printing right now, so you can get some personalized. We also have them available for order. We have some specials going on right now.
Yeah.
And we're also taking a little quick poll on for the merch.
Oh, his
people
jersey.
Love this. Yeah, they love the jacket.
Awesome. It's probably a little warm in here with that jersey on, but it's awesome.
Oh, dude, I'm a tropical fox. I'm quite comfortable right now. Yeah.
Speaking of tropical foxes, I have a pineapple shirt fox that I've had since
my fox brother. Let's go. How's your fox collection looking like?
I've never owned.
He sold it at the top. Yeah.
It was like the coolest NFT to own back
I know
in
the
day.
OG builders,
Yeah,
right? The
like-
OG famous fox builders got.
Yeah,
You got It was so cool.
We're still doing weekly missions. We still got staking.
I still send my
yeah.
mission. I didn't send this week, but I usually do.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
Yeah, they're still going. I actually host on my own time the weekly Twitter space for the Fox.
Do you really?
Yeah, we're up to episode 113 now. So yeah, over 2 years hosting those spaces, and even longer than I've been hosting other spaces. So that was like, they gave me an opportunity because they saw like how dedicated I was, and so that's what I mean. If you have the ability to grow your own market value and take advantage of the ability to own the IP rights, because that's what the Foxes offer. And now I have plushies for sale. Like I'm all on shirts. People are coming up and giving me Fox custom shirts. It's truly amazing. Like the last year I was just a support specialist and no one knew me. I'm trying to get Jakey, and now this year, people are coming up to me and saying that they like love my work, and I'm like, I didn't even know my reach was that far. And so it's really humbling, but it motivates me to work even harder, And so I don't go to the side events, I don't go to bars. I was in my room last night working on the script for tomorrow. We're hosting the community awards with Bangers. Thank you, Bangers.
Yes, I saw that you guys got engaged before, maybe.
Yes,
I don't
she said yes, and now she gets half my Solana. So, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome though.
Are there prenups on chain?
Oh, I should have. I should have had. Yeah.
This will be the first prenups coming soon to Solana.
Yeah, I'll be one of the testimony. Like I should have had the prenup.
That's awesome. One thing that I want to say is like, it seems like everything that you've done seems so natural to what you're doing. Like you were able to really like make your way into Solana, like make yourself front and center and be yourself. And like it shows with all of Solflare, like they're like instrumental to like this community. Like I see Solflare branded right up there. Like they're all over here, and it's like their ethos, like what they're doing like matches so well with what you're doing. So it's a good fit. Love to see it, man.
It's like when you love what you do, you're gonna work 7 days a week, and I love it. Honestly, like I said, I believe self-custody is a human right. I believe in Solflare, and I'm a Solana maxi. I love Solana. I think all roads lead to Solana, and so I truly believe in what I'm doing, and that's I think what helps it so natural. Plus, I'm not smart enough to play a character online and then go to these events. Like who I am on spaces, on streams, is who I am at these events.
That's the way it should be. I wanted to ask you, so making that, honestly I didn't know you worked at Red Bull until just now.
Yeah.
So what was that transition like? And okay, so now you're obviously, you have strong opinions, right? That, okay, self-custody is a huge...
It was a leap of faith. It was honestly an unwavering belief in myself and Solana. I had like a firm belief that Solana was the chain, and I had a strong, compelling feeling that I was meant to do something in this environment. Like I understood it. It just made sense to me from the different projects and protocols, and I'm able to stay so up to date, and it just fascinated me. So I truly loved being in the ecosystem. I loved all the conversations, all the different AMAs, like constantly learning. And I got my work ethic at Red Bull, because when you're out there on the truck and you got to offload 50 cases, it's only you. You can't like call for help. You can't put that off on someone else at the office. And so that's where I developed my work ethic. And I think that if people have an outstanding ability, opportunity right now to truly surpass other people in the space that maybe have more technical knowledge, that maybe be more intelligent, but maybe may have more financial capabilities. But if you're willing to work hard every day, like you're going to climb. And I try to be a true testament of that. And I try to do the right thing and try to support others. And I don't expect anything in return, because Solflare takes care of me, and I love what I do.
Okay, so I know this is a very low-hanging fruit question, but
you Solflare.
Best Solana wallet. If you're in Solana, Solflare. It's in the name. It's in the name.
Yeah.
But okay, so I wanted to ask you, how do you balance it with the rest of everything else that you do? Like that work-life balance, is that really a thing for you? I've only ever worked in Web3 personally, so there's no such thing as work-life balance for me. Straight out of uni, all Web3, all crypto, all I've known is work 24/7. So someone kind of making that change, I just want to ask, and what was that like for you?
So it was a little bit of an adjustment, but I had a very strong work ethic. And it's a lot easier typing on a computer, being in spaces, than offloading a truck at 90-degree heat in South Florida. And so I think that, it was a little bit of a transition, going from like a 5-day work week, off on weekends and vacations, to like doing this like every single day, because there's always spaces and streams and people, and the ecosystem's always going. And I think that a lot of people need to understand that there are sacrifices. You know, I try to always highlight the good things, and I do showcase some of the bad things. Like last night, I was in my room while everyone's out partying, because you have to make sacrifices. You have to believe in yourself. And I think that, you know, there's going to be times you're going to be lonely. If you're going to be traveling the event, sometimes you're going to get lost, and that's okay. And you have to accept these emotions as they come and be willing to move forward, because true growth comes out of your comfort zone, and everyone wants the view until they see the climb.
Yeah.
You know, and so yeah.
Oh, that goes hard.
Yeah, it's true though.
Was that a Miley Cyrus song, The Climb?
Maybe, yeah. Or Taylor Swift, one of them, dude. Yeah. I'm sure I owe royalties.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Man, I owe one of them royalties now, so.
It's probably worse
we
than I
don't
knew
do
that.
royalties. No.
That's right, yeah, 0% now. Let's go. Dude, we got rid of that in 2022.
PTSD, man. Oh, God.
Yeah, that was a big revenue stream for a lot of projects. That was like a huge part of their roadmap. And
That was a crazy time, late 2022.
Oh,
Insane.
man. But it just shows like how you constantly have to adapt, how you constantly have to be able to like evolve in the space. And I'm sure you have experienced it so much, Warbucks, like being in 24. How much has it changed from 2021 to where we're at now?
Exactly.
How much easier is it to get a staking site up and going? But people used to pay 30, 40 grand for a Candy Machine staking site or launchpad. Now you can go and do it for free.
4 clicks.
Yeah, you know. So it's amazing the tech and how it's evolved as well.
Yeah. No, it's been great to see the growth, the evolution of the entire ecosystem. Like we go from NFTs to meme coins. Now it's more about RWAs, or you see the entire maturity. You know, the being around for that entire journey. It feels like we've been here for a lifetime, and then I take a step back. It's like, oh, I'm still just 25, 26. You know, like the whole world is still ahead of us.
Yeah, you have at least have another decade ahead of you, dude. You know?
Decade is fun.
Decade
is fun. Yeah.
Well, AI and stuff. But I just want to give you guys props, because you guys have carved out such an amazing niche for yourself in media. And I know it hasn't been easy. I know it hasn't been the most lucrative at times, but you're doing such important work to getting the technology and information out to people in a digestible way, and you're constantly evolving from articles to now we're streaming live at Breakpoint. And so like shout out to you guys, like constantly leveling up and adjusting to the times and keeping us all informed. Like that's how I'm hoping for a good SKR drop, because I read your guys' article.
Let's go.
I mean it. I'm actually a huge fan. So.
Yeah, and you have to adapt to the space, right? It's constantly changing. So what does the market need right now? We have to be doing that, right? And what the market needs right now is Remora stocks.
Tokenized stocks.
Dude,
on chain.
I mean, Warbucks has been crushing it. Okay, so I didn't know that much about what you were going to be doing here, and I see these motorcycle jumpsuits. I see these models holding all these bags.
That's
what
wild.
a marketing stunt.
That is amazing.
Let's hear about this. Let's hear a little more.
Yeah,
about
I want to learn about this also.
It's been great. I mean, we were thinking, okay, we want to stand out. Okay,
Yeah.
Everybody has a booth. Everyone's got their ads up and running.
Yeah.
How do we maximize exposure and minimize cost? I mean, you know, it's just, I'm still a profit maxi at the end of the day.
Yes.
And of course, with an amazing team, shout out Chris, Gary, and Robert, absolute killers.
Oh, yeah.
We thought about creating something creative. So we've got 6 dudes we were calling billboard bros. You know, they're like walking billboards right at the entrance, just with the panels on them, like 8-foot panels, and just walking around or just standing in line.
Yeah.
Everyone walking past is like taking photos, trying to see, okay, we've got Warren Buffett's photo on 2 of them, right? So the whole point is to kind of stand out.
Yeah.
Show the value prop, whether that's arbitrage or DeFi, perp trading, or just tokenized stocks on chain, all those sexy little phrases.
Yeah.
So that's number 1.
Yeah.
Second is with our 20 lovely ladies, you know, that are walking around in the Remora jumpsuits. So I understand what you mean, like the moto sort of vibe, but we're going for the F1 Grand Prix, like the pitch crew. You know, so kind of going with that
makes more
theme.
sense. That makes a lot more sense.
A little
My
more
bad.
thematic.
My
Like,
apologies.
okay.
Yeah.
But it's been great. You know, the response has been fantastic.
Yeah.
The ladies aren't just pretty face. They're very smart. They're intelligent.
Yeah.
And they've been briefed on what Remora is. And they themselves went and did some research. A couple of them already knew about DeFi.
Yeah.
And so they were already within the space. So it's really nice to work with them, you know?
Yeah.
And they're going around, they're handing out merch. We're seeing the tote bags everywhere, the drawstring bags everywhere. And the models are also coming back to us telling us, oh, there's so many people that want to learn more. Whether that's people on the hedgy side, you know, TardFi, or, you know, on the hedge fund side, and then going all the way to infrastructure projects, people who want to build on more, people that are just interested in what it means to have stocks on chain.
Yeah.
So it's been fantastic. It's been great. But also a headache, I'm not gonna lie. You know, managing so many people.
Yeah.
I won't rant on the live stream,
Yeah.
but worth it. Absolutely. I mean, I get what you mean. Last night we were at a team dinner And dude, I had a massive migraine just dealing with everything yesterday.
Really?
Part of our merch was stuck in Pakistan and bringing it over, absolute pain. Like I said, I won't rant, but worth it. Every single thing has been worth it. Seeing that response, seeing how excited people are. You know, just anytime I see someone with a Remora bag, I kind of smile like a proud dad. You know, it's like, that's my baby.
It's so true. It's crushing it. We were storing some of those bags in the room where we were doing some prep, and Warbucks came in, and then like a couple of them came in, and then all of a sudden I look around and there's 20 of the models in there. I'm like, Warbucks, what is going on here? I didn't know the extent of it. So the fantastic stuff.
Thank you.
I think it's genius.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Living the Web3 dream, yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. It's about experimenting. You know, we wanted to do the guerrilla marketing. We wanted to try something new, something fresh. So tomorrow we've got actually something else planned with the models at the venue.
Right.
So that's a little tease for you right there. But I won't get into details, but I think we will be, if you think we're doing good now, tomorrow's going to be impossible to miss.
That's amazing.
I promise you that.
You guys have done a great job. People don't always see like the logistics side and the operational like cost and you know the sacrifice. They see the end product. They see the models and Remora and they get their tote bag like,
dude,
wow,
it's
thank
so
you.
cute. Like you get these lovely ladies, these smart lovely ladies walking around, right? So you also have the crypto degens, of course, handing them flowers. Like it's so cute. They're trying to flirt with the models. But at the same time, they then take the merch. They're like, yes, give me the merch. May I also have your number, please? You know, it's like, oh,
No simping.
No.
Yeah, stop the simping, okay? That's why I have so many Web3 women followers because I treat them with respect. I don't judge anyone from wherever.
So they simp after you?
A little bit, to be honest, but I don't mix business and pleasure, okay? And I honestly, like, truly, like, I think everyone should be treated with respect. I judge you by your PFP, not by, like, wherever you're from, whoever you are. Like, it's about how down bad your NFT is, you know?
Dude,
that's how I judge.
What does that mean?
Yeah, you know? Like,
so if I was still rocking a Bored Ape, which just slipped under 5 ETH, by the way, what would you think?
I think like you are an Ethereum maxi that is just like holding on for better days, and you know, it's like I'm not gonna sit here and dunk on other chains because I feel that every chain has their own use case.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when all of these chains you can interact with on Solana and you know almost outperform the DeFi on their own native chain, it's like why use anything unless it's Solana, you know?
I agree.
I got a Bored Ape story for you guys at this Breakpoint. So when was it? It was 2 nights ago. We were here. We were prepping for everything. We left the venue here at like 10. I'm just exhausted. My eyes are like closed. I get to the hotel where I'm staying, or it's like an apartment place where I'm staying, and I open the door and a guy comes up to me, and I was wearing a Quack NFT shirt. He came up to me and he's like, "What is that NFT? I think I had one of those." I was like, "Oh, it's a Quack's NFT." And then he's like, "Oh, those are cool, but I prefer my Bored Ape." And he had a Bored Ape shirt on. He had a Base C shirt on, and I just walked away. And I was like, "Is that a dream? Like, why did that happen?"
Get out of here, you dinosaur.
But you know what's funny though is that despite that we're at a Solana event, you know, that would be judged, you know, your Bored Ape. But if you were out in the normal world and you just saw someone at a store, at a gas station, and they had a Bored Ape shirt, you would immediately create conversation with them. And even though they're Ethereum, you're Solana, just the fact that like, wait, you're crypto, I'm crypto? Like wait, hold on, let's be friends a little bit, you know?
I have a funny story. I have a Bored Ape hoodie back in Hong Kong. So I wore it 2 weeks ago. I was just out and about in the train. And these two guys, they walked up to me. They're like, "Oh, are you in crypto?" They made fun of me. They're like, "Oh, I thought NFTs went to shit. Like all of it went down to. Why are you still wearing? I didn't even know there was still a thing." I was like, "Oh my god, I'm not about to lecture this man." I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm pretty down bad. Okay, goodbye." But I think the sentiment is mixed. It's very mixed.
Yeah, NFT is pretty polarizing, you know. But what are you gonna do? Throw out the shirt? Throw out the hoodie?
I like the hoodie. That's my name on it on the sleeve. I'm keeping that.
Yeah, I've got some good NFT merch, and you know, from projects that are down extremely bad.
Dude, I'm wearing Thugbird socks.
Oh my goodness!
I'm wearing Thugbird. Shout out Daryl from Magic Eden who gave me the Thugbird sock back in 2021.
Wow, yeah, they're an OG project. That's a real OG project.
I would show it, but it's kind of weird, and I'm not flexible. But dude, so sick. Thugbirds. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I miss the guys.
I miss those too. Now, this is my first Breakpoint that I've ever been to.
What do you think about it?
I'm having a ton of fun. I mean, it's way bigger than I expected, a huge production. It's like I'm meeting a bunch of people that I see online all the time.
That's the best part.
They all think I was really short for some reason. They're like, you're tall. It's like, I don't know. I guess. I mean, I'm me.
Did you ask him why?
No. I just kind of like, okay.
Oh, it's probably because the duck.
It could be the duck. Yeah, maybe I gotta change
That
the
gives a cute duck.
Yeah.
I get that a lot also with the fox. Like people think I'm super short, like the fox. I'm like average height, you know. I'm like, yeah, but
how do you guys compare this Breakpoint to previous ones?
Ooh, that's tough, man. Because I mean, every Breakpoint is, I feel, has its own identity. And it's special in its own way.
Like
and
you have like more like nostalgia.
Yeah,
like the
and
older
so
ones.
there's already been like a lot of nostalgic moments at this Breakpoint. But I love how the technology's increased. I love how we're able to capture more. There's so much more content now, and so I'm really enjoying this a lot. I wouldn't say that it's better than any other Breakpoint, but I would say that this is like one of the best events I've ever been to. That's for sure.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's pretty well put. It just, I'm not gonna say it's better either, but I just feel like it's in a whole different league.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the sheer scale of it, that upgrade I've seen year on year is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
My first one was 2022 Lisbon.
Yeah.
So which is traumatic in its own way because we were having fun. You know, Google Cloud deal. Oh, it's pumping to 130, 140. I remember that so well. And just while we're boarding the plane, I was with the Metaplex team, the Magic Eden team, and others. And we're on the plane, everything's fine. You land, boom, you know, everything just explodes.
Yeah.
But I think it just keeps leveling up in different ways. Like, look at the sheer scale. This is where the UFC fights were held.
Yeah.
This was Fight Island.
Fight Island.
That's crazy. I was geeking out.
That was awesome.
Yeah, they're doing great. And
So are we gonna see you in the crypto fight night thing? They had a booth upstairs. They're trying to get fighters on board.
Oh, dude, I just started doing jiu-jitsu, Brazilian
Really?
jiu-jitsu.
You like it?
Yeah, I love it. I enjoy it.
I think martial arts is so important. Really?
Yeah, but in Hong
Do
Kong,
it.
start there first.
Yeah. I mean, I've trained martial arts for a while, but I don't compete.
You're in Thailand. You must be like a Muay Thai nasty.
No, I love Muay Thai. I've done boxing. I actually studied Choi Li Fut Kung Fu as well.
Wow.
Yeah, but I find it more of like on the meditation. Like it's more for like personal growth and like it's a great. I just something about like lifting things up and putting them down. Fighting gravity is boring to me. I like playing sports and
true.
And I really enjoy like all of martial arts.
I'll
I
join
think it's an
Crypto
art.
Fight Night if you join Crypto Fight Night.
Are you challenging me right now?
Can't fight each other.
Are you challenging me right now?
We tag team like WWE.
Like WWE. It's not like a Royal Rumble. Like they actually like have like a boxing match.
Let's make something new.
That would be cool.
Right,
See, that would be awesome. Having like a
Fox Fight Night.
Yeah,
Fox
like a
Fight
Web3 wrestling federation.
Yes.
Box for a fox.
You're so good.
Thank
Fox
you.
for a fox.
Box for a fox. It would be not expensive actually for the winners. Yeah.
Well, that depends. You never know. You never know.
All right, guys. I think we got to wrap it up pretty soon. Let's talk about the rest of Breakpoint. What plans do you have? Obviously, SolanaFloor booth right out there.
Yes.
You can't miss the yellow shirts.
Oh yeah.
You got
wow.
any side events planned? Or are you going to be just kind of crushing it over there? Content. I think you're hosting a few more things as well. You want to talk about that?
We are hosting some side events, but most importantly, what I'm here to talk about is the community awards.
Yes.
We had over 84,000 people vote.
Wow.
There's 14 different categories, 4 nominees from each category, and I'm going to be co-hosting the awards with Bangers.
Yeah.
It's an hour and a half, so it's tomorrow Saturday on the second stage from 3:30 to 5.
Okay.
So if you're here at Breakpoint, if you're watching, definitely tap in with us. If not, we're also going to be live streaming. Solana will be live streaming.
Go.
So please come check it out. Please come support. It's going to be really funny, especially if you're at the roast in Crossroads.
Yeah.
We had time to plan and make jokes, so this even the production crew were laughing, and I'm sure they didn't even understand like all like the little like Web3 jokes in there. So please come support us, and if you haven't already, stop by the SolanaFloor booth, get yourself a SolanaFloor Shield, the first ever hardware wallet. It's just a card.
Yeah,
it's just
awesome.
an NFC chip. Yeah,
That's awesome.
And
That's beautiful.
so, and we also have them
Crushing
available
it.
for order online as well. So, but thank you guys. You guys are crushing it as well. And a special thank you and shout out to Robert. I don't know where he is right now. I've seen him running around.
Yeah.
He's honestly one of my favorite people on
Any man
Solana.
in a blue jumpsuit, that's Robert.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Warbucks, what else you got going on for the rest of you? You mentioned a big special something tomorrow. You'll be around. We probably can't miss you.
Yeah, no, you won't miss us. You won't miss the models. We got a little special activation plan that'll be throughout the venue.
Okay.
So just be on the lookout for it. Some beautiful ladies, smart ladies, and the guys outside.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great fun.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Once again, we got Quicks on. You're crushing it. Thank you for all that you do. Look forward to seeing more.
Appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much for coming in. Warbucks, always a pleasure, my man.
Always a pleasure, sir.
Yes. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us, man.
Bye, guys.
Oh, thank you for the wallet once again.
Oh, of
You're a
course.
G. You're an absolute G.
Absolutely.
And he offered me one. I already got one.
You had one already.
You can never have too many. No, I'm kidding.
Thank
All
you
right,
so
guys.
much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll catch up later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. There we have it. Quicks crushing the game. Now we've got a very special guest coming on here. We've got Segs from Jito. Segs, how are you doing, sir?
It's musty in here.
It's a little musty. We open the door, get a little walk.
Maybe we can keep that open for a little bit.
Okay.
What
What are we
happens
doing
when
here?
you're having fun, you know?
Oh yeah. These windows aren't even tinted, man. Y'all are getting dirty in here.
At least it's not like getting all foggy. No.
You got handprints.
Awesome. So, Sig, we're going to get straight into it. For
Let's
me,
do it.
when I think of Jito, I think of the economic engine of Solana that's kind of powering everything and making all the wheels turn over. BAM is going to take that to the next level. You're going to really elevate throughput, composability, everything going on with that. I want to dive a bit deeper into BAM, so can you just give us an overview for those listening at home who might not have read Lucas's blog?
Yeah.
What is high-level stakes BAM?
Yeah, I mean, so our initial system was called Block Engine. And so I'll give some context on that before we get into BAM. Basically, the way the Block Engine works, it still runs, but it supplements bundles and transactions while the block is being constructed. So you have like parallel paths. And that was cool. It worked for a while. It helped mitigate DOS and make transactions land faster. But then it got to a point where it's just non-deterministic because you have stuff going in parallel. So what BAM does, it unifies those paths, those parallel paths, and it runs inside TEs such that...
Pull that lanyard off.
Pull it off?
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you.
You're good. So what BAM does is it unifies that, and then it creates a between slots you get the same microstructure, and this is what market makers really want. We've been talking to market makers a lot, and one of the issues they're having is that they adjust their strategies or widen their quote based on the validator and what scheduler they're running, which is a huge problem. We need these market makers to come on board if we really want to do what we set out to do.
Yeah. And so far you've managed to get about 7.5% of stake running on BAM. Is this on track with what you're expecting? We're kind of 3 months out from when it launched.
Yeah. I mean, some of that's artificially sort of like rate limited bias.
Yeah.
We want to do a very slow rollout. It's a lot more risky than the block engine. If BAM goes down, then you see empty blocks. So
right.
We want to minimize that risk by like just hardening the system, having it bake over time, and then just like really responsibly gaining stake.
Yeah. So it's more about kind of, instead of this move fast and break things, it's more about make sure that everything's operating as accurately as it needs to and making incremental progress from there.
Yeah, we don't want to break anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
Move responsibly.
Yeah. We've matured, you know.
Yeah.
Perfect. So aside from that, is the end game to eventually migrate all stake from Jito Solana over to BAM?
Yes. Yeah, essentially this is going to replace the block engine.
Nice.
In Jito Solana. Yeah.
Awesome. Earlier we were speaking with Bulk. They're doing a perp stakes instead of building on the layer one, they're abstracting that out into a sidecar. My understanding is that BAM actually solves a lot of the constraints that have made perps inoperable on Solana layer one, basically. Because we've seen Hyperliquid is the app of the cycle, it makes more money than anybody else. And on Solana we're still dramatically far behind on the perps race.
Yeah.
So how is BAM gonna help us close that gap?
Yeah, I mean, this is so like conceptually, what's cool about BAM is you can take the things that the protocol wants to do and do them much faster because you basically modularize like the front of the protocol. So, for example, ACE, application controlled execution, we can implement that with BAM immediately as soon as we get enough stake. So for perps, what that looks like is like now perps can say, hey, we want maker transactions to get priority over takers, and that's not possible on the base layer protocol today. It could be possible over the next year or two, but on BAM we could ship that pretty much now.
Would that also carry over to order cancellation prioritization? That kind of, because that's been flagged as one of the success stories of Hyperliquid. Is that something we'd be able to replicate, which would elevate Solana perps?
Yeah, if you're a perp dex and you think that that's going to get you to the level where Hyperliquid is, or that's what your users want, you can have all sorts of like unique nuances about your perp dex on BAM.
How hard would it be for them to actually like switch over to BAM right now? Like, is that like a pretty
easy process for them, or you want to walk me through
They'd
it?
have to write some code. We have to put out some reference implementation. A little bit of work there. The hardest part is it doesn't make sense while we're at 7% stake.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it
So
becomes
as soon as that needs to kind of raise before it necessarily makes sense.
yeah, I think around 30-40% we can have serious conversations around that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So a couple months out, I would say.
Yeah, and we kind of dug right into BAM. I'm going to take it back a little bit. We got more questions on BAM, but I want to talk about just like how important Jito is to Solana and how successful it's been. You know, in order to like get to where Solana is today. I feel like without Jito, like a lot of transactions wouldn't have been landing, right? Do you want to just talk about like the general success of it? Because like when I think of it, it's like massively successful.
Yeah, I mean it's been super humbling, and it's been an honor to see all the success on Solana. Our goal has always been to basically how can we build systems that make Solana better.
Yeah,
and we have 10-year, 20-year time horizons building this stuff. We shut the mempool down, right? That was a big deal. It's a big revenue stream.
Yeah,
but it was like for us, it's like all right, let's look a decade out. You know, that's where like real value is created.
Yeah.
And we launched to basically like mitigate some of the DOS that Solana was experiencing early on when it was on UDP.
Yeah.
As opposed to Quick. So we were kind of like a shield around the network. And then over time it evolved into like, okay, the base scheduler is terrible, so Jito's scheduler is better. Now the scheduler is getting better, but you have different schedulers running at different times. So now the new problem is basically non-determinism from the market maker's perspective, which is the new thing we're trying to solve.
Yeah, and I mean, essentially at this point, Jito is like critical infrastructure for Solana, right?
Yeah.
So awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting place to be.
Yeah, I'm sure that is. And it seems like with where we're at today, it's kind of like, all right, you know, things need to get faster. So there's a bunch of different solutions to make Solana faster, give people exactly what they need, and this is where BAM fits in for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the biggest conversations we've been having with people while we've been here is that we're kind of steering away from this original crypto ethos of decentralization, on-chain finance, finance inclusion for everybody, and we're going towards this suit-driven, you know, TradFi bros are here, institutional capital runs everything. You guys obviously have a foot in both worlds because you're running the network, but you're also powering all these day traders who are scalping on dexes. Where do you stand on the TradFi versus DeFi degen debate? Is it a dichotomy where one comes just without the other? Is it something that grows together moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. When I got into the space, it was pure cypherpunk values.
Yeah.
And over time, you realize, okay, you got to play by the rules of these large nation states to really be taken seriously. We're not trying to rebuild TradFi, but we will, regulation will ultimately drive how you make big decisions in the space. So I think it just evolves over time. You kind of see maybe a hybrid of the two.
Yeah. Do you see the pendulum kind of swinging back to cypherpunk? That's been a bit of a movement in the last 6 months.
Saying that,
Privacy.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's been cool. I was always a privacy guy. So back in the day, before Jito, I built a bridge from Monero to Secret Network.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah. And it was kind of popular, but the Secret Foundation was cheaping out on paying me to maintain it.
Oh, were they?
They lost me. So it's been nice to see privacy catch a bid.
Yeah.
We'll see how long that lasts.
How much of that is price based, and how much of that is ethos and mentality? Does ethos just follow price, or
I think it's both, right?
Yeah, which leads?
Yeah.
What leads? Is it narrative?
Chicken or the egg? Money or privacy? Yeah.
I mean, do I don't know. Do people appreciate privacy? Like, do they appreciate financial privacy? Is that it? Or is it just price?
I think people do.
Yeah, I like the idea of it, but it's like, do I personally make any like private transactions right now? No.
Right.
But the idea of it's great. That's like ultimately, what crypto should be.
Yeah.
So when people talk about it, it resonates really well.
I think the hard part about privacy, it's like cryptography is like blockchains are already technical systems. If you're not an engineer, it's hard to understand maybe, but you could understand it. Even like non-technical people could read. But like cryptography is just magic.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, Monero's cryptography is not as good as Zcash's or whatever. I have no fucking clue how to verify.
Yeah, and who does? The couple people that do have very strong opinions, and like you can't actually like understand their arguments, or at least I can't. Right.
And the thing is, like, if you don't have it, like we definitely don't, because the zero knowledge proof in the cryptography stuff is it's pretty far down the stack.
Right.
You mentioned earlier shutting down the mempool. That was at a time when you guys were doing really well with mempool. You know, making through that was a massive driver for you. At the time, simple sandwiching was kind of the right how it was working. We've steered away from that. I say we as a market as a whole, but that's been replaced by wide sandwich attacks.
Yeah.
What greater risk does wide sandwich attacks pose to simple sandwich attacks?
It's just harder to detect. There's also there's a new thing. I don't know if you were at MEV Day, but
we were here.
Okay, yeah, the Ghost guys, they figured out that certain validators are sandwiching themselves on different validator slots to get them basically blacklisted. Yeah.
Oh, shout out the Ghost guys.
They're good. They're great. Yeah. And I think BAM mitigates a lot of this stuff because you have code that's verified in a TE.
Yeah.
So basically, if I say I'm running some code today, you can't really. I can run whatever other code I want, and that's it, right? You just have to take my word. But BAM, there's like cryptographical proof that this code is actually running on this machine. So you can look at the open source GitHub and you can see, oh, there's no sandwiching here, there's no leaking here. That's what's running. It's everything upstream of BAM where the risk is. So let's say like you got to think about the transaction pipeline. It's like, okay, I'm a user, I create a transaction. By the time it gets to the validator, how many different like order flow providers or RPCs did it hit? And these are the guys where that's where like any negative MEV would happen. But I think at least by having verified at the end, you kind of like minimize the risk there a little bit.
If wide sandwich attacks are harder to track and harder to follow, does that mean there could be actually a lot more damage being done than we realize right now?
Yeah. It could be a lot more damage. It could be false flags, like validators sandwiching themselves. So it could potentially look worse than it actually is. It's a fun space.
Yeah. And where does that look like with prop AMMs? Because the thing we all learned about sandwich attacks that is happening on passive AMMs, prop AMMs have obviously come in and they're attracting a lot more of that volume. Do they directly inhibit MEV, or are they more kind of vulnerable to attacks from wide sandwich attacks?
Do prop AMMs inhibit MEV? I think they help a bit because it is. Let's think about how it works. So you basically put out a quote, prop AMM sources liquidity, and they fill you, right?
Yeah.
With some slippage constraints. So it goes through Jupyter, and Jupyter chooses the best price out of the prop AMMs. So I think it definitely helps. They're kind of like intent-based systems to me.
Yeah.
Just like packaged differently.
Yeah. The user just wants the end result. They want the swap. They don't care how they get there.
Right. Yeah.
I had a question about where these sandwich attacks are actually happening. I know during meme coin season, it was like there was slippage, coins were going up and down so much, and that's where there was a lot of sandwiching. But like what transactions are getting sandwiched these days? Is there like a specific type, I guess?
I think it's still kind of like mid cap, low cap.
Okay.
Coins.
Where liquidity is just kind of not necessarily there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of excitement around, obviously, Fire Dancer today, one of the biggest catalysts we've been waiting for a very long time. It feels like it was probably 2 or 3 years ago when they did the demo with 1 million TPS and everyone went wild for it. What kind of impact is Fire Dancer and other updates like Alpenglow going to have to the micro market structure on Solana? Can we expect dramatic changes?
Yeah, I think the Fire Dancer team's great. I don't know what sort of market structure to expect there. I think I'll leak some alpha. We're building FireBAM right now.
Okay.
That's a work in progress. So we have a very good relationship with them, and would love to see them succeed. And it'd be nice to have stake on both Agave and Fire Dancer. And then Alpenglow, I think just makes Solana much better. It makes consensus sort of like verifiable, and you can actually like have a formal verification for consensus. So what it does, I think it makes it easier to bring new engineers on and say, hey, this is the spec. Here's like a spec, you can learn about it, rather than like, it being like 12 core engineers that know how Solana works.
Yeah. Another topic that I think we should touch on is the declining validator count. So over the course of the year, we've seen the number of validators on Solana drop by about 30%.
Yeah.
It's sitting at around 800 now, sorry.
Yeah.
I've chatted to a few people about this, and the consensus has been this is less of an issue than we make it out to be. We're seeing a concentration move away from quantity and Sybils to quality to independent validators. Is that kind of consistent with your view?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think that's the case. I think the delegation program's getting winded down fully.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it comes down to like the best operators that can actually attract stake and run a proper operation, and that's what you want for financial infrastructure.
Is that better for stake-weighted quality of service as well? If we have a lot of validators carrying a lot.
Have we seen SQOS actually like be effective and play out?
I was hoping you'd be the one to tell me.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen it, or at least early on when I think over time SQOS kind of gets deprecated.
Okay.
Yeah, and you won't need it, especially with BAM. You just send directly, and everybody should get a fair shot.
Yeah.
At landing a transaction.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It sounds like BAM is just like way better than the current status quo. Like what?
It's much better.
Like how do we get more stake on there and get this going?
Well, like I said, we're slowing the process.
You're
down.
slowing down. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you want to ease into
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Yeah, we want to let it bake. Be responsible about it, and sort of like really like one-on-one conversations, one at a time, synchronously get people to move over.
Yeah.
We're spending a lot of time educating people and
Being like very intentional about who you bring on, make sure that they're fully on
Right.
board. Yeah. That's cool.
Another thing I track reasonably often is block lagging. So I track Artem and Slowpoke. They're really good at seeing to make sure that validators are not kind of overstepping that 400 millisecond line.
Yeah.
We talked about this a bit in the past. It's not really slowing down. We tried to social shame it out of kind of the cultural zeitgeist, but it's still pretty prevalent. How can we, as a network, discourage block lagging?
So we have a dashboard that's going to be public very soon.
Okay.
That you guys are going to see in the next week or two. And it just presents you the data like, hey, these are the validators teams that are slowing things down. I think the way you do it, you need to educate people. So I was talking to some of the guys at Coinbase, asking them what their thoughts are on BAM and all this stuff.
Mhm.
Their customers who stick to them don't give a shit or even know how Solana works.
Yeah.
They just want the highest yield, and there's no alpha to getting the highest yield today. You just slow transactions down.
Yeah.
But when you look out 10 years, it's like that's not how Solana is actually going to grow
No.
and be successful.
Yeah, they're gonna outbuild that, right?
Yeah, so I think it takes some education to basically like convince people like, hey, like the pie is going to get much larger if you look out 5 to 10 years, not even that long, like even like I think 2 to 4 years, the pie will get much larger if Solana is just a better network and there's no lagging going on.
Yeah.
So I think a bit of education, a bit of data, and
a bit of shaming.
Yeah, a bit of shaming.
Name and shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really game theory at work, right? Because if we all work together, we can make this so much better than it is. But there's always going to be some players who are like, I'll just stretch these blocks out and like get an extra 50 milliseconds on, add 0.3% to the yield.
Yeah, you have crypto. This space has always been filled with so many sort of like short-term sighted people, and that's human nature.
Yeah.
But I think it's important, and throughout time, you've seen like the best leaders, the best countries that form, or they kind of look out centuries even, right? And
yeah,
and so that's what we're here to do, and hopefully people get on the train and sort of like look at the things that way.
Yeah, they should get the short-term grifters out of there.
Yeah. They'll get out there.
A big part of that long-term vision is obviously bringing down inflation. I was a big advocate of 228. We're seeing a kind of second coming of that with 441. In my view, 228 was brilliant. It was market-driven. It was sophisticated. 441's kind of a bit of a hand-wavy convenience, and it kind of
What is it? Just like cut it in half?
Yeah, or double it so we get to terminal inflation faster.
Okay.
Yeah. What's your position on that? Do you think that it's going to make a meaningful difference, or do you think it doesn't really matter?
I think it matters. I thought 228 in Spirit was great, but I did think it was complicated.
Yeah, it would have been a big lift to implement. Right?
Yeah, so I was always a fan of like, let's just cut inflation in half, and then in 4 years come back to it and kind of cut it in half again.
Yeah.
That's easy. It's like a couple line code change.
Yeah.
I think 441 is saying double it to get there faster.
Yeah.
Okay. That's an interesting one. I do think like lower inflation is we'll have to get there, but that's on the premise that block rewards go up, right?
That's what you would hope to kind of balance it out, because part of that is if we do drop inflation and we drop staking rewards, and then all of a sudden all our LSTs become a whole lot less productive, and that kind of could have some second order effects in DeFi.
Right.
What's the flow on from that if all of a sudden all our LSTs get cut up in yield? Does that have a dramatic change on the DeFi landscape?
Yeah, I think you need block rewards in the meantime to go up.
Yeah.
it should, with more volume coming on chain and Solana getting faster, and then you redirect these block rewards to the LSDs.
So that relies then on a bigger hype cycle like we had with the meme coin circuits.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to sustain sort of like TradFi style, less of this like this cyclical crypto type of.
Yeah.
I think we're getting there.
Yeah.
I think we need more interesting products on chain, like real world products on chain, equities, all sorts of.
Yeah.
I like prediction markets.
You like prediction markets?
I think they're cool. Like it's pretty obvious people want to gamble, and like, that's so.
We're not calling it gambling, we're calling it predicting.
Yeah, it's great marketing. It's great marketing.
Really, you've got to use the right nomenclature.
Yeah.
So it's almost like we are actually needing this institutional TradFi capital to come on chain now to kind of sustain the system we've built. And Jito, obviously a big part of that. The VanEck Jito Salt ETF is in the works. Are you able to give us an update on how progress is going for that?
I can only say it's coming along, and
yeah, fair answer.
I don't want Rebecca coming in.
Yeah, she was in here earlier.
She was
fantastic.
Yeah. She's great. Yeah.
She was in here earlier. She said she had complete confidence in you to not trip over.
She pushes me a little. She tells me you got to tweet more and be more provocative. So.
All right, so institutional capital has been the big narrative of 2025. RWAs have been a huge boon for us. What do you think is the story of 2026? Is it prediction markets, and how do we bring that to Solana instead of letting that happen on Polytrade?
Right.
Markets, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, so Kalshi, is it even on a chain?
I think there's a lot of smoke and mirrors around whether Kalshi is on chain or not.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't think people care.
Yeah.
Like consumers don't care, right?
Yeah.
I think 2026 is just, it's going to be like, you look at all these products that were successful, Hyperliquid, Kalshi, and Hyperliquid, you could argue is not a decentralized blockchain.
I would say no with the 2025 validators. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And but the end user actually did not care. So I think we need to build things with that in mind. Make Solana super fast and sort of like abstract the chain part away, and just build really good products like cool prediction markets. I'm saying equities come on chain. I think you could do interesting things with equities on chain.
Yeah.
If you can, you could have perks. Imagine like you got a Costco card, but instead of buying it, you buy some Costco shares to actually get it. And
That'd be awesome.
You get certain perks around it.
Yeah. I love the tokenized stocks. We are part of Remora, so we work with them a lot, and like the promise of having stocks on chain is here, right? Like it's awesome. It's giving a whole new angle to like what crypto can do, right?
Yeah, and I think it gives new up and coming companies a avenue to basically differentiate and compete against legacy companies.
Yeah.
Say, hey, I'm doing this cool thing on chain that gives you more perks as a customer, so come use me.
Yeah, that'd be fun to see.
JTO token. When you interviewed my colleague Jack earlier in the year, he asked you about whether you were thinking about doing buybacks, whether Jito was heading that direction, and you were a bit hesitant. I think to paraphrase, you said you thought it might be a bit like pumponomics.
Yeah.
And you weren't really convinced. Market has said that that's actually what people want. Hyperliquid pump. Jupiter, they've all gone that direction. Jito is also going in the direction. Is that something that has been outsourced to governance, or is that something that you guys have thought about internally and kind of pitched to the community?
We have buybacks running.
Yeah, but that's quite a recent addition. The last kind of 3-4 months.
I mean, look, I think right now is not like nothing really rewards you in this sort of market.
Yeah.
Like there's no fire to throw fuel at. We want to see markets kind of like bounce a little, get some relief, get back into sort of like, things going up, and then we start throwing more fuel at the fire.
Yeah.
JTO is a big priority of ours.
Yeah. So part of that, we all year have been pointing at Q4. I mean, saying Q4 is going to be the golden bull run, and it looked like it was going to happen, and then it didn't happen. And we've had a pretty rough 2 months. Do you think it's just the goalposts are shifting, the 4-year cycle's now a myth, and that we're still heading in a good direction?
Yeah, I think so. I think that 4-year cycles, it's not happening anymore, and it's just anything that's that easily predictable just kind of goes away, right?
Yeah.
What do you think? You think 10-10 kind of screwed us?
I think 10-10 shook a lot of people out. I think open interest hasn't come back since 10-10. I'm not sure if there's a few bodies that are still kind of waiting for
There has to be, right?
Yeah. So most of the people we've asked, they've said they think it's done. You know, we spoke to, I think, Aaron Scaramucci earlier, and he was of the opinion that it's pretty much taken care of. The last kind of market catastrophes we had in 2024, it took several months for a lot of those.
It was,
to rise out.
yeah. Like Celsius later on, and what was the other one? Blockfolio or something.
Yeah, it was just like all of them. Yeah, they all was like one after the other. But the other thing that it's like we've been talking to a lot of people that are like more on the institutional side, and it's like they're so bullish on everything that's being built on Solana, and they're so confident in it. Like it's like a necessary part of what they're building for the future.
Right.
So it's like they're not thinking about like short-term moves. They're thinking about like how can we get like $5 trillion on chain? Like how can we tokenize everything and like what we build? It seems like they're all so bullish on it. Like it's kind of shifted my mindset, honestly, talking about them.
Yeah, I mean, they're back to like long time horizon. These guys are thinking in decades.
Yeah.
And when you're thinking like that, you're like, okay, you know, it hurts right now. What's happening, but it's not nice seeing the net worth go down 50%, 60%.
No, but we have that faith that goes back up after, right? And then, you know, if we've got guys like Matt Coogan from Bitwise in here this morning saying like, we believe we're on side with you. We believe it's going up as well, and their clients, you know, are putting about 800-900 million into ETFs. That's a pretty good indicator.
Yeah.
Especially after like the bang that we started out with this year. Like everything went up right in the beginning, and it was like, here it is, the bull run, and it's like, all right, actually, maybe not.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit of a disappointing finish.
Yeah. I think it hits you when you least expect it. There's too much consensus on the Q4 thing.
Yeah.
It's never that easy.
Yeah, it's when all the crypto bros start like rage quitting on the ethos of the days that we can finally let go of that dead weight and move up again. I want to touch on like Solana's had a massive year, Ethereum's had a pretty quiet year, but we're still so far behind in terms of TVL, in terms of size, in terms of even RWA adoption. On like a cultural level, what do we need to do to get there to succeed Ethereum? Because we've got the competitive spirit that's kind of a real central part of Solana. What is going to get us past Ethereum?
I would love to look at the profiles of large whales on Ethereum that are driving that TVL.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard things, but I don't know exactly if they are true. Look at those profiles and figure out, you know, why are these guys there, basically? Who is there? What type of person is there? Is it like just like a ton of wealth was generated early on, and you know, is it stable coins mainly?
You think it's just like the wealth effect, and the people are not willing to part from that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Ethereum feels like a safe place to kind of keep a lot of money too. It's been running for so long. It's I mean, fantastic project when it came out, and it just feels like one of those things, like, you know, you feel safe keeping millions of dollars on that chain. Solana does too, but you know, Solana is more like the execution, like, you know, let's do trades, and that's really what matters. That's what drives value, is like transactions and volumes as opposed to TVL.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So we've had Sig. I know that you've got a bit of a timeline to stick to, so I'm going to let you get out. It's been wicked having you on. Cool. It's been really stoked to chat. Any last further questions?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I love what you're doing at Jito. I'm looking forward to seeing like how BAM comes out. Like I'm a supporter of it. I mean, everything that you guys are doing benefits the users at the end of the day. So, you know, thank you for all that you've done. You know, pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we'll see you on the next one.
Yeah.
Keep it going. Okay. All right. Thanks again, Ted.
As well.
There we have it. We've got Jito on. Seg was here. Amazing to talk to him. Big time fan of Jito and all that they've done. Yeah, that was great. You want to unpack that conversation a little bit, Ben?
So BAM,
Firebam.
That's a great take. I'm most curious to see what they're going to do about the block lagging, because
yeah, it's a problem, right?
Yeah,
it's a problem. I mean, building a dashboard to call people out.
Yeah, we've already got that, so I'm kind of curious to see how theirs is going to be better in that respect.
Yeah.
So for anyone who doesn't really quite understand, the idea is that Solana blocks should take 500 milliseconds a pack. leaders can delay that process. They can add an extra 50 milliseconds, and that way they can squeeze in a few more transactions, get a few more priority fees and come for that, and they can boost their yield in that respect as well. So
yeah, so
while
they're making more money than they should by going slower.
Yeah, it's not, they're making more money than they should, but they're slowing down the network for their own personal gain.
Yeah.
And that's that's not very much WAGMI energy.
It's terrible. But it's like, I don't know. In crypto, there's ways to make money that aren't the best for the network, for the people, for everyone. And you see it. It's like people are greedy. You know, at the end of the day, and if they find a way to exploit something, they probably will.
Yeah, and that's just, I think that's human nature. I think that's nature of greed. And the way that we can actually fight that as Solana manlets is to use your stake as a force of good. So don't stake to validators that are doing this. Yeah. And then that kind of their stake obviously drops, and that incentive diminishes as well. So use your stake as a force of good. Stake with good independent validators. And I think it's something that some team like Layer 33 will be really pushing as well.
Yeah, that would. And it's tough because when you look at where you're going to stake your Solana, like most people just filter by highest yield, go to that. But there's more to it than that, right? Like you want to be supporting good teams, and if 0.02% is going to make the difference, like it's not that much money at the end of the day,
Yeah, and like we want to believe that people are going to do the right thing for the network's health, but everyone has different goals, everyone has different aspirations and reasons why they're here. That's kind of the crux of the issue.
Yeah, I like the way that they're rolling out BAM. Like I want it sounds like they've kind of solved a lot of the problems that we're seeing right now. So for them to kind of hold things back and slow it down, make sure they're doing it right, it's a good way to do it, but like let it fly. Yeah, I guess that's been how Solana's done it in the past. It's too big now to just really do
I think part of it as well is that you and I are not engineers.
We don't really know how.
So we want the cool new thing that's going to arrive and it's going to make everything better. But their understanding of it is obviously better than ours. So I don't want to put it into a trust me box, but they know better, they know more. Let's kind of let them guide that process. Essentially.
Yeah, and we saw that with June at Bolt Trade. They want to get it right, and they want to make sure that they're doing it right before they release it, because that's important too. Especially when your protocol is brand new, you don't want to show up and have something break right away. Yeah, right. Which that could be a death sentence.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think it's really great that we're seeing a lot more competitiveness in the block building area. So Jito has kind of been the monopoly for that field for a very, very long time. Yeah. Now Harmonic is coming in, and they're obviously brilliantly intelligent, and on paper it looks like what they're doing is really, really good. So if they can kind of not steal a bit of that market from Jito, but they can kind of contribute to that market and steal, sharpen steel, drive future competitiveness and elevate the level of everything, that's a net positive for us as that entire ecosystem.
That it's competition's always better for the users and for the network, right? So Jito doesn't have a monopoly, but I mean it's pretty close, right? I mean they're in they're pretty like critical to Solana's infrastructure at this point, right? Where
and like part of that is, I think, maybe I'm going to pull this out. I'm not sure if it's 1,000% accurate, but 96% of stake is running Jito Solana or a fork of Jito Solana.
Yes, that's what. And I've heard a similar stat to that. So
it definitely is the engine room of the network.
Exciting. And then we've got Usman from Oro coming on in a little bit. He's going to be talking about tokenized gold on Solana. I'm excited to talk to him. I've actually interviewed him before and was blown away. He seemed fantastic. And then we're gonna end with a little bit of whiskey from Baxis.
A bit of whiskey on stream. Are you a gold bug? Are you a gold guy? Or are you a Bitcoin?
I'm a gold holder.
Okay.
But I'm
an
not
on-chain gold holder.
On-chain. Yeah. So I do actually hold Oro. So I guess I should disclose that I do hold a little bit of it, but I'm not massive. I mean, I crypto. I prefer, but. I mean, if I was a gold bug, I'd be up more this year than if I was a crypto.
Yeah, that hurts to say.
It's because crypto's, what, Bitcoin's the same price now as it was at the beginning of the year, or right around there.
Yeah, more or less.
And gold's not doubled, but it's definitely gone up.
As far as $1 trillion asset it has ripped.
Yeah, it really has. So the gold bugs, the boomers, they've been doing well. Is that the bottom of the gold Bitcoin chart? We'll see.
Well, we are at a gold BTC bottom.
Yeah.
So like that's perhaps an indicator. And as we were talking about with Anthony Scaramucci the other day, there's going to be a huge wealth transfer, or people are speculating on a huge wealth transfer with a lot of older capital stored in old generations that is eventually going to rotate down the line. And the expectation is that younger people who are a bit more crypto native, who are a bit more comfortable with these ideas, are probably more likely to want to hold that in something like Bitcoin as opposed to gold. Would you be on board with that? What's your view?
I would say that's probably broadly in the right direction, but I don't know. It's always hard to tell what people are going to do with their money. But there is, I forget what the stat was, but there is some unreal amount of money that boomers are in control of, like some massive trillions amount that they are going to eventually pass down, right? And the younger generations don't buy gold for the most part.
Although they did, because we saw when gold hit all-time highs, people are lining up.
People are lining up. Yeah. That's what we're going to talk to Usman about here, how that looked. But what a good time to launch a protocol in 2025 with tokenized gold. It couldn't have been a better time.
And Silver's also doing it.
Silver's breaking out now. So we're gonna ask him if he's gonna go after silver, but I don't think so.
We'll see. And crypto natives are so despicably against gold in your experience. There's in a lot of circles you're either Bitcoin or gold, and there's no crossover.
There's no crossover. It's like Bitcoiners versus gold is a war.
Why are we so dichotomized on that? Why is it mutually exclusive? Why can we not have both?
I don't know. I think at the end of the day we can, but I think that most of the engagement, the Twitter, the debates that you see, it's you have to argue the most extreme position. So you say those things more, but also it's a generational gap. It's Peter Schiff versus younger Bitcoiners, or CZ. I think that they recently had a debate, right? Where it's maybe the age gap isn't that different, but that's a representation of crypto versus boomer gold, right? And I just think that that's kind of a little bit more classic, where when there's market instability, they go to the original store of value, which is gold. Right. So
the issue with gold is that how can you trust the supply? How does anyone know how much gold is in Fort Knox?
Or there's always that hilarious analogy, or not even analogy, but it's all right, we mine an asteroid for a bunch of gold, the supply doubles, what happens then?
Hyperinflation.
Is that going to happen? I don't know, but could it? Maybe. Or Bitcoin's 21 million.
When are we going to get gold perps? Actually, Flash Trade does this.
I think Flash Trade does it right now. Flash Trade's got a lot going on. We've got them coming on the stream. Flash Trade, I believe it's tomorrow. Anas is coming on from there. I'm excited to talk to him about gold and stocks, perps.
All happening. Thomas, you're a big time DeFi guy. What is your favorite DeFi app right now?
Let's see. It's probably Loopscale.
Oh,
yeah. I don't know. I think that the idea of Loopscale is, it's risky. It adds a little bit more risk, but it's kind of a fun platform. One click, you can loop some LSTs with Sol. I feel like a lot of that's it's kind of fun. I feel like that's something that a lot more of ETH was doing. They were doing a lot more. That was standard in a lot of the ETH DeFi ecosystem, where I didn't see as much of that. And they really standardized it. They're blowing up, and it's they have fun new things listed on there. It's interesting to watch. If you're on the trending page, it becomes a launch pad for that tokenized asset, right? So it's interesting to see. And I know that you spoke to Mary, and it seems seems like great protocol.
Something I really want to see a lot more of in Solana DeFi is yield trading. So on Ethereum, Pendle is massive. On Solana, we've got Exponent and RateX. They both do kind of similar things, where you separate the token into a principal token and a yield-bearing token, and you can kind of long or short the yield. Why do you think Solana has not embraced that level of DeFi yet?
I don't know, but I actually this is a weird one, but I have bulk Sol in, I think it's Exponent. It says PT bulk
PT
Sol.
bulk Sol.
and then I took that, and you could loop it in loop scale.
Yeah.
So it's like you're just like hitting all of these different platforms, and it's like a crazy thing to do. Like I just wanted to do that. I thought it was gonna be fun. Oh, looks like we got Usman coming.
Here he is, the gold man
What's
himself.
going on? Hey, good to see you.
I'll let you slide in.
Awesome.
And just to let you know, we are live already. So we're live and running. And so you're coming straight off the stage. Is that right?
Look, can we get this microphone on you? And can I also just get this light out?
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome.
How's it going, guys?
It's going great.
So you guys have been here the entire Breakpoint.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we miss all the big announcements.
No,
They're
okay.
behind us.
But you're getting them on Twitter. Hopefully,
We're getting them on
through the Solana Twitter.
Yeah, but it's not the same as being there on the stage.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, this is awesome though. It's really cool.
Yeah, we like it. So we'll give you a warm introduction. We were talking a little bit before, but Usman from Oro, you've got tokenized gold. Welcome to the show, and you just came straight off the main stage.
Yeah.
For Breakpoint.
Yeah.
How's it feel?
Honestly, it's a bit crazy. I think, it's quite exhilarating, obviously. And to think of the amount of progress that we've made as a company to be on main stage is pretty awesome to see as well. It's a great experience, obviously it's a privilege, and we're super grateful, but it's awesome, yeah.
Yeah. What a year to launch a protocol with tokenized gold, right? Gold is just outperforming like crazy right now. Like, how has that been for you?
It's been amazing. The amount of maybe not serious assets, actually all assets serious, but assets like gold, which maybe not have the 2x or 3x upside, but what we've seen is some insane amount of adoption from the community and the insane amount of support, which will mean that there's, the community is going to lap them up. And we're a very community-born product. We're not necessarily, we haven't come in with some tier one institution. It's very much ground up building. It's just great to see that level of traction and progress.
Yeah, it's great to see it all around. I mean, I feel like you've integrated with a bunch of different DeFi protocols, and it's been great to see. Like how has that gone? Like, are you in talks with a lot of these different protocols, or how does that even work?
It's super interesting because you come to Breakpoint and you see this massive event, but the reality is that Solana is still very small, right? And so you have, and what I mean by small is, in terms of the number of DeFi protocols and stuff, it's not like, we're coming in, we're like, damn, we need to get integrated with 100 different protocols. It's actually like, hey, there are 8 to 10 relationships that we need to build. And everybody is welcoming, everybody will get on a call with you. And in fact, for a lot of the DeFi stuff, it's been a lot of inbound saying, hey man, we want to work with you guys. When are you guys getting ready for this stuff?
Oh, awesome.
Which is amazing to see. And I think that's truly representative of Solana as an ecosystem, because everybody is looking into the end user and is thinking what's going to be useful for the end user. And what do we, and every product and every company is thinking of that way. So if you're building something of value which will be useful for the end user, they really want to work with you. And so it's actually not as difficult to, you don't have to do insane amount of BD. You just need to get to know people, build relationships the right way, and if you build something of value, they'll probably want to work with you.
Yeah.
But we still have a lot to get done, right? There's obviously different protocols have different thresholds of where you need to be as a company before they integrate. But it's all communicated, and you kind of then have an idea. Okay, this is what we need to do to maybe get integrated with this protocol and that protocol.
Yeah, gold is one of the oldest stores of value in the world that we know. Solana is an environment in which people have an average hold time of around 4 minutes. How do you make gold palatable to this kind of audience?
I think it's ultimately, it's about we've been doing a lot of research on this piece, and people want to make money. And so I think there's two pieces, right? One is you have to make gold into an asset which generates some income from them. Number two is I think the average user on Solana is also maturing. And as people mature, they're saying, hey, should we be holding some of our assets in an asset which is inflation hedged, right? And so we're seeing both of those things playing around in time. But our focus has always been that, hey, we just don't want it to be a boring gold asset that's being held in your wallet. It needs to be doing something for you, whether it's, you stake it for yield, whether you're depositing in a liquidity pool to earn yield from your LPing, whether you borrow against it. And, I think there was somebody told me that they borrowed against their gold at 0.1% on loop scale. We ran some incentives, and then you use that gold token and maybe deposit that USDC in a vault somewhere and earn yield on that. So that is, I think, is pretty interesting, because that's our whole purpose, which is how do we just go moving from just, hey, this is just a representation of value to into something that's actually a lot more meaningful, a lot more value creative.
That's awesome. I tend to think that I agree with you that I think that the holders and the users on Solana are maturing. And I think that you're kind of seeing like a little bit of like the rejection of the meme coins where they're going more towards like RWAs, tokenized gold, tokenized stocks, and the offerings are getting way better.
Exactly.
Right? So it's good to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what's going to happen, right? If you think the world's coming on chain, then people are going to do everything on chain. And yes, that's going to mean a bit of highly speculative assets. But if you look at all of us, right, it's not like 100% of our portfolio is highly speculative assets. Maybe there's a portion of that, and some people have a different risk appetite and some people don't. But if your Solana wallet or your Solana, or your different wallets in Solana should be representative of your entire financial health, and every asset has a space there, you know? Which is, I think, super. The exciting bit is that we can get all of these assets in one place. And we can do so much more than with these assets in one place. And to me, that's the exciting bit, because it's like, you're not just getting your stocks here, your gold there, your speculative assets here, your lending there, your borrowing there. It's all in one place.
Yeah, and you get to self-custody it in the way that you want. And you could use something like this Solflare card as a hardware wallet, you know?
Yeah. Wow, this is super elegant, right?
That's their new hardware
wallet. They announced this yesterday, right?
Yeah, every Breakpoint attendant gets one.
No way.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Where do you get it from?
You just go up to their booth over there.
No way. Okay. This is alpha.
Quicks from their team was just on, and he showed up, and he like pulled one out of his shirt, and was like, "Here."
This is awesome. Oh my god. Okay, great. Yeah.
Now you did mention yield on the gold. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Where does this yield come from, and how are users getting this?
So we just announced Stake Gold. Currently, you can already earn some yield on gold, and we plug this gold into real world lending mechanisms where jewelers and refiners use this gold for their working capital. They pay a really good yield on that, and we pass on majority of that to the users.
Okay.
However, I think one of the beautiful things about crypto is yield generation on any asset, and this gives birth to different sources of yield. And so where we see Stake Gold evolving is into a representation of a basket of yield, right? Whether it's real world returns, which I think is great to have that because it's more fixed, it's more permanent in a way. DeFi yield can vary a bit. And then we start incorporating different sources of DeFi yield, whether it be LP yield, whether it be borrowing and arbing that. And so I'm super excited about that because, this is where I've always wanted that asset to be a source of different sources of yield and to kind of bring forth the idea that this is only possible because of tokenization.
Yeah, a better version of gold.
Exactly.
Is what you're offering.
Exactly.
Right?
And it's always been that.
Yeah. What's the redemption process like?
Yeah.
Because someone told me that you were doing live redemptions here. I don't know if that was.
Yeah, we had like 10 requests and we wanted to, but I think people were just like probably got busy doing Breakpoint. But if you wanted to, I can be like, hey, if you want to grab them tomorrow, we can redeem for that. But yeah, we do in-person redemptions in Dubai, one to the US, which has been pretty awesome. But now what the other piece that I announced was the Oro Redemption Network. That our thesis with this always was, can we start to build local redemption networks? And that was super important for us. And so we will be going live with with 5 or 6 countries over the next month where you should be able to physically redeem for your gold in these spaces. This is going to happen through our partners. We're partnering up with 2 different partners. And it's going to be exciting because I think, again, it's like, how do we make sure that this sort of ledger representation or this digital representation is actually, if people want to redeem for it, they can.
Yeah. So cool.
The partners. So let's say you decide, hey, I want to redeem for 1 gram of gold.
Yeah.
And you choose the US, then you will kind of be routed through the redemption options to our partner.
Yeah.
If it's Dubai, then similarly. And then if you want to decide, okay, I want to redeem for a coin, I want to redeem for a bar, maybe you want to redeem for jewelry.
Yeah.
Some partners won't be able to offer jewelry, some partners will. So it will depend on partner to partner. And we want to scale that up as our user base grows. I also don't believe in the idea that we want to go to like 30 different countries and set this up straight away. I think it's like, hey, let's see what the user breakdown is, let's see what the demand is, and use that.
Yeah, because my assumption would be if you're buying tokenized gold, you want it to stay tokenized. I imagine the case in which someone would want to actually redeem that is quite rare.
It's interesting because tokenized gold, I would say, fits really firmly in this digital gold category, and there is a lot of propensity for the user to save into digital gold over time and then eventually redeem. So that does happen. And I think we've seen in existing Web2 equivalent base customer bases that to be almost 20-30% redemption a year in the asset base. So it's happening, but I think it's also depending on the user base and depending on, we're working on some really exciting stuff to how do we get to the marginal user of gold. And that is, I think, when we get to that user behavior is a bit different because when you look at, again, going back to the earlier question, right? The on-chain user is looking for more utility, more use cases with the gold, maybe earn with it, maybe loop with it, bunch of stuff. But the average marginal user is saving into gold as, hey, this is an asset that is going to hold value over time. Yeah. And so their behaviors may be earning a bit of income on it, but they're not necessarily going to be doing a bunch of activity with it, maybe just holding it. But what a lot of people like to do is, hey, I've got a bit of gold, I've accumulated over the span of a year, maybe let me go and buy some jewelry with it, right? So you want to be able to give that optionality. I agree. It'll be interesting to see how that user behavior develops, and maybe this is not something you just take on, But I do think I like the idea that this is redeemable if you wanted it to be.
And I have a question about custody. Is that all done primarily based through Orange? You guys have a vault that's somewhere in DeFi where you manage?
So we actually don't do the custody. We don't have the custody infrastructure ourselves, and I think it's a very sort of intentional approach to work with third-party custody providers whose bread and butter this is, right? I'm not asking users to trust Oro that we're doing the custody well. It's like, hey, we're working with Brinks, which is one of the largest custody providers in the world, and we have a vault with them, and that gold sits in that vault. And that's great because this is Brinks' bread and butter. They will do this well. They know exactly how to run this. They just don't do this for us. They do this for billions of dollars of gold. And so we've just plugged into that system, and we're just like, hey, Brinks, please custody this for us. And please coordinate with our third-party proof of reserves auditor to confirm on a monthly basis that this gold is there and it's being custodied.
If I want to play devil's advocate here, does this add a lot of points of friction and a lot of touch points of intermediaries to the process?
I think it's the reality is that you can kind of decide as a company, as a startup, as an issuer that you build all of these building blocks by yourself. The reality is that all of these building blocks already exist. And so a large part of what we're building is maybe connecting these different building blocks on new rails and new primitives. And you look at kind of Tether and Circles, and they're custodying their T-bills with different financial institutions as well, right? So I don't think it's like Tether or Circle decided that, hey, we're gonna actually, Pax Gold and Tether Gold, two of the biggest gold tokens out there, they're custody with Brinks as well. Nobody's gonna go out and build vaults themselves. It's like, hey, let's use the existing market standards because they're done well, right? The reality is that I think the number that was given to me, there's $8 trillion of gold that gets stored with vaults globally. This is already something that's very market standard, gets done in a really, really good way. So how about we just tap into that, and it just makes sure that also I think there's a bit of like the user trust. If I told the user that I'm custodying it in my vault, the user would be like, okay, what's the guarantee that here's the protocol, I'm going to use it. But if it's like, hey, we're actually using third-party service providers, which are very credible and relevant, that gives them comfort, I think.
So it's almost like a decentralization or trust rather than all being
exactly.
Yeah. Interesting. So I guess then the way that they're custodying it doesn't matter where they're custodying. It's not like all in one location. It could be in multiple.
I mean, ideally, you want it to be in tier 1 jurisdictions. You wouldn't want it to be in a jurisdiction where maybe there's a lot of economic and political upheaval. Because the other important piece about a tokenized gold asset or any tokenized asset is the ability to be able to settle it or liquidate it. If there's, let's say, tomorrow everybody decides to redeem for the asset, then hey, I need to be able to redeem it for physically. And so it's important for us to base ourselves in key supply centers in the world versus just, hey, one supply center. But I agree. I think over time you'd want to custody in different locations in different cities and different hubs.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Anything else you wanted to go over on custody?
No, that's not custody. So obviously gold's had an incredible year.
Yeah.
Silver is starting to kind of follow that trend. Does that mean that we're going to have the silver counterparts to Oro Gold?
This is the question I've probably been asked the most in the past few weeks.
I imagine.
There's a lot of interest. I think our underlying platform allows us to issue as many as tokens out there, which is perfect. But I do think it's about making sure that the existing playbook that we're carrying out is carried really well. Gold has certain behaviors and shared sort of, I would say, features which don't necessarily carry well over to silver, right? Maybe we'll do it, and I think there's a bunch of demand for it. I also look at kind of building over as a multi-year, decade project, right? And so maybe we don't need to do in the next 6 months. If we believe in the secular trends of why we're holding gold, silver will benefit from some of the upside of gold even going forward. So maybe we can do this in 6 months' time. But let's see. We'd want to do it. We've spoken about silver to people. We've had inbound about rare earth metals and whatnot. So I'm excited to do kind of a bunch of stuff, but focusing on gold for now.
Yeah. It's about getting the basics.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's awesome. One thing that we spoke about before was that you said your family's been in the gold business for over 100 years.
Yeah.
What do they think about how the success of your business has gone? Like, what do they think about crypto in general?
Honestly, I think it's interesting because generally people still don't understand crypto really well. In India, it's interesting because we're sitting in this world and we get it really well, but most of the people still don't.
Yeah.
So I think there's still a learning education. They see this in the black box and it's like, okay, what are you doing in this space? I think everyone's super happy, super supportive. Still, most people don't understand what we're doing, even though they're in the gold industry. It's like, okay, what is this doing? Why are you doing this? But I think they're starting to understand that, hey, this is. Once they see the value and once it's like really obvious to show them, hey, this is the app and this is how it looks like, then they're like, okay, this makes sense.
Yeah.
So once they start seeing the actual applications, that's when it makes they really understand it way more.
Yeah, and the way that you set up your app, it's very user friendly, like very straightforward on what you're doing too, right? So it might not be like the crypto native that's going to be going there all the time, right? They don't need to be in order to interface with it,
Exactly. And that's the plan, right? We want to be able to build an experience where people are just buying digital gold. Shouldn't matter if it's tokenized or not. It's this is the best form of digital gold out there, and allows you to do so much more.
I think we should actually steer away, like collectively move past this. We want to build for crypto native users.
Build for users.
Yeah, we want to build for a much wider TAM.
Yeah.
That's how we actually continue to grow the space rather than marketing within ourselves.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like the user interfaces for everything is getting to the point where, like, if you wanted to buy gold on chain, you could get to it, right? Like, it's not like as hard as it used to be to get there, right? Like, I don't know. At least that's my
you can even do like so many apps, right? Helios Orb now, it's like new Block Explorer, right? So I agree. I think, and I see actually like a lot of the more successful applications are going to be building experiences. Either you're building for a very crypto native audience, and that's the traders and the speculators, and then I think all the other products which are stablecoin related or stablecoin adjacent are going to be built on surfaces which have very clean UIs and which can abstract away a lot of the complexity that a user probably faces when maybe uses a very crypto native product.
Yeah. Well said.
Yeah. So what does Solana offer an RWA issuer that other chains might not? Why is Solana the best place to build RWAs in 2026?
Honestly, I think for me, like Solana is it's about a few things. And actually, I was asked this question on a panel a few days ago. I think I don't want to repeat the stuff that everyone talks about. It's cheap, it's quick, it's fast. I think
stuff we know.
This is stuff we know, and I think the most important thing about Solana is that if you think of blockchain to cities and countries, it is the most thriving country that's out there. In a way, it's like I have a friend who calls it the United States of crypto. And it's a big economy. And if it's a big economy, you want to open your business in a big economy. That's the reality, right? And you want to open in a place where it's thriving. There's people, and if you have a shop on the street, they'll come to your shop. If there's nobody on the street, nobody's going to come to the shop anyway. So it's I think that's like the benefit of Solana, that it's this very thriving ecosystem of users and people who just generally want to try out different things, and that really helps the business. I think the second piece is more about the fact that it is the culture of the chain, which is, I think, builders and founders and everybody in the ecosystem is contributing to it, is really there to push the chain forward and also make you support your business. And I think that's awesome to see, because we can be in a very PvP environment where people are competing with each other, and sure, business owners should be competing for the user. But to start off and to get that, and I speak from experience, we got an insane amount of level of support and help from community, founders, builders. I only entered Solana a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And a year and a half into kind of, at this moment be on Breakpoint stage. It's truly, it just shows that it's all about, and I didn't get there myself, right? And we didn't build this ourselves. It was all about this amazing community that supported me in every single step of the way. And so to me, that's something that can be replicated. Because any maybe other chain is going to be like, oh, we're faster, but this you can't replicate. You know, this is just so inherent to the culture of this economy, of this chain.
It's remarkable that actually, you know, the builder culture has become a defensible moat for Solana. Because, you know, obviously we know it's fast, it's cheap, it's all those things, but other chains are fast and cheap as well.
Exactly.
And Solana still attracts this builder energy, this competitive spirit, this kind of an integral part of what has made Solana so great this year.
Exactly. And I think it's cool, right? Because when you hear it through some of the announcements that have come through the past 2 days, and I'm like, okay, great. I need to be speaking to these 10 teams. So it's like, people are building such cool stuff that you're like, okay, this could be interesting for me, this could be interesting for me. And I think that makes it's like a compounding effect because everybody's just building cool stuff. And maybe some of the stuff doesn't land, right? But that's also part of building.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I think we are coming up on time here. Very excited about what you're building on Oro. You guys have anything coming out for 2026 or anything else?
Yeah, we've got some amazing announcements. Think of Oro as transforming into a selection of different assets.
Awesome.
So we've got gold and stay gold, maybe one or two more assets coming upwards. Think of us building interesting piping to enable more users to get digital gold access. So lots coming up. I think next year is a big year for us, and hope to be here next year again and to maybe we can talk more about the journey then. In 2 years in.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for coming on the show. Once again, this is Usman from Oro, and really appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for joining us,
guys.
That's why we try to get all the license so that you don't need to ask for permission. And then with all the license, with the blockchain technology, then we can build this unified digital market for all the
Good to meet you. How's it going?
All right, so there we had it, Usman from Oro, and now we've got Baxis coming on, the whiskey titan himself. What is going on, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. How about yourself?
All is well. I'm out here in Abu Dhabi.
Last time I saw you, it was in New York.
Yeah, it was. That was a good time.
It was a great time.
Looking good. Looking sharp.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They said today was the money conference, so
You dressed up.
Dressed as if I was at the money conference.
Yeah. We started out the day doing a lot of institutions and policy talks this morning. We just got into gold. Now we're getting into whiskey. So we're coming into more of the fun stuff towards the end.
I like it. Liquid gold.
Liquid gold. Yeah. Gold and liquid gold.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. So first of all, what do we call you? I always refer to you as a whiskey type.
That's fair. I go by Svi.
Gotta say it right. All right. So we've got Svi on from Baxis. Baxis is tokenizing whiskey or liquid gold, as you want to say.
Yep.
Yeah, and you guys have been live for what is it? 2 years now?
No, so the full marketplace, but like the full-on user experience is about 2 years.
Yeah.
But we started building and kind of did our first test transactions and everything back in 2021.
Oh, awesome.
So we've been I missed last year, but this would have been my 5th Breakpoint.
Wow.
Yeah.
As OG as it gets.
Yeah, we've been here for a while.
Yeah. As opposed to me, this is my first Breakpoint.
That's great. You chose a good one to start with.
Yeah, I did. I haven't made it because I had a couple kids in the last couple of years. Makes it tough, which I believe you just recently had a kid, so congratulations in order.
Thank you. Yeah, no, shout out to my wife who let me be here.
Yes, big shout out to the missus. Yes.
Yeah, she's, but yeah, and lastly, the reason I missed this because I had a kid last year also, so that's why, so it was like, all right, 2 years in a row is a little much, but she bless her.
Yeah, I'm in California, so it's a long way, so I'm sure that you've traveled a long way as well.
Yeah. But I'm catching the first flight out. That was that was exactly the 2 a.m. flight out of Abu Dhabi tomorrow night. So that was the deal. Yeah.
Sounds good. How's Breakpoint been treating you so far?
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Again, I wasn't at last year, so I can't speak to it. I heard good things, but having been to the other ones, Amsterdam, the 2 ones in Lisbon, this was terrific. Like this was like the energy, the quality of the builders, the teams. I think that's like a point also is like the teams that are still here, the Lindy effect, like they're going to be here for a long time. Like they've clearly weathered up and down cycles. Like they're prepared for whether it gets better or worse. Like if I feel like they feel prepared, I mean, we most certainly are and have like growth despite everything going on in the crypto market, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And even the new teams, like the primitives they're working on, like they benefit from all of the infrastructure that's been built out versus, when we first in 2021 started talking about Baxis and we're telling these, users and investors of like the idea and like they literally could not wrap their heads around it. They're like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh, we'll get thrown out in conversation like among teams that have been here that everyone knows that are like doing billions of dollars of transaction volume. So it's really cool to like even just see how we've continued to develop and advance that way.
yeah, it's almost like you did the dirty work out there to really introduce people when crypto was not as broadly accepted.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that Totally talks about when he's like, make sure you have enough runway for like the real trick to running a startup is surviving.
Yeah.
Like
100%.
things, you have good months, you have bad months, you have good cycles and bad cycles. And like, if you're properly capitalized, you have the right investors, you have the right partners, you have the right team.
Yeah.
And ultimately, the right idea, like whether it means that, some teams that we've seen that are like the most successful teams on Solana did not start off with their existing business models, they pivoted.
Yeah. 100%.
That's important. If you realize that you're not finding that product market fit, or you haven't been able to really give it a go, or somebody else sniped you to it, like it's that ability to both stay dedicated to building, but also like the ability to know when it's time to shift or adjust. Or we've been sticking with whiskey and alcohol in theory on the blockchain, but like we have definitely changed pieces of our strategy and things like to accommodate and really align with where the markets are moving, both on the whiskey side and on the crypto side.
Yeah, you definitely have to pivot. It's interesting to see. So like I said, we've had a lot of like institutional talk. We've had a lot of builders on here, and they're all so bullish. Like the way that I frame it is like it's price aside. It's like these big institutions are going to be building so much on chain, and it's like that's how they see their future.
Mm-hmm.
And like the dedication that they have, like the commitment that they have, like, and they're a lot of them, like, we don't expect them to be crypto native or something, but they are, like we've been having great conversations. So the overall sentiment that I've been taking away is like people really like what they're doing. They're going to continue doing it, and they're incredibly bullish. So I that's my takeaway from it.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of like my father-in-law,
Yeah.
who worked in advertising and media.
Okay.
But was one of the like earliest adopters of like tech and internet. Like got his computer set up with his modems and stuff. And I mean, he tells us stories that like when he used to stay up late with like, my wife or sister, like his kids, he would surf the entire internet because like there were so few actual IP. You had to type in the IP addresses manually. There weren't like domains. But you could do it. You could literally go to every page on the internet. And
like a new one would come out, and
Right.
everyone would go read that one, right?
Exactly.
Yes,
And so I think of that and I'm like, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Like, there's no way that that's possible, but that's kind of what it feels like. So I think, and then eventually he not even pivoted, but he transformed his media and advertising agency into digital media and advertising. Was one of the first because he had personally, like to your point, in his free time was an internet max. He believed in this concept. And so I think that's what we're seeing at the institutional level. Like, there were a lot of people who may have been engaged with crypto protocols or playing around or having fun with NFTs or meme coins or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But they were working at major banks and institutions, and so they couldn't like stand up in a meeting and be like, "I have an idea."
Yeah. It was like a side hustle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was for fun. And then now that like the narratives are shifting and that the institutional level, like the banks themselves and these are realizing that this is actually the future for them to build.
Yeah.
It becomes those guys' time to shine. Like that's where they're like, hey, Malcolm Gladwell's, they've got their 10,000 hours in the trenches.
Yeah.
So they're the perfect person to lead an institution who's like, where do we build here?
Yeah. I think that it's like, all right, like institutions, they're getting a hold of it. But what I think is the most fun still is businesses like yours that really like benefit from crypto, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think that a product like yours could necessarily be like as successful or as good of a product if it wasn't for crypto, right? Like,
and crypto is really helping us to kind of bring that here, and it's important that crypto is the focus of what's happening on today. And I'm gutted that there wasn't a bottle of whiskey on the table for us.
I know. I told you guys I owe you one. It was we spoke in advance, but for compliance purposes with the location, we felt it was better to not bring any of our outside alcohol.
Fair play.
But drinks on me when you guys come to New York.
Let's play the game. We can do that Paris, New York arbitrage.
Like we said, exactly. And next year it's in London. So I promise you there will be plenty of Baxis sponsored and co-sponsored events for drinking in London next year.
Perfect. Yes. So the focus now that we want to get into is just the recap of the day. So that was a belter day. We had announcements from all kinds of people. Thomas, let's rip through this as profoundly as we can. What was the biggest announcement from Breakpoint for you overall? Well, no, from today.
I mean, I don't know. There was a lot going on. I was in the booth most of the day, like yourself. So we might have to reference the sheet.
Yeah, so we've got a nice list up here that the remote team's drafted up for us. Solana Mobile has launched its Builder Grants program. They're offering funding and resources for teams building mobile-first crypto applications on the Solana mobile stack. I think that's critical. That's great for the Seeker's growth itself. and that's going to help kind of expand that Solana Dapp store. Cast has opened its business waitlist, offering new access to teams. Cast has done really well with the card for personal users, and so expanding out into a wider net and kind of enabling that business account is fantastic as well. Phantom's going into prediction markets.
Yeah.
How do we feel about that?
I like it. Everyone's going into prediction markets, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't catch the exact. Are they providing a front end similar to what they did with Hyperliquid perps?
I think they're kind of just the routing from someone else, and they bring it up to them. It's in partnership with Kalshi, who's doing an incredible job on the.
I love Kalshi.
Yeah, so that's starting with you can deposit any Solana token from Sol to USDC. So that's fascinating for Phantom. Parasol is introducing a new ZK-powered perps engine on Solana that enables faster, fairer, and more predictable execution through app-specific block space. Carrot, we love Carrot. Carrot's going into turbo tokens, a new way to take leverage positions across different assets without liquidation risk.
It's kind of like a Hilo a little bit, right? Like a token, like a leverage token.
Yeah, I think that's building off Hilo's success.
Yeah.
Next on the list, we have R3 to launch a real-world asset marketplace in Solana in early 2026, aiming to bring traditional financial markets on-chain and enable direct integration with DeFi ecosystems. Raise Network, the team behind a major global gift card system, has selected Solana to power its on-chain gift card and loyalty system.
Is that something that you'd use? I kind of like that idea. I don't know. It seems like an easy way to like give somebody something and like introduce them to crypto a little bit.
Yeah, I think gift cards are great because that's very tangible and that's very, that I don't want to use the word normie friendly, but that kind of gives the chance for someone to get a physical asset that they know, like a bottle of whiskey in a perfect world, and that we can bring them onto Baxis after.
I live in the world of normies, so again, that's exactly, and that excites me. And ultimately, what I think it'll come down to is the UI and the UX. Like that's really what it'll be, because if they can abstract it and it's simply buying, sending, and your gift cards are there, and again, you're getting rewards and tracking, so that's a winner. That's the type of thing where again, most gift cards at this point anyways are digital.
Yeah.
They're no longer physical. You're not like going to the, whatever it was, supermarket checkout and ringing up some gift cards. So that actually, that gets me excited.
Yeah. And like the gift card thing makes it very real. It's, a lot of people say that the coins go up and value goes up, and it's not until you off-ramp that and you use it to tangibly change your life that it becomes actually a real use of value.
Yeah. So, well, we'll see what happens. But my only thought is, and this is something that I think, just my take, but I think it'll be interesting, is if this works and gift cards take off, what I think you're going to see is that the gift card model traditionally has been a float model.
Yeah.
Where this company, you buy your gift cards, you're not spending them yet, so they're sitting on your cash and they get to deploy in other ways. What becomes really, really interesting now is if this actually works, what you're going to see is an on-chain native team who's going to say the same thing, but your gift card balance is going to grow because they're going to take your USDC, they're going to deposit it or stake it, they're going to be earning yield, they'll take some of the yield as their revenue model, and then they're going to deposit some of that yield back to the user. So like when you buy, somebody an iTunes gift card and that you buy them an $100 one, but at the end of the year, if they haven't spent it, they've gotten $107 in there. And I think that's where the gift card model and stuff evolves, where if I'm giving you the money, you're going to be able to earn something on it, but there's going to eventually become an expectation that I also am getting something for why am I using your gift card, your stable coin, your, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So
it's a pretty solid business model for them because they're giving clients what they want and they're also just generating yield with
100%
themselves. Yeah, very, very solid. Next up, Coppers rolls out Kosh, a new freelancer-focused neobank built on Solana. I worked as a freelancer for a long time, and the kind of crossover between the Web3 world and freelancing is something that no one ever really quite nailed. So excited to see where that goes. BitGet Exchange has launched a DEX. Has launched UEX, a new way for its 100 million plus users to trade every Solana token instantly without a listing process.
That's kind of like Coinbase, right?
That's kind of like Coinbase, and that's huge because the delineation between CeFi and DeFi is kind of one of the big bridges that people don't take. So we're bringing all these tokens on Solana to a much more public-facing user base. Does that trickle down and bring people on-chain down the road, do you think?
I'm gonna, like, unpopular opinion. I like the idea, but I'm a little nervous. I haven't seen what the usage numbers look like from the conversion from the SEX to the DEX, like on the Coinbase as it is, because they do have those types of options. I know in like advanced mode, you're able to do those types of things. Again, I want to see how it's built out and what the user protections are.
Yeah.
Because one of the things I've always said about crypto is like, we had faced the era of extreme overregulation. But if we don't internally regulate ourselves, like we will bring it upon ourselves. Like we will end up being all the things that we don't want regulated, things that shouldn't be, are going to end up getting regulated. So it's a question of like, one of the advantages, so to speak, at least of Coinbase verifying or approving tokens was that like there was some sort of diligence process that Coinbase undertook to actually do that.
Yeah.
We as on-chain and degens and know this, we know that when like there's you are risking 100% of the money you put into a meme coin that it can get rugged. Yeah. I just want to make sure, because like normies have never experienced the vamp. When you buy a token and you hear that your token, and the next morning it's like, this token is up to $1 billion, and you look and it's like, well, it's not your token, it's the token that came right after that has the exact same ticker and the same image.
The worst feeling ever.
Right, exactly. You're like, oh, I own that token. You're like, oh, this was the other one. And so I just want to, that's the only thing is like, I am 100% in favor of like onboarding the masses, getting normies involved, getting these people in. But there's a way to do it in which like we don't expose them to predatory behavior from, some of the bad actors within crypto.
It reminds me of those old Reddit threads where people would say, I bought Dogecoin, it's gone down, how do I get a refund? It's an earmark back to that. Next on the list, we have the Humidify team is seeking to improve liquidity for institutions. They know that spreads on Sol have narrowed from 30 bips to 15 bips and now around 5 bips. We spoke earlier with Ben Covison from Temporal, who's the team running Humidify behind the scenes. Their goal is to start having 8-figure, 9-figure swaps through SolUSD happening on-chain, which would be crazy. Absolutely tight.
I love that.
Yeah. Flash Trade plans to operate entirely on ephemeral roll-ups starting from Q1 2026. As we've said, Flash Trade is really leaning into the RWA angle.
Yeah, they are.
I can't see how this would work. Maybe you've got a different vision. Is there room for whiskey RWAs in a perps environment, or is that just too ridiculously complicated to think about?
No, so we've behind the scenes spoken to a couple of teams that are working on like, some of them on Solana, obviously, some of them using other chains or other protocols. Who are working on this idea of RWA perps, but ultimately there's a couple of factors that I get nervous about. It's the same thing that gets me nervous about perps in general. Like one of the biggest risks I find to the DeFi ecosystem, not just Solana, but all of DeFi, is we are rehypothecating the same volatile collateral over and over.
Yeah.
So when you have a depegging on an exchange that was then used as collateral for other people to like that causes the cascading liquidations. So the example I always give is the way that PaxG on October 10th depegged on Binance. So if you were using gold as your collateral, and that gold was still redeemable for $4,200 on Monday, like redemptions through PaxG, where it was trading, but it drops, on-chain liquidity drops it down to $3,200, $2,800. All of your other positions got liquidated, even though you had a very stable source of collateral. And so where I get, what's interesting about RWAs, but it also really depends on how they build their oracles and their indices, because the advantage is that there's so much high volume trading on crypto that we have oracle pricing. We're able to do that. We know where the gaps are, and we see it. And especially with like getting down to 5 bips like of spread over there, being able to have slippage, like that's huge. If you do a perps, let's say on a specific watch, right? Like a specific model of watch, how frequently are you updating? Because you see this in auctions, like this happens in traditional auctions, where when you're dealing with something that is a little bit fungible, there's 50 of these watches that were made, you start to see a lot of duplicitous behavior of shill bidding to drive up the price because you've cornered the supply, or vice versa. And so
once it sells at that level,
that's
your whole bag is up.
Exactly. Like all you have to do is drive one. It's like when we saw this even with NFTs, where guys would try and spread them out across all the wallets and then bid them up, because then everyone starts rushing in, and you're able to basically liquidate your entire bag.
Yeah.
And so what makes me nervous, and again, I'm excited for it. I want there to be whiskey perps and wine perps and these type of things, but you need a really, really well assembled index that you're trading, not a specific one asset kind of one-to-one in the way that you are with crypto. You're not trading a basket, you're trading a specific token. And B, you need a really sophisticated model for your oracle, because otherwise you're gonna get rogue wicks all the time, because it's like, who is the source of truth for the reporting? Is it an auction house? When you're doing the auction house, are you using the hammer price, or are you including the amount of fees that the buyer's paying on top of it? Are you factoring in the taxes? That's really where I think it's going to become super interesting. And if they're using on-chain data, which again would be wonderful. I mean, we say this with Baxis, we have a great amount of volume, but there isn't, there's still that possibility for the manipulation over there. So it's really like, how does your oracle update? Who are your sources of truth? Yeah. If that can be solved, then forget it. Like, we're off to the races, and you will really begin to see institutions be able to now enter the market and trade RWAs, because they'll have perps as hedges, not for the sake of pure speculation like we do with like, oh, I want 50x leverage on Bitcoin, but I have a Bitcoin position, and so in order to hedge the downside, I'm going to use perps instead of options. So that's where I think you're going to see like a good perp, like for RWAs, well assembled, will be game changing for crypto, because you also like that means that you'll start seeing whiskey or watches or wine or real estate use this on-chain collateral because it doesn't run the same risks of cascading liquidations. However you do it, titles, apartments, bottles of whiskey are not affected by a depegging or a massive sell-off in Bitcoin, and that becomes like a really interesting, more stability for your collateral.
And just despite being a liquid market because it's whiskey, it is still a very illiquid and inefficient market. So there's just so much volatility that can happen behind the scenes. With that in mind, would you have to, if you wanted to take a whiskey perps platform, would that just be relegated to being an index of the whiskey market as a whole?
So I think you'd be able to do different types. You'd be able to do, let's say by type, like a bourbon index market. You'd be able to do, Scotch, bourbon, whatever. You'd be able to do regional. You'd be able to do, I mean, if you want to go bourbon route, like by mash bill or distillery, like across different like brands. But ultimately, I think the best thing to do, and you'd have to figure out what exactly this is. You'd have to fit it like the same way that you have the S&P 500, which adds and removes companies all the time. You'd have to have an actively monitored index that is evaluating and assessing, like, is this a leading or lagging indicator of the market? Because there is always outliers. And I just think that becomes really important to the fitting of the model. I don't think you need one that's the total aggregate of every single thing, because there are types of products or types, that don't sell well or drop below price because they were not priced properly to begin with. We see this with tokens all the time. Like tokens and whiskey really have a lot in common. And the similarities of how the launch strategies go have a lot in common. And RWs in general, watches, etc. Like Rolex leaves money on the table in the secondary market because they actually realize that they need the secondary market to make sure that nothing sits on the shelf. If people don't think that, like, then they're not going to sell the models that nobody wants, because you buy those because you think you're going to get the model that you could flip for money. Too many tokens are launching at way too high FDVs, which means that there is no perception of, oh my God, how high could this go? Because you're like, is this really going to go 2, 3, 5, 10, 100x?
Yeah.
And then the only way is down. So then people just start selling it off because there's no unlock. There's no like, well, I bought this and I'm going to lose money, but then I'm going to get the better token. Oh, the only person who's really kind of effectively done that a little bit now is Coinbase.
Yeah.
Where they're like, if you dump your monad like pre-commit, then you're not going to get access to future tokens. And if those tokens
social credit scores.
Right, exactly. But if those keep getting better and better, then like you're actually not going to want to sell. So they actually could have developed like a hodl method in the same way that, like, again, watch companies have done, where it's like, if we see that somebody else registers your watch, you're taken off the list, you're not going to get that thing. Again, part of the issue with individual companies in crypto is they only have one token. So if you launch it and you price it too high from the beginning, again, it's so hard to convince people that things are moving in the right direction, or that it has room to run.
It's a great analysis. Next up on the list, big Breakpoint announcements. Neodyme Research reveals that Squad's protocol holds the highest amount of funds locked among all Solana smart contracts. That's insane to me, because Squads is their name for everyone who's a builder, but outside of their bucket, no one really is that familiar with Squads and what they do. They run so much multi-sigs for teams across the ecosystem. They've got a great wallet. So the fact that Squads is actually holding the highest CPR amongst all smart contracts, to me, is fantastic.
It's awesome. They're like OG Solana project, and like they made multi-sig wallets usable. Like, I don't know if you guys ever used any other ones, but I used a Bitcoin one back in the day, and like getting one transaction through took, I don't know, like 20 minutes or so.
Yep.
I think Squad is an excellent product.
They're the founders, the team, they're really like truly like one of my favorite teams on Solana. To your point, that they're not, one of the best known. I think that's the best part. Like, people don't realize, like, when they talk, oh, it's infra, it's this. I'm like, right, but infra isn't, again, like, you've got different RPC providers, you've got these things that are competing. The infra is, there is one company that is so good. Their product is so good. Like, we use Squads, like that's like through our like processing and stuff. Like, we have it integrated across different stack. I use Fuse Wallet.
Fuse Wallet, fantastic.
Fuse is the
it's better than
my, like, I'm like, okay, I want to get my wife onto crypto. She's not going to sit here and remember seed praise it. Got her onto Fuse. She's looking at her dollar, like the dollar value. I can send her USDC.
Yeah.
Incredible. Like, they have a card product, which again draws down from your Fuse balance. Altitude, Baxa started using Altitude, their business product. And that's the idea, is that, like, the reason they have the highest TVL is because Fuse on the back end is Squads. Altitude on the back end is Squads. They built a piece of infrastructure that it's not worth any other company. Every other neobank that's going to build on Solana, 90% chance, if not higher, they're going to use Squads on the back end, because they built such a phenomenal product. So to hear that, like, you know, I get I don't know what you want to say. They're the Swift of Solana. Yeah. Like, sure, that's where all the volume and transactions go because again, we can argue about Swift and traditional banking, but as far as traditional banks go, it works. It gets the money from where it is to where it's supposed to be, and Squads does that for security. Again, I'm happy to hear that. I'm really proud of them for having done it. And they're just a crack team. Like
everyone who's building anything on Solana loves Squads. I think they're quite well universally respected. For sure. Yeah. The other announcement, ironically, we just had this one in here. Oro launches Staked Gold and rolls out a new global gold digital redemption network. He was touching on that, and they're trying to expand out to different third parties in different countries to enable that gold redemption network. That's awesome. That's really like expanding the TAM of crypto, and that's kind of also bringing the gold world on chain, which is huge.
Yeah, I love what he's doing. I wish we could have given him a lot more time to allow him to talk about that, but I mean. That's great.
Usman.
Yeah,
I love him. I angeled into Oro. It was like first of all, I'm like gold, liquid gold, but like again, I'm so bullish on RWAs and even traditional assets. Like the trading of gold right now, I'll call it semi-efficient, or pretty efficient as far as markets go. You know, you can trade it on indexes, stock markets, like your commodities markets. It's pretty easy to get access to. But the fact that there really is, and like there is a gold lending market, there's a way to earn yield on gold, which no one else has access to unless you're like you understand how that works, how that really like people balance. That he's giving you a really easy crypto token that will give you access to the yield and the compounding yield on gold in the way that it's an LST but for gold. Like you don't have to worry about your crypto values, and that gets me incredibly excited. And his like when he was telling me the vision of this, of like a decentralized network for redemptions, where again, as long as it's like pure certified gold, like it has that element of fungibility. I don't mind if I drop it off here and I pick it up there. And what makes it so exciting to me is that is the I'm a nerd. That is the origin of banking. You would deposit your valuable stuff in one country and you would get a letter of credit that the bank would verify that if you went to a new location, you showed up, when you went from Venice to London, that they would honor the credit from the thing that you deposited your gold there. And so the fact that he's built this digitally and is doing that where I can drop off my gold in one country, have my tokens, which is my proof of ownership, and go and redeem it somewhere else. And those guys know that it's stored securely in a vault and that they'll get settlement. And the entire time while it's being lent out, whether it's to jewelers who needed to be able to do things, whether it's traders, whether it's nation states that are trying to build up their gold reserves, that you're now earning yield in that. Like we talk about stablecoin yield, and I'm like, yeah, but I can get yield, it's not as good, but I get yield, when I put money into a CD in my account, like in my bank account. I have no way of getting yield on gold, and like I want to own it. So again, what he's building is so cool. I love it, and again, it speaks to like the power of Solana and like on chain. That's a perfect example of another asset that you could not build, not on blockchain, like similar to what you were saying about Paxos.
Yeah,
this is what this enables. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I think we're going to see people trying things, but like when you find eventually those specific assets or those specific markets that have existed for hundreds or thousands of years. And then you realize that, like, okay, they broke down because of technology, like that became the breakdown. And so we're now using new technology to bring it back to effectively, call it a barter system.
Yeah.
I love it. I think that's awesome.
Something I'm noticing is that amongst the RWA clients, there's very much a sense of wag me, and there's there's none of this PvP attitude that you might see in more DeFi-centric circles who are competing for that same market weight, that same user base. So I love the eyes outwards. Looking at expansion rather than infighting from you guys, Baxis, or everyone on the RWA side of Solana.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I mean, I love to hear it. I want to see more of it.
I say this all the time. Like there was a Emporium, which was doing like the vending machines for trading cards. Like we were their vaulting partner because we were like, listen, we have this locked down. We can happily easy enough for us to help you with this. Like we have the vaults already set up. They were just getting started in testing, and we're like, we'll do this before if you choose to pivot or choose to do this instead of having to go sign a Brings contract or whatever. And it genuinely is that the more that because it's twofold for us, we target, we educate an on-chain user base so they eventually come and realize the value. But our target initial market, our go-to-market strategy is whiskey people, wine people, spirits people. It's not the on-chain economy. And I think that's the cool thing about the RWAs and why we're all so excited is it's almost very funny to us is that all the DeFi protocols, or the vast majority, to your point, they're all fighting for the same user base.
Yeah.
We're here and we have, as much as we're saying we're onboarding this, the institutions are coming. Their clients are only going to interact with crypto and blockchain through the institutions. They're not handing their clients a DEX and saying, do me a favor, instead of us managing your portfolio and charging fees, go trade meme coins like for yourself. They're not going to do that.
Yeah.
What you will have though is individuals who are like, I want gold and I'm going to be able to buy it from Oro on chain. I like the idea of earning yield. I want to buy whiskey. And so what we've been able to do, the RWA community, is actually onboard net new users who will then eventually realize the benefits of these other products, or we will eventually be able to integrate them into our products with a very user-friendly front end so that they don't realize that they're using DeFi, and DeFi protocols are now getting better yield for their users because they're interacting with RWA. You know, credit card charge 30% interest.
It's a real brilliant end result. That is unfortunately all we have time for. We are going to wrap it up. Tom, I'm going to throw it back to you to hype us up for tomorrow for the final day of the SolanaFloor live stream.
Yeah, that was day 2. I mean, big day 2 for us too. Thank you so much for joining us here. Check out Vaxis, everybody. You know, I'm having a ton of fun. I hope that you guys are as well. I hope that the viewers are having a good time too. And thank you guys so much for joining in. This is SolanaFloor, and we are live from Abu Dhabi. And this is Solana Breakpoint 2025. Thank you guys so much.
And we'll be back tomorrow for the final day.
Perfect.
Yes, we will.
Guys, this was awesome.
Awesome, man.
This was awesome.
We
Thank
could
you
have
so
kept
much.
on going for a couple hours.
I